100 lands of the Eastern Barren Territory, Nandu Nation, East Sea. A dark golden-black winged condor spread its wings flying over the East Sea. It was not moving very fast. There were two figures on the back of the black winged condor. It was Futian and Jiayu. Futian had traveled all this way from the Barren State. First, he went to the Book Mountain in Eastern Barren Territory, and then he traveled to Nandu Nation and the Kangi Kingdom until finally, he passed through the academy in the East Sea before making his way to Qingzhou City. Of all the people that traveled together with them, there was now only him, Jiayu, and the little condor. Back then, the little condor had also come from Qingzhou City, somewhere in the mountains. Thinking back all those years, it felt like centuries ago. They were in no hurry. Otherwise, with Futian's current realm, they would be able to reach Qingzhou City with just one step. But he didn't do that. Instead, he chose to walk the roads of the olden days, enjoying the tranquility. Perhaps he wanted Jiayu to experience it too. Jiayu remained silent on their journey. Futian had no way of knowing what she was thinking about, though he did try to pry into her thoughts. In the Heavenly Mandate Academy, as soon as he saw Jiayu, he had asked Feishue to keep an eye on her. He did not disclose Feishue's special talent to anyone from the outside. It would prove to be a great advantage in future training for core figures in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. According to Feishue, when Jiayu was around him, her emotions were extremely calm, like water without waves. There was no love, hatred, nor any other emotions. This here is the East Sea. Back then, the Master, the little condor, and I flew over the East Sea from Qingzhou City to go to Donghai City. And the first place we went to was the Nandu clan to take a look. At the time, you were cultivating at Donghai Academy. The sea breeze was caressing their faces as Futian spoke softly. Along the way, he said a lot. Jiayu listened quietly, occasionally nodding, but rarely responding. I remember when I first saw you at Donghai Academy, and I also remember seeing you in Ziwei Palace last time. Futian looked at Jiayu's profile. Of course, she was still as beautiful now as she was then, but it was a different kind of beauty from before. The beauty that she had was youthful, a young girl's demeanor, like a fairy who was full of spirit. Still, I prefer the person you are now. Futian smiled softly as he stretched out his hand and took Jiayu's hand in his. Jiayu's fingers trembled, and when she looked down, she saw Futian's fingers clasping hers tightly. She raised her head and regarded Futian with her beautiful eyes. Futian's smile was extremely gentle. Jiayu, no matter what you look like, you will always be my wife. Jiayu dodged his gaze. Instead of looking at Futian, she kept her eyes forward. But she did not withdraw her hand, allowing Futian to hold it tightly in his. Jiayu, after we see the master and the masteress, I will tell them that you were injured so severely that you temporarily lost your memory. You are the only child of the master and the masteress. You can understand that, can't you? Futian asked with a smile. After seeing Jiayu, the master and the masteress would undoubtedly act very loving toward her. He worried that Jiayu would react strongly. This might hurt them even more. They had been so sad for so many years. Jiayu gave the matter some thought. "Mm." She nodded gently, and Futian smiled with relief. "Sit now." Futian took Jiayu and sat on Black Wind Condor's back. It was as if they had been transported back many years ago. Looking at the island in the distance, a smile gradually appeared on Futian's face. Of all the many places that he had been, it was this small island city that brought him the most peace. Qingzhou City was so peaceful. It was as if it was apart from this world and asked nothing from it. In front of the cottage on the shore of Qingzhou Lake, some men were playing chess while the others gathered to watch. Among them, a middle-aged gentleman was dressed in all white. Although he was middle-aged, he was still elegant and handsome. If he were 20 years younger, he would have been an eye-catching character. Over the years, Hua Fenglio's greatest hobby had been chess. After so many years, he had developed a habit of enjoying peace and quiet and leisure. There were many people watching. At this moment, two people walked behind the crowd and watched quietly, not disturbing anyone. However, the temperament of the two newcomers was so outstanding that the people around them couldn't help but look back at the two. thinking that they were a beautiful couple. Moreover, the man looked so young but had a head of silver hair. And the woman, upon closer look, also appeared quite familiar. "Young lad, you know something about chess?" asked an old man next to him. Those who watched chess were usually long in the tooth. "A little." Futian smiled and nodded. "How is that guy's chess skill?" the old man asked, pointing at Hua Fenglu. "Not very good," Futian said with a smile. "Wow, you sound very confident." The old man smiled. "Then, you should go in later and challenge him." No one had been able to beat this man in chess in the vicinity, and he didn't know if this young man was bragging or not. However, for once, he would be happy to see someone beat that guy. "I have something else to attend to. Let's call it a day with this game," the person opposite Hua Fenglu said, then began mixing up the chess pieces. Everyone around them laughed because they knew this guy had lost. "Lad, give it a try?" The old man next to him turned his head and looked at Futian, who was behind the crowd. "Sure." Futian smiled and nodded. "It's just that I dare not beat him." Previously, Hua Fenglu's attention had been on the chess game. Over the years, he hadn't cared much about the world. He had even lost interest in cultivating, so he was a lot less vigilant much than he was before, and he rarely kept watch over his surroundings. But, at this moment, when he heard this voice, it sounded so familiar. Lifting his head, he looked at the man with the white hair in the crowd, a little stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Why come back when there is nothing for you to come back to?" "If I didn't come back to see you soon, I was afraid I would forget Master," Futian joked. "What is forgotten shouldn't be remembered. I never cared much about you as a disciple either." Hua Fenglu appeared calm, but Futian knew that this had always been his demeanor. Futian was smiling, but his heart was full of pain. The master had more white hair on his head, and his temples were now gray. "Master, look who this is." Futian stepped aside. Behind the crowd, a beautiful figure stood there quietly. When Hua Fenglu saw her, though he was sitting there quietly, the chess piece in his hand fell to the ground. He stood up unsteadily. His eyes reddened in an instant. "Jieyu." Hua Fenglu walked out to the crowd and came to Hua Jieyu. He stretched out his hand, shakily. His fingertips touched her hair and her face. It was as if he wanted to see if she was real or not. His fingertips were also trembling. Futian felt even sadder when he saw this. He was sorry for Jieyu and Master. Even though Jieyu was brought back, she was not completely herself just yet. "Jieyu, what's wrong?" Hua Fenglu couldn't help but ask when he detected the strange look on Jieyu. "Master, Jieyu was injured badly. She has forgotten many things, but she will definitely recover in the future," Futian comforted him. That was all he could say for now. Hua Fenglu was taken aback. Amnesia? There seemed to be a battle in his mind. Then he looked at Hua Jieyu and said, "As long as you are still there." All these years, he often thought about his daughter. In his dreams, in his memory, that clever and beautiful figure was a pain that could not be erased. Although she had forgotten much, she came back alive. This was already a good outcome, wasn't it? "Jieyu, do you remember me?" Hua Fenglu asked with a trembling voice. It was as if this was too extravagant of a hope. Hua Jieyu looked at him quietly, and Hua Fenglu understood. He retracted his hand, but found nowhere to place it. He was a little nervous. "Let's go home first and see your mother." Hua Fenglu wanted to take her hand, but soon thought better of it and didn't. "Mm." Hua Jieyu nodded gently. On the way over, Futian had already prepared her so she would not reject the idea. "Let's go." Futian took Hua Jieyu's hand and followed Hua Fenglu as everyone around watched them leave. "Is he Fenglu's disciple?" an old man asked. Futian, at one time, had caused a great sensation in Qingzhou City, and he was still a legend in the hearts of many young people. "Ah, he's back. How handsome." The others who were around all nodded in agreement. Hua Fenglu, Futian, and the others came to the hut. Before they even went in, Hua Fenglu called out, "Wenin, come and see who is back." Before they even got to the inner courtyard, two figures emerged from inside the hut. Nandu Wenin had a smile on her face, but the moment she saw Futian and Hua Jieyu, she could no longer move. "Jieyu." Nandu Wenin spoke in a trembling voice, and in just an instant, Tears were streaming down all over her face. "Daddy," a bell-like voice called out. The figure next to Nandu Wanin went running toward Hua Fenglu, pulling on his hand. It was a little girl about 5 or 6 years of age. She was very beautiful. It was just as if she was from a fairy tale. Just one look at her would make anyone involuntarily adore her. Yi Futian was just about to address the masteress before the little girl took over his attention, and he could not look away. He seemed to see a shadow of Jieyu's former self on the little girl. Although the two had a great gap in age, they still bore a great resemblance to one another. The girl took Hua Fengliu's hand and raised her head to look at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. A childish voice came from her mouth, "Daddy, she is so beautiful, like a goddess." When Hua Fenglu heard this, he couldn't help the tears that streamed down his face. Yes, little did she know that was her sister, her very own sister. Yi Futian stooped down. His eyes were a little red as his hand gently touched the girl's face. His touches were so light. It was as if a little more power would hurt the girl. "What's your name?" Yi Futian asked softly, his voice extremely gentle. "Huan Yinyu." The girl looked at Yi Futian curiously, as a childish voice came out of her small mouth. In just an instant, Yi Futian could no longer hold back the tears as they streamed down from his reddened eyes. Yinyu. What a beautiful name. But this name made his heart break. How did the master and the masteress get through these difficult years? Chapter 17:20 Smiles. "Why are you crying?" Yinyu asked Yi Futian softly, as tears covered his face. She reached out with her little hand to wipe away the tears on his face. "Because I'm so happy to see Yinyu, and couldn't help crying out of happiness," Yi Futian said softly. Yinyu nodded innocently, just like a porcelain doll. Her big eyes looked at Hua Jieyu. She asked, "Fairy sister, what is your name? How come I feel like I know you?" When she heard Huan Yinyu's childish remarks, Nandu Wanin burst into tears and walked toward the two of them. Hua Jieyu looked down at the little girl in front of her. Even though she had been indifferent until now, she stooped down at this moment and answered softly, "My name is Hua Jieyu." "Hua Jieyu." Yinyu repeated after her, then looked up at Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wanin, who were coming toward them. She looked at Hua Jieyu again and whispered, "Are you my sister?" Hua Jieyu looked at the girl with a strange look, then nodded gently, "Mm." Yinyu opened her little arms, then stepped forward to hug Hua Jieyu gently around the neck. She said in a low voice, "Sister, why did you just now come back to see me? Father and mother missed you so very much, and I have been wanting to see you." Hua Jieyu's arms stiffened a bit, but then she hugged the girl gently. "Jieyu." Nandu Wanin came over and knelt down, hugging the two sisters tightly. Just now, Hua Fenglu had told her through voice transmission that Hua Jieyu had suffered amnesia. Nandu Wanin found this an unbearable reality, but when she thought about the fact that Jieyu had returned alive, she was happy. At the time, they had watched Jieyu disappearing in front of them. The pain was unforgettable, and not a day had gone by that they didn't think of it. They never expected that Jieyu would come back one day. Tang Lan also came out, standing a distance away and watching them. Her heart felt their pain. Over the years, she knew how Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wanin spent their days. Only after having given birth to Yinyu did they have a new human being upon which they could focus to relieve the pain of the past. But like a thorn at their side that would not be forgotten, they could only pretend that it didn't exist. They had even told Yinyu that her sister had gone to a faraway place. Now, it was great to see the family reunited. She wiped the tears away from the corner of her eyes. They should all be happy today. "Auntie Tang." Yi Futian smiled and called out to her when he saw Tang Lan. "Mm." Tang Lan nodded and said softly, "I'm going to cook now." The small town was very quiet. As Yi Futian settled down in Qingzhou City, many who learned of his return would come over and watch him from afar from time to time. After all, he was Qingzhou City's very own legend. Yi Futian kept his aura in check, so that he appeared just like any regular person, chatting with the master and playing chess every day, living simply and quietly. Hua Jieyu's demeanor was still cold and aloof, but occasionally, when she interacted with Yinyu, there were moments of tenderness. However, it was not possible for her to call Hua Fengliu and Nandu Wanin Mom and Dad. Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wanyin had accepted that and thought nothing further. For them, they had once thought that Jieyu left them forever, now felt truly blessed as long as they were able to see her there every day. To them, this was simply a wish come true, as long as they could see her. Outside in the yard, Futian and Hua Fenglu each sat on a wicker chair, on each side of the doorway, lying there lazily like two door guards. "When do you plan to leave?" Hua Fenglu asked softly. "You are not coming along?" Futian looked at Hua Fenglu beside him and asked. "It'll be good for us to stay here with Ningyu. It's better for her to just be an ordinary person, much simpler." Hua Fenglu whispered, "We won't worry as long as we know that Jieyu is well. When you have time, just bring her back to visit us." After having been through so much, Hua Fenglu's mentality was very different from the one he had in the past. He now preferred simplicity and quietude, and even hoped that Ningyu could live out her life in simplicity and happiness. "It's not so simple," Futian said. "I have enemies, and they have found me at the barren state. For you to stay here may not give me peace of mind." Hua Fenglu was stunned. Had they already chased him to the barren state? He rubbed between his brows and felt a little helpless, saying, "Since accepting you as a disciple, there hasn't been a day of peace. I don't know what evil I did in my previous life to deserve this. No matter what, your disciple is now a Ren Huang. Can you please give me a break?" Futian replied with some resignation. "Ren Huang," Hua Fenglu murmured. This was the first time he heard Futian talk about his realm, but he still appeared quite casual. He looked at Futian and asked, "Is it very extraordinary?" He didn't seem to understand the concept of Ren Huang. "Not really." Futian felt completely deflated under Hua Fenglu's gaze. He figured that even someday, when he became an emperor, it would still be the same in front of this man, who had never spared him any dignity. It was pretty soul-crushing. "Master, don't worry. If something happens, I will send someone to escort Ningyu, Master, and Mistress out of there as soon as possible," Futian replied. "It's up to you then," Hua Fenglu said with resignation. Since Futian had already said as much, he could only go along with it. Even though he liked the peace and quiet at present, in reality, he was still worried about Jieyu. If Jieyu really were to come back once several years, he would certainly miss her very much. Both he and Nandu Wanyin wanted to watch over Jieyu, regardless of whether she would ever remember him as her father. Of course, there was also Futian. Although he had never spared Futian in words, his true feeling about Futian was well known to those who were around him all these years. Since many years ago, the two of them, master and disciple, had depended on each other. When Futian walked out of Qingzhou City, carried him on his back, they were already like father and son. Over the years, Futian had had many masters, and every one of them had treated Futian very well. But the one that he was truly close to was Hua Fenglu because he was the only one he could communicate freely. At this time, Ningyu came over with Hua Jieyu, asking Futian, "Big brother, I will take you and my sister out to play." "You take me?" Futian looked at Ningyu. "Yep." Ningyu blinked her big eyes and nodded earnestly. "Qingzhou Lake is beautiful at night, and every day there are many pretty girls on the boats. Ningyu has the best ideas." Futian squeezed Ninyu's face and nodded with a smile. "However, you should call me brother-in-law." "Ningyu likes to call you big brother," Ningyu said with a chuckle. "Fine, whatever you like." Futian got up and picked up Ningyu, saying, "Let's go." Hua Fenglu looked at the three of them leaving. Futian, carrying one in his arm and holding hands with the other. A smile radiated from his slightly aged face. Eyes closed, he was enjoying the sunshine quietly, with a smile on his face. For this quiet little town, Qingzhou Lake was quite lively. The temperament of Futian and Hua Jieyu easily attracted attention. Not to mention there was a girl next to them who looked like a porcelain doll. What a handsome pair, and what a beautiful child. Many people exclaimed silently, and they smiled when they walked by Futian. Such a beautiful picture lightened up the mood of many. This must be a very happy family. Look at how clean and nice other children are, and then look at you. Someone behind them reprimanded a little boy who was 6 or 7 years old, dirty, and obviously naughty. "Why don't you look at that big brother and sister? It's obviously hereditary. What can I do?" the little boy retorted. Futian smiled warmly when he heard the voice behind him. Clearly, many people had mistaken Nienyu as his and Jieyu's child. Of course, there were resemblances. Hua Jieyu felt strange when she heard this. Futian looked at her and realized he kind of wanted a child. At this instant, he somewhat understood what the master was feeling. After experiencing so much in the outside world, sometimes this kind of simple happiness was really wonderful. The shore of Qingzhou Lake was a familiar place with familiar scenery. Futian put Nienyu down, holding her with one hand and Hua Jieyu with the other, and said softly, "Jieyu, this is where we held hands for the first time." With nightfall approaching, there were more and more boats. Looking at all this, Hua Jieyu, too, felt that it was a very beautiful sight. "Big brother, shall we go on a boat?" Nienyu looked up at Futian. Futian stooped down and said to Nienyu, "Nienyu, would you like Big Brother to play Guqin for you?" "Sure, my dad likes to play Guqin too." Nienyu nodded happily. "Let's go then." Futian took Nienyu's hand and walked to the shore of the lake. They found a place to sit on the ground, and a Guqin appeared in front of him. It was the famous Guqin that once belonged to the String Emperor at Taishan Mountain. Nienyu sat quietly next to Futian, holding her little head in her hands, extremely adorable. Everyone around them was looking at them. At this time, the sound of the music moved slowly. The moment the notes started, the crowd quieted down involuntarily. This was a very beautiful tune. With the beating of each note, brilliant lights flashed around Futian, surrounding him. What beautiful music! On Qingzhou Lake, many people on the boats looked toward the lake shore. The white-haired young man, a girl that could only be from a fairy tale, and behind them, a goddess-like beauty. Of course, there were those who recognized Futian, and while they were excited inside, they didn't go up to disturb him. They just listened quietly. The sound of Guqin gradually became louder, like a phoenix singing, with an even more brilliant light now surrounded Futian. Under the night sky, a radiant divine bird slowly took shape. "Look, it's a phoenix," someone exclaimed, and all eyes were on Futian. The sound of Guqin sounded like phoenix singing, and around Futian, a pair of phoenix flew around him, a rather dreamlike sight. At this moment, many women on the ships could not help but look intently. "How beautiful!" Nienyu also stood up. She came to Futian and watched the phoenix flying around him, a bright and innocent smile on her face. She extended her hand, wanting to touch the phoenix, and saw that the phoenix now flew and danced around her. "Big brother, they are following me." As Nienyu began to run, the phoenix trailed around her. The girl smiled brightly, and her laughter rang under the night sky by Qingzhou Lake, made everyone smile. This was such a heartwarming event. Hua Jieyu watched all this with undivided attention, and a smile actually appeared on her face. Chapter 17:21 Warmth. After staying in Qingzhou City for a couple of days, Futian left with Hua Fenglu and his family. When the black wind condor spread its wings to depart, many from Qingzhou City watched them leave. Although many already knew who Futian was, no one disturbed him except for an occasional stare from a distance. No one expected that he would leave after only 2 days, so this caught many by surprise. There was a woman standing in front of the house, watching them as they were leaving. She stood there for quite a long time afterward. With the kind of cultivation that Futian possessed, a single sweep of his divine spirit was enough to see through everyone in Qingzhou City. However, this time he just stayed there quietly for 2 days without causing any excitement. Just as the master preferred peace and quiet nowadays, although his cultivation was superior, he had not interfered with other people's lives. He could easily change people's destiny, but in doing so, their course of life would change accordingly. Who knew what the future would bring? Qingzhou City was a paradise in his heart. But what Futian didn't know was that after he left, the island city upon the East Sea was gradually being swallowed up by heavy fog and became ever more elusive. Upon the East Sea, immediately outside the island city, under the shocked observation of those ships that were traveling in the vicinity, the island became increasingly blurry until it had completely disappeared from their field of vision. All they could see was a cloud of mist. In the following month, there were those who left Qingzhou City, entered into the mist, and were never seen again. Gradually, Except those who had families in Qingzhou City, no one dared to venture into the mist. A few months later, the mist dissipated, but Qingzhou City had completely disappeared. It was as if there had never been such a city that existed in the East Sea. Qingzhou City was nothing but an island in the East Sea of the East Sea City inside the Nandu Nation. Although it had caused some discussion in the East Sea City, it was soon forgotten by the others. At most, it would only be mentioned years later as an unsolved mystery. Futian took his time on the way over, but when he returned, it took only moments. He had picked up some people on the way, met up with them in the Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State, and then departed toward Emperor Xia's realm. After that, from Emperor Xia's realm to Crimson Dragon Realm, he took advantage of Crimson Dragon Realm's teleportation Grand Matrix to return to Heavenly Mandate Realm. It took very little time for him to get back, so that by the time they got back, the assessment at Heavenly Mandate Academy had not yet concluded, and countless cultivators from the 9 realms were still converged inside Heavenly Mandate City. In the Heavenly Mandate Realm, outside the Heavenly Mandate Academy, a divine bird, the roc, morphed back into its original form. The wings of 1,000 meters were spreading out, covering the sky and the sun, and a mighty group rode on its back. There were not many of them when they departed to the lower worlds, but now there were many on the return trip. They were all families and friends from the lower worlds of the 9 states. Were it not for the cultivators of the Shen clan, Futian might not have brought so many people back. But, since what had happened, he must now guard against the Shen clan. At the very least, those who were close to him could not be left behind in the lower worlds for fear that their safety might be threatened by the Shen clan. On the back of the roc, those from the 9 states looked down at the vast crowd below. They also saw the people taking part in the assessment outside the Heavenly Mandate Academy and felt an incomparably powerful breath of the Saint Plane bloomed and filled the space. At a glance, cultivators of the Saint realm were packed in densely like sardines, and all the saints from the 9 states were dumbfounded. They were all people at the top in the 9 states, transcendent and holy. However, in the Heavenly Mandate realm, the Saint realm actually looked quite different. The hearts of many palpitated. They had thought that the Supreme region would definitely be different, but they never expected it to be so terrifying. Donglu, is Saint Plane the general level cultivation of the Heavenly Mandate realm? Zhuge Qingfeng asked Gu Donglu, who was beside him. Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyue both stood next to him. No. Gu Donglu shook his head and said, actually, people above the Saint Plane were in the minority. It was just that now we are basically only in contact with those above the Saint Plane, and some were even in the Renhuang Plane. The Heavenly Mandate Academy is the preaching holy land of Heavenly Mandate Realm. All the cultivators of the 9 supreme imperial realms have come to participate in the assessment of the academy, which means that the people you see in front of you were all the elite of the 9 realms. Zhuge Qingfeng nodded. This was easy to understand. People at different levels would naturally be surrounded by different levels of people. Of course, the greater environment of the upper worlds and the lower worlds is different, much easier for cultivation, and the Saint Plane is not as difficult to achieve as in the lower worlds, Gu Donglu added. Do you all feel very discouraged? Zhuge Qingfeng smiled as he looked at Dozhan and others next to him. A few of those old guys completely had no place here. They all smiled feebly. There were too many people below, and at a glance, it was just a vast crowd, and all of their cultivation was so high that it was a bit frightening. The roc spread its wings and came to the outer peripheral of Heavenly Mandate Academy. The people below saw the white-haired young man on the back of the roc, and suddenly many people bowed and called out, Emperor Yi. Greetings to Emperor Yi. Many people bowed and saluted Futian, demonstrating a lot of respect, especially the youngsters. Now, Futian was a legend among the younger generation. He was their belief and their idol. Their respect was from the heart. Who else had the courage to lead a great army and challenge the Shen clan? They looked at each other, and there was shock in their eyes. Futian didn't explain to them the actual situation here. Futian's status seemed to be very high and lofty. Futian nodded slightly toward the people below, as the roc entered straight away inside the Heavenly Mandate Academy, swooping down toward the center. When the roc landed, Futian said, Here. As he was speaking, they went down, and the roc turned into human form. Around them, Many a figure flickered their way over. Many of them were prominent figures from the academy. They were saying, "You are back." "MMM." Yi Futian nodded. Then, there were some youngsters who rushed over. Not many knew Yi Futian had gone away this time. After he returned with so many people in tow, inevitably, it would attract a lot of curiosity. The saints from the 9 states felt the aura from those people, and they couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The strongest person they had ever seen before was Emperor Xia, but from Emperor Xia's realm to the Crimson Dragon realm, and then to Heavenly Mandate realm, they all understood that Emperor Xia was simply no comparison with the older generation of cultivators here because they were simply not on the same level. Those people who stood there felt unfathomable. Just how strong were they? Only heaven knew. They had never come into contact with such strong people. Although Hua Fenglu had feigned disdain when he was in Qingzhou City, he certainly understood that Yi Futian was a true power now, and he had reached an unattainable height. Of course, Hua Fenglu was not too surprised. He was one of the few people who knew Yi Futian's greatest secret. Back then, in front of Emperor Yi Qing's statue, he was the one who protected Yi Futian with his own life, when this guy claimed to be a natural-born emperor as a teenager. It was just that he had no concept of what an extensive impact it would have at the time. Big brother. Huan Yinyu walked next to Yi Futian, took his hand, and looked up at him timidly. After all, Huan Yinyu, who grew up in Qingzhou City, was only a 5-year-old girl. She was a little scared because she had never seen anything like it. Yi Futian bowed slightly and picked her up in his arms and said softly, "Don't be afraid. From now on, everyone here will be your grandpas, uncles, and aunties. You can call them whatever you want, and they will all like you." MMM. Ninyu nodded gently, still holding onto Yi Futian's neck tightly. A 5-year-old child was very sensitive to the sentiments of those around her. Yi Futian's was so gentle and indulgent toward her so that even though she couldn't quite understand it, she was very close to Yi Futian. Even her own sister, Hua Jieyu, was not so close to her. After all, although Hua Jieyu was very good to her, she rarely smiled. What a cute little thing. Many people showed a kind look when they saw Ninyu. This little thing was way too adorable. She's pretty. Xiaomuyu stepped forward and pinched Ninyu's cheek. She then smiled and said, "Let me give you a hug?" "Big sister, you are so beautiful." Ninyu grinned and then turned around in shyness, still holding on to Yi Futian's neck. Xiaomuyu blinked and looked at Yi Futian, asking, "Master, whose child is this? She's so smart." "Your grandmaster's child, Jieyu's younger sister," Yi Futian smiled and answered. Then, he looked at Hua Fenglu and Dozhan next to him and said, "This is the grandmaster. This is also." Xiaomuyu's expression was particularly worth watching, but she still bowed to Hua Fenglu and Dozhan and said, "Disciple Xiaomuyu greets the grandmaster and other elders. How did you trick them into becoming your disciples?" Hua Fenglu whispered. He could see that this beautiful woman with extraordinary temperament had a very high level of cultivation. "Master, what do you mean trick?" "They were perfectly willing. Ask Muyu if you don't believe me." Yi Futian was a little offended. "Grandmaster, it was out of my own will to follow the master," Xiaomuyu said with a small smile. She could see that these people were probably the master's family. The master, who was considered as the most genius talent in the Supreme Region, had indeed come from the lower worlds. "Hello, 2 masters, disciple Do Zhao here." Do Zhao jumped out and shouted cheerfully, "You are everywhere," Yi Futian said with a laugh. But this guy's cultivation was somewhat similar to that of Master Dozhan. As for the names of Sage Dozhan and Saint Dozhan, they were both honorific titles, and his real name was not known to many. "Do Zhao, this master is suitable to cultivate methods from your clan. You two can figure it out yourselves." He pointed to Dozhan. "Sounds great. The master can choose any top methods you like," Do Zhao said readily. "Isn't it a little inappropriate for me to do that?" Dozhan could tell that Do Zhao's realm was far stronger than him. Master need not be polite. If he's willing to give, you can choose at will, Yi Futian smiled. Yes, master needs not be polite." Do Zhao nodded in agreement. Dozhan smiled a little weakly. Futian. At this time, Lord Taishian and the others also came over and asked, "Family?" MMM. Yi Futian nodded and introduced to everyone, Lord Taixian, the Dean of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Greetings. When everyone heard Yi Futian's introduction, they knew that this must be an esteemed person, and they were all being respectful. No need to be so formal. Lord Taixian said, Futian, since it is your family, you will do well to get them settled. Yes. What's the girl's name? Lord Taixian looked at Nianyu. Grandpa, my name is Huan Nianyu, Nianyu said softly. Good girl, give me a hug? Lord Taixian was kind and gentle, just like any other ordinary elder. This time Nianyu looked at Yi Futian first, and when she saw Yi Futian nodding, she reached out with her hand. Lord Taixian took her and held her carefully, revealing a loving smile that had never been seen before. After living for such a long time, he had not yet enjoyed this kind of joy. Since Nianyu called me grandfather, would you mind me treating her like my own granddaughter? Lord Taixian looked at Hua Fenglu and said with a smile. The elder's affection is Nianyu's blessing. Hua Fenglu smiled and nodded. Before, he had hoped that Nianyu would spend a normal life in Qingzhou City. However, since they were here now, it was better for them to adapt to things. With the affection of such a prominent figure, how could he mind? Lord Taixian and all the elders, Nianyu's talent may be a little lacking by nature, but we will leave her cultivation to you in the future, Yi Futian said with a smile. That is no problem. I'm still here, aren't I? Lord Taixian said with a smile. His realm was enough to change lives and alter destinies, so a little lacking in natural talent was of no concern to him. Many were looking at the little girl in Lord Taishuan's arms, and they all knew that the girl's future was bound to be extraordinary. Of course, they could also see that Yi Futian's position in this Heavenly Mandate Academy was significantly superior. Chapter 1722 Thoughts. The people from the 9 states stayed in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The academy looked like a city after expansion and had enough rooms to accommodate the large group of people from the 9 states. After that, Yi Futian introduced the guests one by one and asked some people of the Heavenly Mandate Academy to help the guests from the 9 states to cultivate. Zhuge Qingfeng and other members of the Zhuge family obtained the thunder methods after defeating the 9 Cloud Palace, which was well known for the thunder methods back in the days. The Zhuge family also occupied some thunder god relics of the 9 Cloud Palace. Therefore, Yi Futian invited people who pursued the thunder methods to cultivate at the relics. In the meantime, the celestial gate of vast heaven would help the Zhuge family cultivate. Gu Donglu was the clan lord of the celestial gate of vast heaven and had no problem with attending to his father-in-law. Yi Futian asked Dozhan to follow the seniors of the Dou tribe to cultivate. As for Yuan Zhan and Yuan Hong, Yi Futian introduced them to Zhu Yin, the Demon Emperor and the Demon Emperor of the Thunder Gods. Yuan Hong and the others belonged to a Golden Ape clan and were naturally excited about the meeting. Yi Futian had arrangements for the rest of the people as well. Yi Futian would certainly make sure that they made headways in cultivation, since he brought these people to the Heavenly Mandate realm. They could achieve breakthroughs even if they reached bottlenecks before. Yi Futian wasn't worried about Nianyu's cultivation progress at all. He had confidence in Nianyu, as much as he did in Fei Xue. Fei Xue had her grandmother as her mentor while Nianyu had Lord Taixian and many other masters in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. She could learn anything she wanted in the future. Yi Futian had been busy taking care of these matters recently. The Heavenly Mandate Academy also wrapped up the disciple selection. Some people were eliminated, yet some were ecstatic to be the first class of disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The small group of cultivators who became the core disciples were especially thrilled. Maybe they would have a chance to develop the Super Divine Wheel when they attempted the Renhuang Plane if they could be lucky enough to receive some help from Yi Futian in the future. The people from the 9 states eventually dispersed, and the Heavenly Mandate Academy returned to normal. However, it was still bustling and lively because of the new disciples. Besides, the population of Heavenly Mandate City grew as well. Even though many left, there were still plenty of people who chose to stay and cultivate in Heavenly Mandate City. Yi Futian finally had some free time after having his hands full for many days straight. Nianyu became more at ease in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. She often pestered Lord Taixian and occasionally went to bother Hua Jieyu. Although Hua Jieyu spent most of her time cultivating, she would still set cultivation aside to indulge Nianyu whenever she saw her. At the moment, Yi Futian was watching the conversation between Hua Jieyu and Ninyu at where Hua Jieyu cultivated. Of course, Ninyu was the one talking most of the time, while Hua Jieyu responded every now and then. Looking at the pleasant and delightful scene, Yi Futian cracked a gentle smile. How wonderful it would be if Jieyu came back for real. She must be very happy to see Ninyu. However, Yi Futian started to suspect Hua Jieyu's real identity more and more. He previously speculated that Hua Jieyu might be possessed by the Brahma's pure sky empress. But why would someone like the empress be interrupted by a little girl in the middle of her cultivation? She probably wouldn't bother to talk to Ninyu at all. Besides, the feelers he put out before, like holding her hands, were eventually accepted by Hua Jieyu in spite of her initial resistance. It made him believe that Hua Jieyu was not controlled by the empress. She seemed more like a blank piece of paper in Yi Futian's eyes, as she was not interested in anything else but cultivation. But maybe she was drawn to Huan Yinyu by nature. Just now, a person walked toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian focused his eyes on the incoming woman. Her face was beautiful and ethereal. "How can I help, goddess?" Yi Futian asked with a smile. The woman was the Xintian goddess. "This girl is disrupting her cultivation by coming here frequently," answered the Xintian goddess. She was ordered by the empress before she came here that Hua Jieyu's cultivation was more important than anything else in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. "It's not necessary for you to interfere if she doesn't think so herself," Yi Futian answered, smiling. The Xintian goddess frowned slightly. It seemed that Hua Jieyu didn't stop Ninyu from coming to play indeed. She came to the Heavenly Mandate Academy to cultivate. "I hope you can keep a tight rein on her," said the Xintian goddess. Yi Futian gazed at Ninyu and smiled softly. "That is your purpose, not mine." Yi Futian replied in a calm voice, "You can leave any time you want if you don't like it. I won't stop you." After that, Yi Futian walked to Hua Jieyu. The Xintian goddess shot a cold glance at Yi Futian. As one of the Jyotian goddesses, she enjoyed a high status in the Brahma's pure sky. As talented as Yi Futian was, he was only a junior in her eyes. Nevertheless, Yi Futian didn't show due respect for her at all now. She certainly understood that the Yi Futian here and now was no longer the same person who went to the Xintian pavilion back in the days. The Brahma's pure sky couldn't possibly manipulate him anymore. This white-haired young man was almost the king without a crown in the Heavenly Mandate realm. He could lead the army to attack the Shen clan with one order. He had already wiped out the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Nine-Cloud Palace. They were standing right now on where the palace of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was in the past. Even the empress probably wouldn't be able to pressure Yi Futian inside of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, let alone her. She had no choice but to back off. "Jieyu." Yi Futian walked to her and called her name. Hua Jieyu raised her head and looked at Yi Futian. Her beautiful eyes were as calm as usual. "Let's go to cultivate in the matrix together." Yi Futian offered his hand. Hua Jieyu hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded slightly and placed her hand on Yi Futian's palm. "Brother, I want to cultivate with you too." Ninyu lifted her chin and said to Yi Futian, "Have you visited Grandpa Xian today?" Yi Futian rubbed Ninyu's head and asked. Ninyu lowered her head and pursed her lips, then said in a quiet voice, "Grandpa Xian doesn't like Ninyu anymore." "How so?" Yi Futian asked with a smile. "Grandpa Xian said he wants to rebuild the foundation for me and asked me to sit there without moving. It's so tiring. I have so much stuff in my head every time he is done, and I can see different colors around me. Am I sick?" Ninyu raised her eyes and looked at Yi Futian innocently. "How could you be sick? That stuff is the worldly spiritual chi that can make you prettier, among many other things." Yi Futian laughed. "Oh." Ninyu nodded gently, said, "No wonder it seems like it's easier for me to learn when I hear father playing the guqin." Yi Futian smiled. A few people walked past the Xintian goddess. Yi Futian turned back and took a brief look at her, said, "I have something to tell you. I told Jieyu's parents that she lost her memory and was saved by the Empress Her Majesty. I hope you don't put me in an awkward position in the future. Otherwise, I have no choice but to show you the door." The Xintian goddess's face turned somber. Yi Futian was threatening her. Yi Futian had the confidence to do so nowadays. Staring at his receding figure, The Xintian goddess knew that it would not be easy to take Hua Jieyu back even though they sent her here to cultivate in the first place. Yi Futian wouldn't let Hua Jieyu go. The empress wanted Hua Jieyu to make progress in the academy, while Yi Futian set his heart on keeping her here. Therefore, he didn't mind helping Hua Jieyu cultivate. The Xintian goddess had no solution in the face of Yi Futian's threats. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was Yi Futian's territory. She only realized now that nothing was up to them anymore since they came here. While walking, Yi Futian looked at Ninyu and asked, "Ninyu, can we go see Grandpa Xian?" "Yes." Ninyu nodded sweetly. "Lulan, take her there." Yi Futian turned his head and said to Lulan Shui. She had been taking care of Ninyu these days. "Yes." Lulan Shui stepped forward. Ninyu let go of Yi Futian's hand and left with Lulan Shui. Yi Futian went to the cultivation grounds and met Xiaqing Yuan. She looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu and darted a glance at their hands holding together. A strange look flashed in her eyes yet disappeared shortly. They were husband and wife, after all. "Qing Yuan, do you need me?" Yi Futian asked with a smile. "No." Xiaqing Yuan shook her head slightly, said, "Carry on. I'm going to cultivate." She replied and walked away, then turned back after a few steps, said, "I plan to be in seclusion to cultivate for a while. Can I go to look for you when I am ready to attempt the Renhuang Plain?" "Of course." Yi Futian answered pleasantly. He already guessed that was why Xiaqing Yuan wanted to talk to him. "Qing Yuan, you obtained a divine item from the god's relic. You can merge it with the life spirit to transform your life spirit and create the divine wheel of the great path. With my help, you will definitely develop a perfect divine wheel. Don't worry and concentrate on cultivation," Yi Futian said. "Yes, I understand." Xiaqing Yuan nodded slightly and left. Was she about to try out the Renhuang Plain? She didn't seem to be excited. She always wanted to advance to Renhuang, return to the Emperor Xia's realm, and take over her father's position. Emperor Xia was eager to come out to cultivate, but he couldn't leave without someone in the realm to inherit his throne. She would be able to free her father from the burden when she became the Renhuang. She had a sense of loss whenever she thought about it. She wasn't so thrilled about the Renhuang Plain. It was a complicated feeling. "Let's cultivate in seclusion for a while, as well after taking care of the matters in hand," Yi Futian said to Hua Jieyu. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was stepping onto the right track. He hoped to focus on cultivation in seclusion for a few years after everything calmed down. Nowadays, the Golden Divine Nation and the Shen clan didn't dare to bother him. The conflicts between him and other forces were not as serious and heated. They wouldn't risk stirring up trouble. Thus, the Nine Realms should be relatively quiet in the next few years, at least to him. Nonetheless, the calmness was only temporary. He would only be confident enough to face the next storm if he kept improving himself by constant cultivation. He was not where he wanted to be yet. He discovered that it was never enough, no matter how high he reached or how studiously he cultivated. Perhaps he could only enjoy the absolute freedom when he hit the peak. Chapter 1723, Divine Prefecture, Calendar Year 10,040. Divine Prefecture Calendar, Year 10,040. It had been 4 years since the Heavenly Mandate Academy was founded. In the past 4 years, the Heavenly Mandate realm was more peaceful than any previous era. After the battle with the Shen clan, no one dared to provoke the Heavenly Mandate realm. Within the Heavenly Mandate realm, with the Heavenly Mandate Academy as the center, the forces in the Heavenly Mandate realm themselves were almost in themselves a great alliance. The human realm of cultivation and the demonic realm were no longer at odds but cultivated together. Although there were countless disputes occurring daily in the realm of cultivation, the competitions between top forces were gone. To the entire Heavenly Mandate realm, it was considered a peaceful era. Some people had divided the history of the Heavenly Mandate realm into different eras. If the era before was considered a time when warlords reigned, then the Heavenly Mandate realm today could be said to have officially entered an era led by the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The entire Heavenly Mandate realm was centered around the Heavenly Mandate Academy. In the past few years, the number of cultivators of Heavenly Mandate City had expanded rapidly, showing explosive growth, so that for those whose cultivation was not strong enough, they almost could not gain a foothold here. People whose cultivation was below the Saint Plane, unless relying on familial influence, was almost scraping the bottom of the cultivation world in Heavenly Mandate City. Today was the day for the selection of core disciples at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Every year at this time, some spaces were allotted so that some disciples may enter the core of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Of course, the cultivators inside the Heavenly Mandate Academy sort of knew that in the interior of the academy, there was a place called the cottage. It was the absolute core of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, directly under the command of Futian. Those who had possessed the perfect divine wheels in the battle with the Shun clan were all disciples of the cottage. At this time, there was a huge sect gymnasium inside the Heavenly Mandate Academy. There were several law battle platforms, and many people were fighting there. Out front, on the high platform, several people were sitting there, presiding over the selection process of core disciples. There were 9 of them in total. Besides the 7 elders, there were also 2 younger people. Many disciples from the Heavenly Mandate Academy gathered in the surrounding area. Even if they were not on the selection list, they still looked forward to the selection process of core disciples. This is the first time that senior brother Chuyu appeared in this capacity. In the distance, there were many disciples who were rather envious. Chuyu, like most people, joined the Heavenly Mandate Academy after its establishment. However, they were the first group. When the Tianqian Academy was first established, Gaitsong, the overlord of the Golden Divine Nation, and the cultivators of the Shun clan descended in force, so that almost no one dared to approach the academy. Chuyu was one of the first 3 who entered the academy. Many people guessed that perhaps from that time on, he had already been regarded as an important person to be brought up in leadership. Well, I heard that senior brother Chuyu was the first to enter that place and was the only disciple of the Heavenly Mandate Academy who was not previously acquainted with Emperor Yi, someone said softly. Many people knew what place he was referring to. The cottage inside the Heavenly Mandate Academy was a mysterious place that was not made public to the outside world. But those who cultivated in the Heavenly Mandate Academy more or less knew something about it. In the past few years, several people had entered the cottage, but only Chuyu, who had not known Futian before, was the first to enter the cottage by his own ability. So, it is possible that senior brother Chuyu could cast the divine wheel of the great path. Some showed a sharpness in their eyes, and there were some speculations in their minds. Brother Chuyu was an extremely famous figure in Heavenly Mandate City even before that. The crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, Tianyu, once tried to coax Chuyu to accompany him in cultivation, so his talent was without doubt. However, Emperor Yi and the others truly didn't care about his relationship with the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Some people couldn't help but secretly admire him. The operations of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were fairly transparent. This matter also demonstrated the generosity of Futian and the elders of the academy. They didn't care much about the candidate's background or past. It was said that the Chu clan in Heavenly Mandate City had already designated Chuyu as the next clan leader. Senior sister Feishue became an emperor at such a young age. Wasn't the conflict with the Shen clan caused by sister Feishue? Someone looked at the other young person sitting above, and it was Feishue. Senior sister Feishue is actually not that young, but it was said that she used to fall into deep sleep often, almost in a state of suspended animation. Now that she's being guided in cultivation by the peerless goddess of the Shen clan, Shin Luoxue, how could she not become an emperor? Someone said, and besides, there is also. The people around nodded. It was rumored that Feishue still had a divine item in her body, and she was also the daughter of Futian's master. It was completely reasonable that she became an emperor. At this time, on the high platform, someone who had just passed the screening came over, looking at the 9 people in front of him. He Feng, Saint Plane of Nirvana. An old man who was sitting in the middle said, "Suppose one day in the future you are a Ranhuang, and the Heavenly Mandate Academy encounters a crisis just like 4 years ago, with the great army descending on the academy. If you participated in the battle, you will most likely lose your life. What will you do? If the Heavenly Mandate Academy thinks that the battle can be won, then I will fight. If it thinks that it cannot be won, then I will run. If one day I have the ability to avenge, I will. If not, I will choose to continue cultivating quietly," Feng responded. The elder looked at the others, lingered especially on Feishue, and then looked at Hefeng and nodded, "Congratulations on passing the assessment." Hefeng bowed slightly to everyone, then stepped aside. After that, someone else came forward, and the questions were still simple. However, the results were different. Some passed, and some didn't. The people who had reached this point had, in fact, already passed the talent screening. As long as the 9 people were in agreement, they could become core disciples. This year's assessment format was different from years past. It was really the simplest yet. Just a few questions, or even just one question. At this time, another person came forward. This person exuded a dazzling divine light and a supernatural temperament. He was a Ranhuang. Most people who entered the Heavenly Mandate Academy were in the Saint Realm, but there were also a few Renhuang. Or rather, those who broke through and became Renhuang in the training process at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Not just any Renhuang could enter the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The rule of the Heavenly Mandate Academy dictated that they would still need to go through a selection process. Yin Huang of the Solar Realm, Divine Wheel First Order, cast the Divine Wheel of the Celestial level. The old man looked at him and said, "Why would you not enter the Solar Divine Palace to cultivate, but choose the Heavenly Mandate Academy instead?" The Heavenly Mandate Academy is famous in all of the 9 realms. Do I need any other reason? Yin Huang replied with a smile. If your cultivation at the Heavenly Mandate Academy is not satisfactory, it will not help you much, because you are already in the realm of Renhuang, and there are no other strong elders to guide you in your cultivation. But if admitted, at some point in the future, you may be required to do something for the academy. Would you be willing? The old man asked. This question, stated bluntly, was to ask him if the Heavenly Mandate Academy couldn't help in furthering his cultivation, would he still be willing to pay the price? Yin Huang didn't answer immediately. His pupils contracted slightly, but then he smiled casually. Since I have entered the academy, I am a member of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. If the academy has any needs, of course, I will do my best to help. What if there is danger? The old man asked again. If the danger is great, I might consider it. But if the danger is low, I will be willing to do it, Yin Huang replied. The old man nodded, then looked to the others, as if they were secretly transmitting messages. After a while, the old man said, Yin Huang, assessment failed. The pupils of the people in the distance contracted. Failed? How could it be? Yin Huang's cultivation was inordinately advanced, and he was quite well known among his peers. His strength was mighty, and his demeanor aloof. But he actually failed during the selection process for core disciples. What was wrong with his answer? Yin Huang was also in shock. A scorching glow shot out from his eyes as he stared at the old man. He asked, "Why?" "You'll still have a chance in the future." The old man did not respond directly, but replied with a smile. Although he was sitting in the middle seat for the assessment, the actual decision-maker was Feishue, who was sitting next to him. She was the sole person who determined the results in the last phase of the assessment. In fact, even if a few of the others didn't quite understand Feishue's reasons, but everyone sitting here were key members of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, and they would have never doubted such a high-level decision. As for the reason behind Yin Huang's failure, it was actually very simple, because Feishue saw that all his answers were nothing but lies. Heavenly Mandate Academy would rather choose those disciples with lesser talents over those cultivators who were keen on infiltrating the core of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. These core disciples would be the mainstay of the academy in the future. I want to know the reason, Yin Huang insisted. The old man frowned, but heard Feishue answered, "You are a cultivator of the Solar Divine Palace, correct?" Yin Huang's pupils contracted, and he now looked at Feishue, who was sitting beside the old man. How could she know that there was a problem in his answer? The Heavenly Mandate Academy is said to recruit disciples regardless of background, so what does it matter whether I am a disciple of the Solar Divine Palace or not? Yin Huang did not answer, but looked at Feishue instead. Indeed, we don't question your background. If you are a disciple of the Solar Divine Palace, you could very well enter the academy as such. However, if you deliberately lie to conceal your identity, it just casts more doubts on your true purpose. Feishue said, "I will report this matter to the academy." The disciples who were watching from a distance were stunned. Yin Huang was actually a member of the Solar Divine Palace. But why would he hide it? Goodbye. Yin Huang turned around to walk away. Since he failed, he was going to leave the Heavenly Mandate Academy. It seemed that the Heavenly Mandate Academy had secretly investigated him. Yin Huang, don't leave the Heavenly Mandate Academy for the next few days. Another voice was heard. It was Chu Yu. Yin Huang turned around and glanced at Chu Yu. You have no right to give me orders. After that, he took great steps forward. However, Chu Yu also stood up, and in an instant, a violent power of the Great Path shrouded Yin Huang. Yin Huang's face changed slightly as he turned to face Chu Yu. I have heard your name many times while cultivating at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. I guess I can see for myself today. You are not worthy, Chu Yu said. He stepped into the void, and the power of the terrifying divine wheel of the Great Path swept out from his body and rushed into Yin Huang's, causing his divine wheel to tremble, and it was suppressed. Bang! Chu Yu took a step forward, and Yin Huang was knocked backward hard. I suspect that you have entered the Heavenly Mandate Academy with ulterior motives, and will report this to the Law Enforcement Hall for further investigation. If you leave without authorization, know that you are doing so at your own risk, Chu Yu said forcefully, and suddenly, Yin Huang looked extremely upset. The elder who was sitting there now looked calmer. In the past few years, the Heavenly Mandate Academy had grown extremely quickly. While it looked prosperous and peaceful on the outside, the reality was that it had already been infiltrated by many other principalities, each with their own motivation. It seemed that they really need to think the matter over carefully. Chapter 1724 Dark Currents. After 4 years, the Heavenly Mandate Academy's internal operations were already well developed. The Supreme Elder of Heavenly Mandate Academy was in charge of the Law Enforcement Hall, and it was none other than Xin Luoxue, who was once the goddess of the Xin clan. Those in the Xin clan possessed a special talent, and under the survey of the divine eyes, there was no secret that could be hidden from them. The incident with Yin Huang was personally investigated by Xin Luoxue, who rarely involved herself in day-to-day affairs. The final result was that Yin Huang was indeed an undercover agent, whose purpose was to infiltrate into the core of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He was to collect information and to get a hold of secrets inside the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Of course, no details were disclosed to the public. Xin Luoxue's investigation revealed that Yin Huang was to find out how Yi Futian was able to create the perfect divine wheel, what he had gotten from inside the God's relic, and to obtain some exclusive methods in cultivation and to bring them back to the Solar Divine Palace. In truth, the Heavenly Mandate Academy was a principality in preaching, not a clan. It did not necessarily require a strong sense of loyalty from its disciples. Since leaving after their cultivation had concluded wasn't an issue for the academy, the assessment process was not actually as strict. As long as there are no great concerns, it was not insurmountable to become a core disciple. But to become a disciple of the cottage, or even to enter the absolute center of the academy, would require a strong sense of loyalty to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. However, this did not mean that the Heavenly Mandate Academy would permit any actions that would endanger the academy. Therefore, the punishment for Yin Huang was to abolish his cultivation and expelled him from the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They did not announce the true identity of Yin Huang, though it was really not so much a secret. Their discretion was to save the Solar Divine Palace the humiliation. As for the abolition of Yin Huang's cultivation, if the Solar Divine Palace was not afraid of offending the Heavenly Mandate Academy by sending in a spy, the Academy wouldn't care too much about the consequences of the punishment. It was all done with mutual understanding. The incident this time was meant to set an example for the others, and it was the first time that the Heavenly Mandate Academy had sent such a warning to the people inside the Academy. The place of preaching also meant that no internal conflicts were allowed. In the Sword Pavilion at the Heavenly Mandate Academy, a horrible sword intent flowed inside a sword matrix, with many figures sitting there quietly. After a long while, a mild chiding was heard as the sword intent dissipated, and the power of the sword matrix disappeared. "How do you feel?" the swordmaster of Lihan asked several young people who were in the matrix. "Although my lord and Yi Wuchen have both reached the level of the Sword Emperor, their swordsmanship feels totally different," Wang Chuan replied. "Take the best from the experts, but comprehend your own swordsmanship." The swordmaster of Lihan nodded slightly. It's so depressing. The person beside Wan Chuan sighed. We all cultivated together back then. Now even Wuchen had proven the way, and I am not even within reach of nirvana. The speaker was Su Ke, the young master of Tingxue House in the land of the 9 states. His father, Su Shang, was next to him, saying, everyone's fortune is different. You will have your shot in the future. Father, let's not talk about me. Look at yourself. You are not even at my level, Su Ke shrugged. Get out of here, Su Shang cursed, embarrassment written all over his face. This **starred was looking to get hurt. Wuchen and I have had our own adventures, and we've had better luck. The swordmaster of Lihan appeared very calm, without the slightest air of an elder. When they were at Emperor Xia's realm, Renhuang were legends. But in the Heavenly Mandate Academy, being a Renhuang was nothing worth showing off. Uncle Su and Su Ke's cultivation path is similar to that of the clan of the 7 Slayers. Futian meant that you could ask them for some advice, Yi Wuchen said. The clan of the 7 Slayers had quite a few people who were currently cultivating at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The Heavenly Mandate Academy generally welcomed everyone, as long as they were not sneaky like the Solar Divine Palace. Don't be depressed. With all these years spent at Crimson Dragon Realm and the Heavenly Mandate Academy, you've already cultivated fast enough. Next to him, Huang Juga spoke with a smile, and Su Ke nodded. This was the truth. Back then, they would have never been able to imagine today's scenario. At that time in the 9 states, Saint Plain was already legendary, enough to stand on top of the 9 states. And now, they were looking forward to the realm of Renhuang. Renhuang, Huang Juga remarked in his heart. His own ancestors were in the realm of Renhuang, and now he had the opportunity to reach the realm of his ancestors. For the past few years, Yi Futian had spent a lot of time on them. He would come and visit them whenever he came out of the retreat and provided them the best resources for cultivation. These young people aside, even those from the older generation in the 9 states, who had all reached bottleneck in their own cultivation, had their realms abruptly smashed through in recent years. Dozhan, for example, was cultivating the powerful body-refining formula of the Dou tribe, constantly breaking through the limit of his own physical body and tempering his spiritual willpower by various means. In such ways, even previous limitations could be broken. How is Futian's cultivation? I wonder if he will break into the 2nd level of the divine wheel, Su Ke whispered. In the past few years, Yi Futian's cultivation had been intermittent, and most of his time, besides spending on cultivation, was spent on being with Hua Jieyu and Yinyu. He just came out of the retreat and went to Uncle Hua's, so let's not disturb him for the time being, Huang Juga smiled and said, and Su Ke nodded in agreement. Clearly, they won't deprive Yi Futian of the opportunity to enjoy some peace and quiet. In the residential palace where Hua Fenglu was located, Nandu Wanyin had already prepared a table of food. Although Yi Futian no longer required meal intake at this point in his cultivation, he still quite enjoyed the simplicity and warmth afforded by sharing a meal. Ninyu hasn't come back yet from cultivation? Yi Futian smiled and asked. It should be soon, Nandu Wanyin replied. Brother, sister. Just as they were chatting, a clear voice came from outside, and a little girl, like a little fairy, came running toward Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Huan Yinyu stretched out her hands to Yi Futian, indicating that she wanted to be picked up. Hey, you are too old for this. Yi Futian smiled and rubbed Ninyu's head. The girl was now 9 years old, and she still wanted him to pick her up every time she saw him. We'll stop when I'm 10. Ninyu looked at Yi Futian pitifully. Deal. Let's see how heavy you are now. Yi Futian indulgently picked Huan Yinyu up, and the girl suddenly burst into a bright smile. How's your cultivation coming along? Yi Futian asked. Grandpa Xian said that I've got potential and that I will definitely be better than you in the future. Ninyu looked at Yi Futian with her big eyes. That's for sure. Ninyu has to be better than me. Yi Futian smiled and nodded, and put Ninyu on the chair. When everyone sat down, Nandu Wanyin looked at Lulan Shui and said, Lulan, come and sit with us. No. Lulan Shui shook her head. Come and sit together. Yi Futian turned his head and said to her. Lulan Shui glanced at him, then nodded gently, and sat down on the other side of Ninyu. You've worked hard these years, don't delay your own cultivation, Yi Futian said to Lulan Shui. Lulan Xue nodded slightly. Although her cultivation was weak, she couldn't have imagined all that was before her eyes. However, if you return to the 9 states now, you would be someone great and could even become a clan lord in your own right, Yi Futian said with a smile. Lulan Xue gave him a look and said, I'm not going back. Yi Futian didn't expect Lulan Xue to be so sensitive. Upon seeing his gaze, Lulan Xue explained, I like Ninyu very much. I would be happy to take care of her for the foreseeable future. Well, Sister Lulan is very good to me. Ninyu said, I don't want Sister Lulan to leave. I didn't ask Sister Lulan to leave. Yi Futian pinched Ninyu's face and replied. Nandu Wanyin watched in silence. She smiled and said, the food is getting cold. Let's eat. She was a woman, so she understood what Lulan Xue was thinking. This girl was way too stubborn. She would rather stay by Yi Futian's side as a handmaid. Well, Mistress, please eat. Yi Futian started serving Nandu Wanyin some of the dishes and then did the same for Jieyu. It's enough to take good care of your own wife. Hua Fenglu glared at Yi Futian and then took the initiative to serve Nandu Wanyin. Of course, he also did so for Tang Lan, who was next to him. Yi Futian had a completely innocent look on his face. Master, you are too. Don't mind him, Nandu Wanyin said with a smile. Big brother, eat. Next to him, Huan Yinyu copied Yi Futian and started serving him the dishes. Yinyu, what about me? Hua Fenglu looked at Yinyu and said, Dad, you have Mom to help you. Yinyu looked at Hua Fenglu innocently with her big eyes. Hua Fenglu looked at her, dumbfounded, and then at Nandu Wanyin, who was clearly trying not to laugh. He felt like a total failure. When he thought of that, he gave Yi Futian another dirty look. Yi Futian shrugged and stifled a smile on his face. The family enjoyed the meal together. Afterward, Yi Futian left with Hua Jieyu. Do you want to go back and rest, or do you want to go to the academy with me? Yi Futian asked Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu thought for a moment, then looked at Yi Futian and replied, I'll go with you. Yi Futian smiled when he heard Hua Jieyu's answer. He looked at the beautiful face so close to him and said softly, Can I kiss you? This was his wife, but Yi Futian would never force her to do anything. He had always treated her in the gentlest manner. Hua Jieyu gave him a strange look when she heard Yi Futian's request. There was no embarrassment on her indifferent face, nor did she blush, but she seemed to consider the request seriously. After a moment of silence, she nodded gently. Yi Futian gently circled her waist with both hands, making Hua Jieyu a little nervous. Under the gaze of her beautiful eyes, Yi Futian approached bit by bit and kissed her forehead gently. Hua Jieyu felt a little strange in her heart, but couldn't tell just what that feeling was exactly. Could it be a little nervousness? She didn't quite understand it herself, but when Yi Futian asked her, she didn't seem to mind. Over the years, she seemed to have become accustomed to being with Yi Futian, so that the voice inside her head that urged her to devote herself to cultivation had gradually weakened its influence on her. He said that she was his wife, and she, too, felt that he was very familiar and kind. But who was she? Was she his wife? At this time, in the distant Brahma's pure sky, a strong aura fluctuated in a palace, and it seemed a little cold. At the same time, someone had informed Lord Taixian that recently, some things that were extremely unfavorable to the Heavenly Mandate Academy had happened in the outside world. Many disciples from the Heavenly Mandate Academy had been assassinated while undergoing trials outside. Lord Taixian then ordered an investigation on the matter immediately. After 4 years of peace and quiet, were there now someone who started to attack the Heavenly Mandate Academy secretly? This matter soon became known in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. There were more and more people being assassinated while outside. Chapter 1725 The Force from the Pa. The Heavenly Mandate Academy sent out cultivators to investigate. In the meantime, they urgently recalled the disciples of the Academy traveling outside. Yi Futian naturally received the news as well and didn't go back to cultivate in seclusion. Many people gathered in the Heavenly Mandate Academy, including Lord Taixian. He didn't need to worry about most of the things that happened in the Academy these days, but the assassination of the disciples of the Academy was no small matter. Right now, everyone in attendance was a key figure in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. How many disciples have been assassinated outside so far? Lord Taishian asked in a cold voice. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was not a clan. The disciples only came to study and cultivate. The assassination of the disciples was meaningless and couldn't weaken the academy as a whole. From what he could see, even the enemies of the Heavenly Mandate Academy didn't have to play such dirty tricks. If it were him, he would never do this kind of thing, as he valued his dignity and reputation as a cultivator in the Renhuang Plain. We counted over 30 people so far. One person responded, "We're calling them back as fast as possible." Besides, quite a few elders have gone out to spread the news in the Heavenly Mandate realm and bring back the disciples cultivating outside. All right. Lord Taishian nodded. He said, "Do we have any other clues?" "It's sudden and unexpected. We don't have any clue right now. We can only wait until the people who went out to investigate come back." "What do you guys think?" Lord Taishian asked. They were all central figures of the academy and should speak their minds freely. Someone took a guess and said, "Nowadays, an enemy who dares to attack our Heavenly Mandate Academy must be a supreme force rather than an ordinary one. Moreover, it is very likely to be a powerful lord." A powerful lord would be someone esteemed, like Lord Taishian. No one else would dare to provoke the Heavenly Mandate Academy, as they couldn't bear the consequences once they were exposed. What do other people think? Lord Taishian continued to ask. The Shun clan feuds with our academy the longest. Beside them, the Golden Divine Nation also has a deep enmity toward Futian. Other forces were our rivalries in the God's Relic. It seems like the Shin clan should be our major suspect, but I don't believe the Shun clan is behind this. Why? Lord Taishian asked. The Shin clan is too proud and overbearing to do something sneaky like this. Besides, if they wanted to fight back, they would certainly make an earth-shattering move to completely overpower the Heavenly Mandate Academy. It's meaningless to them to kill ordinary disciples of the academy. Judging by the last battle, it's apparent that the Shun clan doesn't want to or dare to start a war yet. The person continued to speak. People nodded in agreement. The person had a point. The Shin clan had no reason to commit such an act. If that's the case, the Golden Divine Nation is more likely to act behind our back and stir up trouble. Of course, it may also be other forces that want to start a war, other people suggested. Futian, what do you think? Lord Taishian looked at Futian and asked. I also agree that it's less likely to be the Shin clan. I can't say for sure if it's the Golden Divine Nation. We should wait for the investigators to come back and see if there are more concrete clues, said Futian. Lord Taishian nodded. Even though everyone was eager to know the answer, they had no other choice but to wait for more news for now. How is your cultivation going? Lord Taishian asked Futian. Futian had been cultivating most of the time in the past few years and only came out very occasionally. I advanced to the Divine Will Second Order not too long ago, replied Futian. People fixed their eyes on Futian. The speed of his cultivation process was indeed amazing. Cultivators in the Renhuang Plain normally spent hundreds of years to move up a level. It would be quite impressive if someone could advance in several decades. Achieving the Divine Will Second Order in on a few years was astonishing and unheard of. A senior from the Shao clan said, You displayed tremendous power in front of the Shao clan when Muyu was conferring the crown on the goddess. Now that you have reached the Divine Will Second Order, even cultivators in the Divine Will Fifth Order may not be able to defeat you if you exert all of your strength. The Heavenly Mandate Academy nowadays was an alliance of various forces. The top three forces each assigned numerous cultivators to the academy after the battle with the Shin clan. The Shao clan certainly had their representatives in the academy as well. Futian nodded slightly, said, I can still protect myself in the middle-level Renhuang Plain. Things will get tricky if I have to fight against cultivators in the high-level Renhuang Plain. Apart from his ability to fight, he also possessed many valuable tools. Although he gave out a lot of the ritual implements he gained from the God's Relic back in the days, he still kept some of the best implements and had picked several handy ones for himself in the past few years. Therefore, he was confident to say that he could defend himself against cultivators in the middle-level Renhuang Plain, as long as they didn't have the perfect divine wheel. People nodded in silent wonderment. No one else in the Divine Wheel's second order in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path had such confidence. Nevertheless, they knew how powerful Yi Futian's Divine Wheel was. Otherwise, how could he convince the top forces to attack the Xin clan in joint action and establish the Heavenly Mandate Academy? In fact, many people in the Heavenly Mandate Academy were waiting for Yi Futian's time to come. He was destined to become the best cultivator in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, as long as he had enough time to grow. Someone is back. Lord Taishian stood up and walked outside at once, followed by other people. A pung bird dived to the ground, landed in front of the great hall, then transformed into a man. He bowed and said, "My lord, do you have any news?" Lord Taishian asked. "Yes," the man nodded and answered. "The killers excel at assassination, and they disappeared without a trace immediately after the attack. They may cultivate the Way of Shadow." The Way of Shadow? Lord Taishuan's face changed. People who cultivated the Way of Shadow were extremely rare and were better at covering their tracks than attacking the enemies. Still, they were exceptionally dangerous for being expert assassins. Yi Futian had a strange look. He vaguely remembered that Su Ke seemed to cultivate like this. Which force in the 9 realms is skillful at the Way of Shadow? People murmured. An odd look flashed in Lord Taishuan's eyes. The Hidden Land Realm, Lord Taishian said. The Hidden Land Realm has more cultivators who specialize in the Way of Shadow. However, our Heavenly Mandate Academy doesn't have any dispute with the Hidden Land Realm. Several other people darted across the sky. They were all high-level cultivators who were especially swift. They landed in front of the Great Hall and saluted Lord Taishian. Someone said, "It could be a force in the Hidden Land Realm." Hidden Land Realm? Yi Futian recalled that the clan of the God of Ghost, Prison Fort clan, and the Fate World in the Hidden Land Realm held some grudges against him in the past. But there was nothing serious enough to trigger a war between the top forces. These groups didn't seem to have a legitimate reason to do so. The newly arrived cultivators spoke one by one. They had a similar conclusion based on their investigation. They all suspected the cultivators from the Hidden Land Realm. "My lord," said Hua Qingshan of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Gu Donglu was now the clan lord of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven with Jiang Chengzi, the legendary cultivator in the Divine Wheel 9th Order, as his aide. Hua Qingshan, on the other hand, spent most of his time in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven had a closer relationship with the Heavenly Mandate Academy than other groups. After all, Yi Futian and Gu Donglu were brothers who shared a long friendship. The Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven weathered many storms along with Yi Futian. "What do you think?" Lord Taishian asked. "Do you still remember that group?" Hua Qingshan asked. "There was a group that caused turmoil hundreds of years ago, then disappeared completely from the 3,000 realms of the Great Path." Lord Taishuan's face turned stern. He looked at Hua Qingshan and recalled a powerful force hundreds of years ago. "The hell?" Lord Taishian said with a grim expression. He had lived through many eras and had much more experience than the youngsters. He witnessed the age of the twin great emperors. How could he not remember the formidable force in the Hidden Land Realm? Nonetheless, the hell was destroyed at that time and disappeared from the scene. Rumor had it that the rise of the Fate World and Prison Fort clan later in the days was closely related to the Hell's demise. Yes. Hua Qingshan nodded. Many people put on a solemn look. Yi Futian didn't understand. He didn't know anything about the history of that time and had never heard of the Hell as a group. It was a super force many years ago that was wiped out before the great emperor unified the divine prefecture. The Hell was the overlord in the Hidden Land Realm and operated inside of the Gate of the Hell, Lord Taishian explained to Yi Futian. They were extremely dangerous. Why would a group that vanished many years ago suddenly attack the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Yi Futian asked. "We don't know for sure yet, but this does seem like something the Hell would do. It could be the remaining evildoers of the Hell, or someone is using the Hell to attack us," Lord Taishian said. "We didn't capture even one of them?" People shook their heads. "If the Hell is really behind this, it won't be easy for us to defeat them," said Hua Qingshan. "The Hell mastered the art of concealment. A person probably wouldn't even know that he was targeted before being killed. Then, what do you suggest we should do?" Lord Taishian asked. People frowned grimly. Everything was speculation at this point. There was nothing they could do as they didn't capture anyone. Should we lure them out? Yi Futian looked at Lord Taishian and asked. It would be risky. It could backfire on us if they were really the hell from the old days. Lord Taishuan's face was somber. I will go, said Yi Futian. Lord Taishian stared at Yi Futian, who said, let's go straight to the hidden land realm. I will be responsible for luring them out. If they want to take on the Heavenly Mandate Academy for real, I will definitely be their biggest target. Chapter 1726 Gate of the Hell. Just when Yi Futian and the others were planning on visiting the hidden land realm, the cultivators from the Shao clan and the Yuanyang clan brought more news to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Other forces in the Central Emperor realm encountered the same things as the Academy did. It took people in the Heavenly Mandate Academy by surprise. It seemed like they were wrong the whole time. Could it be that the hidden enemy was not solely targeting the Academy? For that reason, Yi Futian and the others waited for a while, instead of setting out right away. Word trickled in that many cultivators of powerful forces in the Central 9 realms either died or disappeared mysteriously. It put the 9 realms in a state of fear and tumult. Losing disciples was not a trivial matter for any top force. No powerful group would tolerate such assault. It was even more outrageous since several forces were attacked at the same time. The mysterious group that vanished before the great emperor unified the divine prefecture. Was it coming back? The leaders of the top forces in the 9 realms knew more about the hell than ordinary disciples. They even brought in people from outside of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path to help. On the day, a team of cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy hit the road. Different from their original plan, they sent a large number of powerful cultivators directly to the Hidden Land realm. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was not the only one. It was said that many forces in the 9 realms were heading to the Hidden Land realm. The Hell once existed in the Hidden Land realm and now reappeared in the 9 realms. Cultivators of all sides were eager to go to the Hidden Land realm to investigate. Yi Futian and the others immediately felt upon their arrival that the vast field of the Hidden Land realm was bleak and gloomy. The mountains were barren, and the plains were desolate. Everything was enveloped in darkness. Each of the 9 realms was different. For instance, the Solar realm was extremely hot, while the Shadow realm was bitterly cold. Ghost Capital City was one of the main cities in the Hidden Land realm. Magnificent and imposing, many ancient, dark-colored buildings towered up inside of the city. It was distinctly different from any other place Yi Futian had been. The clan of the God of Ghost was headquartered in the Ghost Capital City and controlled the large area around the capital. A succession of cultivators from other realms arrived at the Ghost Capital City in recent days. Cultivators in the Ghost Capital City naturally learned about the reason as the news spreading around. The mysterious group Hell from the Hidden Land realm many years ago reappeared and caused plenty of troubles in the 9 realms. The cultivators from the top forces obviously came to inquire into the matter. The clan of the God of Ghost was the most influential group in the Hidden Land realm. The Ghost Capital City, as its capital, might have more information circulating around. Therefore, it was the most desirable destination for many forces. The cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy also came to Ghost Capital City and found a place to settle down temporarily. Their arrival soon attracted people's attention. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was prominent in the 9 realms. Even though they didn't have the same level of influence in the Hidden Land realm as they did in the Heavenly Mandate realm, the cultivators in the Hidden Land realm still knew about their attack on the Shin clan 4 years ago. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was even more renowned than the top forces from the Central Emperor realm, such as the Shin clan. Yi Futian was also a legendary name well known in the 9 realms. Cultivators in the Hidden Land realm heard about him as well. Many people were guessing if Yi Futian was truly as strong and unrivaled as the rumors claimed so. The night was pitch black. Yi Futian was cultivating in the room when he sensed something. He opened his eyes and saw an indistinct figure in the distance. Which friend is it? Yi Futian asked and immediately saw a pale shadow gracefully landed on the roof in front of him. The shadow was faint and indistinct as though it was not a real person but a ghost in the moonlight. Wearing a thin, white dress, she had long, black hair, an elegant figure, and a gorgeous face. She looked like a ghost in the darkness. Is this not her real body? Yi Futian was intrigued. He stepped forward and unleashed invisible energy on her. I have long heard about your name and how you defeated Shin Hao from the Shun clan and built the perfect divine wheel. I came here particularly to catch a glimpse of your regal bearing, the woman said with a smile. You are indeed a man of elegance and talent. This is quite surprising, as I thought you would be a brawny and domineering guy. Did you come from the clan of the God of Ghost? Yi Futian asked. She couldn't move so quietly if it were her real body. She probably used a technique unique to the clan of the God of Ghost to project a blurry shadow of her. I'm Lian Qingyi from the clan of the God of Ghost, said the woman. Lian Qingyi, Yi Futian murmured. There was an outstanding cultivator from the clan of the God of Ghost in the God's Relic whose name was Lian Jiuyo. Maybe she was related to him. You already knew the intention of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, didn't you? Yi Futian asked her. Yes, I do. Lian Qingyi nodded. Can you tell me? Said Yi Futian. I will tell you everything I know when you come to the clan of the God of Ghost tomorrow, said Lian Qingyi. Then, her shadow glided away and disappeared silently. Hua Jiangshan came to Yi Futian after Lian Qingyi was gone, said, Lian Qingyi is the goddess of the clan of the God of Ghost. She is an extraordinary cultivator in the middle-level Renhuang Plain, one of the best in the younger generation of the clan of the God of Ghost. Yi Futian nodded. He was curious why Lian Qingyi came to him. Was it really possible that she simply wanted to meet him? I will go to the clan of the God of Ghost tomorrow to see if I can gather any useful information, said Yi Futian. Okay. Hua Jiangshan nodded. The next day, Yi Futian led a group of people to the God of Ghost Palace where the clan of the God of Ghost was located. Standing outside of the God of Ghost Palace, Yi Futian gazed into the distance. The magnificent castle far away with black and forbidding walls could almost reach the sky. Some other people moved closer to them at the moment. Yi Futian sensed something and turned around. A strange look flashed across his face when he saw the people coming. Those people's penetrating eyes darted toward Yi Futian like sharp blades with a golden gleam. They were cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation. They also came to Ghost Capital City. The Golden Divine Nation also lost some disciples who were traveling or cultivating outside. It was obvious that the Heavenly Mandate Academy was not the only group the clan of the God of Ghost invited. The tension in the room was incredibly palpable due to the enmity between the Academy and the Golden Divine Nation. One of the leaders of the delegation of the Golden Divine Nation was especially forceful and frightening. He was a divine general in the Golden Divine Nation and had met Yi Futian in the battle of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. A dashing young man in his 30s stood next to the divine general. He seemed shrewd and assertive. Gai Qixing, the seventh son of the sovereign of the Golden Divine Nation, stared at Yi Futian with a menacing look. Yi Futian could sense that Gai Qixing was in the middle-level Renhuang Plain with a fourth-order divine wheel. He was not threatened by Gai Qixing at all. Gai Tsong, the sovereign of the Golden Divine Nation, personally visited the Heavenly Mandate Academy when it was established. But they later realized that there was nothing they could do to Yi Futian and had been keeping a low profile ever since the battle with the Shin clan. Nowadays, neither side would launch an attack recklessly despite mutual hostility. Let's go. Yi Futian glanced at them, turned back, and walked toward the guide sent by the clan of the God of Ghost. The cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation also stepped forward. The clan of the God of Ghost already prepared a banquet in front of a palace. Yi Futian found out that the cultivators from the Sky-Reaching School, Shangxiao Divine Palace, Celestial Worthy Temple, Heavenly Sword Hall, and other groups were all present. Some people showed an interesting look when the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Golden Divine Nation walked in. Many people here knew about their grudges. Yi Futian looked at the seat of the host. It was someone he met the night before, Lian Qingyi. Several cultivators from the clan of the God of Ghost sat behind her. Nevertheless, it was the real Lian Qingyi today instead of her shadow. Please. A cultivator from the clan of the God of Ghost showed Yi Futian and the others to their seats. Lian Qingyi shot a glance at Yi Futian yet didn't say anything. A person asked, Is everyone here? The cultivators of the top forces in the 9 realms who came to Ghost Capital City were all here. Yes, Lian Qingyi nodded and said, I invited you here because I know why you came to the Hidden Land realm. Based on the information gathered by the clan of the God of Ghost, the rumors about the once powerful group in the Hidden Land realm are very likely to be true. Your speculations are correct. People's eyes narrowed in concentration. Was it really the mysterious force from years ago? A group that had disappeared for hundreds of years suddenly resurged? If so, what do they want to achieve by assassinating the cultivators of all forces in the 9 realms? A person from the sky-reaching school asked Lian Qingyi. It was a question that puzzled everyone. They want to make you come to the Hidden Land realm, said Lian Qingyi. Her answer astounded the crowd. The hell intentionally lured them to the Hidden Land realm? Why? Several people asked simultaneously. If the hell truly resurrected, shouldn't they develop and expand in secret? Why would they provoke the cultivators in the 9 realms and cause quite a stir? In fact, there has been a deep undercurrent in the Hidden Land realm. A rumor has been spreading for the past few years. Lian Qingyi looked at the crowd and said, the gate of the hell might have emerged. Gate of the hell. The cultivators' faces grew stern. People of the older generation had heard about the gate of the hell many years ago. If that's true, the hell might make a comeback and fall upon the 9 realms again? Someone asked. Lian Qingyi nodded and replied, to be honest, they're already back. Chapter 1727 Yellow Spring in Geo City. Based on folktales, the Gate of the Hell was the holy land of the hell and guarded the path to the real hell. The hell might reappear in the 9 realms when the Gate of the Hell opened. Lian Qingyi, did you mean that the Gate of the Hell has appeared but not opened yet? And the hell caused all the troubles in the 9 realms in order to attract the cultivators here to open the Gate of the Hell for them? Asked the cultivator from the sky-reaching school. Other people also looked at Lian Qingyi. They all interpreted her words the same way. Yes. Lian Qingyi nodded and continued. There was news about the Gate of the Hell circulating in the Hidden Land realm many years ago. The remaining force of the Hell suddenly launched a series of attacks in recent days and caused a commotion in the 9 realms. Without a doubt, they wanted to attract the attention of the 9 realms and lure you to the Hidden Land realm. Their goal, as you would expect, is to make the cultivators from the 9 realms to open the Gate of the Hell for them. Why do people from the Hell assume that we would open the Gate of the Hell for them? Someone from the Golden Divine Nation with a hoarse voice asked. Many people glanced at him and remained expressionless. They thought it was a legit question. Why would they open the Gate of the Hell for the Hell? However, the answer soon became clear to them. Under everyone's watch, the cultivator from the Golden Divine Nation paused for a moment. He ruminated with his head slightly lowered and realized the reason in no time. The fabled Gate of the Hell might have relics left by the Great Emperor. How could the cultivators from the 9 realms restrain themselves from exploring if they really found the location of the Gate of the Hell? Even if they could control themselves, how could they stop the others from doing it? Although they knew the Hell intended to take advantage of them, there must be some people in the 9 realms who would be used willingly and happily. Where did the Gate of the Hell emerge? Someone looked at Lian Qingyi and asked. Yellow Spring in Geo City, Lian Qingyi answered with a smile. Everyone's face grew solemn. Joyo City was an uninviting place in the Hidden Land realm. A notorious city, it had the river of Yellow Spring in the center where anyone who hadn't reached the Renhuang Plain would certainly die without exception if stepped in. Even a cultivator in the Renhuang Plain would certainly encounter grave dangers inside. Many extraordinary people in the Hidden Land realm went to the Yellow Spring to cultivate. Countless cultivators had been devoured by the Yellow Spring in the past. Yet now the Gate of the Hell popped up in the Yellow Spring in Joyo City. Everybody of the older generation was familiar with Joyo City, one of the most famous places in the Hidden Land realm. Hua Jiangshan used voice transmission to explain it to Yi Futian, who didn't know much about the Hidden Land realm. Joyo City didn't belong to any group in the Hidden Land realm. It was an infamously chaotic place where no good man would step foot in. Nevertheless, Joyo City had raised a number of superb cultivators. Many forces in the Hidden Land realm would send young, promising disciples to Joyo City for a while. The cultivation practice in the Hidden Land realm was cruel and ruthless. They selected talents through brutal trial and elimination. Death was common and insignificant. Why didn't we hear about this before? Someone stared at Lian Qingyi and asked. They couldn't tell if what Lian Qingyi said was completely true. The top forces in the Hidden Land realm all wanted to explore the Gate of the Hell ever since it emerged again. Why would they leak the news and let you know? The rumors were circulating in a small circle in the Hidden Land realm as only a small group of people are powerful enough to learn about it. How could it reach you? Lian Qingyi cracked a smile. According to you, we would never know about this if the hell didn't lure us to the Hidden Land realm, someone said. Lian Qingyi gave a tacit admission. It probably can't stay hidden now after the tumult broke out. In recent days, many powerful cultivators are already heading to Juyo City as information flying out of there. Before long, Juyo City will draw the attention of the entire Hidden Land realm, said Lian Qingyi. The crowd was silent upon hearing Lian Qingyi's words. Based on what she said, the news about the Gate of the Hell would soon spread around. They should leave for Juyo City right away. You don't need to worry. As far as I know, even though the people in Juyo City knew about the Gate of the Hell, they haven't found the exact location yet. Things won't move at such a rapid pace. It's a rare opportunity for you to gather here, and the clan of the God of Ghost would like to perform the duties of a host. Lian Qingyi seemed to see through people's minds. She raised her glass and spoke to the crowd with a smile. People nodded. Although many guests were more senior than Lian Qingyi, they came to the clan of the God of Ghost and were welcomed by its goddess. They were glad to respect the host's wishes. Ren Huangyi, can I go to study and cultivate in the Heavenly Mandate Academy if the chance arises in the future? Lian Qingyi raised her glass again. How modest you are. People in the Heavenly Mandate Academy would be lucky to learn from you if you are willing to visit us, Futian replied politely. Lian Qingyi was in the middle-level Renhuang plane. Cultivators in this level were already big fish in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, even though they might not be prominent in supreme forces. Only a small group of people reached this level. They were at the very top considering the vast population of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. This small group of people had the strongest voice and the ultimate say in the entire world. After all, only a few could stand at the top of the pyramid. Lian Qingyi smiled and exchanged polite remarks with the leaders of other groups. The banquet was not exactly exciting, but at least Lian Qingyi was courteous enough. Some people excused themselves after a few rounds of toast. Lian Qingyi didn't stop them from leaving. She nodded slightly and said, Juyo City is quite famous in the Hidden Land realm. I won't need to guide the way as I'm sure you can find it without trouble. Besides, I suppose you will meet other groups from the 9 realms in Juyo City. One by one, people stood up and asked to leave. Futian and the others from the Heavenly Mandate Academy also left the banquet without bothering the host any longer. They had to go to Juyo City no matter what the hell planned to do. The disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were killed by people from the hell. It was not something that could be easily let go. However, the remaining members of the hell most likely went into hiding after its demise. It would be very difficult to uncover them if they didn't expose themselves first. People left the banquet one after the other. Soon, Lian Qingyi was the only one that remained in her seat. A blurry figure became visible behind her and slowly took shape. The man was tall and mysterious in a black robe. How did it go? The man asked. His voice was deep and hoarse. Futian was the one who solved the mystery of God's relic years ago. Lian Juyo was one of the witnesses there. It's not a secret that Futian attained the God's inheritance. He is undoubtedly powerful yet surprisingly humble and easygoing. She gazed into the distance and murmured, It depends on luck whether he could open the Gate of the Hell or not. So far, she couldn't accurately gauge Futian's ability from simple conversations and brief observation. You should lead a group and set off as well, said the black-robed man. He then became blurry again and vanished into thin air. Juyo City in the Hidden Land realm was also called a City of Chaos, City of Barbarity, and City of Death. It was famous enough to be the best-known city in the entire Hidden Land realm. After all, the other capitals were controlled by the supreme forces in the Hidden Land realm, yet Juyo City was not in the hands of any particular overlord. It was a labyrinth of forces and groups. These forces rose and fell at a fast pace. Resting on a high mountain, the castles in Juyo City almost seemed to be built in midair. The yellow spring split the city into 2 halves. Juyo City had been exceedingly busy these days. As the rumor spreading around the Hidden Land realm, countless cultivators headed to Juyo City. Even people from supreme forces in other realms arrived at Joyo City. For instance, it was alleged that cultivators of the Nantian Divine Kingdom and the Shun clan in the Central Emperor realm were already here. In addition, the ravishing princess of the Nantian Divine Kingdom was also in Joyo City. Right now, a woman with breathtaking beauty was sitting in the Lingquan Tavern high up in Joyo City. She could enjoy the magnificent view of the bottomless chasm from her seat on the cliff. Buildings were perched on several terraces of the cliff. Cultivators strolled around with ease while the yellow spring roared below. People in other taverns on the cliff all looked up to catch a glimpse of the woman sitting on the edge of the Lingquan Tavern. Her gorgeous face made many people's eyes blaze. Sinful thoughts flashed through some people's minds as they saw the only daughter of Emperor Nan and Empress Luo of the Nantian Divine Kingdom appeared in this chaotic place. After all, there were many evil cultivators in Joyo City. "Princess, would you like me to?" An old man behind Nan Luotian said in a low voice with a menacing look in his eyes. Even though he was standing still, nothing happened around could evade his detection. "It's not necessary," Nan Luotian replied. She didn't come here to cause trouble, and it was impossible to escape from people's stares. Princess Luotian. At the moment, a man with a trim figure strode toward them from outside of the tavern. He hovered in the air and looked at Nan Luotian, asked, "Is Princess Luotian curious about the emergence of the Gate of the Hell as well?" The man speaking was Shun Hao from the Shin clan. The cultivators of the Shin clan arrived too. "I'm here to have a look." Nan Luotian shot a casual glance at Shin Hao. Shin Hao nodded slightly and said, "As far as I know, the forces around the Hidden Land realm and the 9 realms are all here now. Joyo City is a complicated place where good people and bad people mix up together. Princess Luotian, please be careful." "Thank you," Nan Luotian responded monotonously. Shin Hao ended the conversation and walked toward the tavern, as he sensed that Nan Luotian had no intention of inviting him to join her. A man in his position couldn't possibly pester her shamelessly. Chapter 1728, Asking for Pointers. The cultivators of Nantian Divine Kingdom and the Shen clan appeared in the same inn. This caused a huge uproar in the surrounding districts in Joyo City. Many cultivators of Joyo City came over to catch a glimpse of these top figures from other realms. After seeing Nan Luotian, many people were astonished by her peerless beauty that could cause nations and cities to fall. At least, they had not seen anyone with a face more beautiful than hers. Nan Luotian's temperament was also extraordinary. However, not long after, in another place, another stunning beauty appeared. Word of her identity was very quickly spread around. She was the goddess of the Shadow Realm's Yue Divine Palace, Changxi. Above the yellow spring, at the top of a peak, similarly, in a large inn, a group of silhouettes arrived. They sat off to one side and enjoyed the scenery. Futian stood at the edge of the inn. He gazed down at the yellow spring below, as well as the layered districts aligning the 10,000 zhang-tall cliff. This scenery gave off a different type of beauty. It was very majestic and felt grand. In the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, there are countless distinguished figures. In this current generation, among the women, Nan Luotian is without equal. "Goddess Chang, she might be the only person that can be compared with her," said someone not far from Futian. Their gazes were staring off in the opposite direction. From where they were, they could faintly make out an absolutely stunning silhouette. Futian noticed the discussion of the people around him. He turned to look in the opposite direction and also saw that across the yellow spring, in the inn opposite of the one he was in, a woman who was like a goddess was sitting there quietly. It was as though she was not of this world. It was somewhat of a coincidence, Futian thought to himself. However, this area was the central district of the 9-state city. The view here was also the best, so encountering her here was not out of the ordinary. "I have heard that after goddess Xiao Muyu of the Shao clan in the Central Emperor realm was proclaimed a goddess after reaching the Renhuang Plain, she is now already not inferior to Nan Luotian and Changxi," someone said. "I would want to have a look at her. She should be coming, right?" someone said with a laugh. Futian listened quietly. He never imagined that after being proclaimed a goddess, Muyu's fame had even reached the Hidden Land realm. Speaking of Xiao Muyu, there is another person who needs to be mentioned. "Rumor has it that her achievements are all due to one person," another person said. The crowd paused for a moment. They had all heard about this. Currently, among the younger generation of the Nine Realms, aside from Futian, no one else had greater levels of fame. It is not just Xiaomuyu. Currently, the many cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy are all being cultivated by him. Is this person truly so incredible? Someone asked. Futian's fame was too great. A person who had just reached the Renhuang plane should not have such levels of fame. He sounded too legendary. After all, this was the Hidden Land realm. News of him had all come from other realms. Hence, they felt somewhat distant towards this news, as though they were listening to tales of legends. Rumor has it that this person has a head of silver hair. When he appears, he is followed by divine signs. Even his appearance is handsome and will make women fall for him at first sight. Another voice continued. Among Futian's group, many people were looking at Futian as they revealed faint smiles. Futian stood there quietly, gazing into the distance. He thought to himself that most people in the world still had discerning eyes. At that moment, a group of silhouettes headed in this direction. The leader had a stunning appearance that made others want to succumb to her at first glance. She had an intelligent smile, and she looked ahead with her beautiful eyes. She seemed to have walked out of a painting. Many people were astonished. However, the people in this and discovered that this woman was actually heading towards them. They could not help but reveal strange looks. She was the goddess of Yue Divine Palace, Changxi. She walked over through the air. She wore a faint smile on her face that made their spirits leave their bodies. Who is she looking at? Many people were wondering. The gazes of the people around here all shifted towards the inn. Who was she looking for in there? The people in the inn also made sideways glances. They watched as Changxi walked step by step towards the edge of the inn. She stood in midair and looked at the white-haired silhouette that stood there. She smiled and said, "I never imagined that I would encounter Renhuangyi here." All gazes landed on Futian. With his white clothes and white hair, he looked handsome and cool. Changxi from Yue Divine Palace had personally come here to greet him, and she called him Renhuangyi. Who this person was did not need to be elaborated upon. Futian. He had also come here, and he was actually right here. He must have overheard the conversations that the people here were having. Goddess Changxi, I assume you have been well? Futian greeted with a faint smile. Renhuangyi, aren't you going to invite me for a drink? Changxi said with a grin on her face. Each smile and grin of hers bore extraordinary charm. She was the goddess of Yue Divine Palace. Her temperament was that of an ice queen. However, before Futian, she gave off the feeling of a spring breeze. It was as though her icy temperament had been melted away. Would goddess honor me with a drink? Futian asked. It is my honor to be invited by Renhuangyi, Changxi replied. Please, Futian said as he extended his hand in an inviting gesture. Changxi stepped forward and entered the inn, sitting down at Futian's table. The two of them laughed and chatted, causing many people to have the same thought. These two people were sitting together like peerless lovers. Were they together? If so, this would make for a good fairy tale. In the opposite direction, Nan Luotian, as well as Xian Hao, naturally also saw Futian. The two of them were not sitting together, but their gazes were directed towards Futian. Nan Luotian was somewhat curious about Futian. Back then, when she was in Tianqian Academy, she had met Futian before. At that time, no one knew what Futian was doing in Tianqian Academy. However, later on, everyone realized that Futian had cultivated many flawless divine will Renhuangs when he was there. Some examples were Do Zhao from Do tribe and Xiaomuyu from the Xiao clan. As for when Futian later headed to the Xin clan, even her father and mother were quite shocked when they heard about it. Her father even claimed that Futian was the most monstrous person to appear in the divine prefectures after they had been unified. Futian would be able to change an era. From this, one could imagine how high a praise he was giving to Futian. As for Xian Hao, one could imagine how he felt about Futian. His gaze was extremely chilly. Although he had many thoughts in his mind, he sat there quietly and did not go up to meet Futian. Right then, above the yellow spring, a silhouette suddenly appeared. This person was garbed in a black robe and had extraordinary temperament. However, he gave off an extremely dangerous vibe. He was cruel and overbearing. Might of Ren Huang emanated from his body. When they saw this person appear, the cultivators in Juyo City recognized who he was. He is Du Yuan, disciple of Evil Emperor. Evil Emperor was a mighty figure at the top of Juyo City. He was in existence at the upper-level Renhuang Plain. This Du Yuan was one of the most outstanding of Evil Emperor's disciples. He was in existence that would most likely surpass Evil Emperor himself. He had proven his way and reached the Renhuang Plain in less than 100 years. Currently, he already had a second-tier divine wheel. What was Evil Emperor's disciple, Du Yuan, doing here? He seemed to be facing the direction of the inn in which Yi Futian and Chang Shi were at. Yi Futian and Chang Shi were still casually chatting. They ignored the existence of the other party. In reality, with their identities, there weren't many people that they needed to worry about. Although Du Yuan was a Renhuang, he was not worthy of their attention. I, Du Yuan from Juyo City, have intentionally come to ask a few pointers from Renhuang Yi, Du Yuan said. Many people revealed strange looks when they heard his words. What was Du Yuan's intention? Was this a challenge? However, Du Yuan's tone was very polite. It seemed that he truly was asking for pointers. Yi Futian's fame was the genuine article. Moreover, Yi Futian had led an army into the Shen clan and had defeated Shun Hao. Even if the members of the Hidden Land realm had not witnessed it themselves, they were not so foolish as to doubt Yi Futian's credibility. Even goddess Xiaomuyu from Shao clan was willing to be his disciple. Although Du Yuan was a cultivator with a second-tier divine wheel, it was impossible for him to be a match for Yi Futian. Everyone was aware of this point. Du Yuan certainly also knew about this. Hence, if it was a challenge, even though Du Yuan was a Renhuang, he was unqualified to challenge Yi Futian. It was more likely that he had truly come to ask for pointers. As a disciple of the Evil Emperor, it was praiseworthy for Du Yuan to set aside his pride and ask for pointers from a Renhuang that was the same generation as he was. After all, in Juyo City, Du Yuan was also famous. Only now did Yi Futian and Chang Shi turn to look at Du Yuan. A powerful aura flowed out of Du Yuan's body. They could clearly sense that the other party had a second-tier divine wheel. What do you wish to know? Yi Futian asked calmly. Before this, he had looked up to people at the Renhuang Plain. However, after he had proven his way and reached the Renhuang Plain himself, his mentality naturally also changed accordingly. Now, even if he was against an upper-level Renhuang, he would still be very calm. People at the Renhuang Plain, like Du Yuan, already could not stir up his emotions. I have long heard of Renhuang Ye's name. I wish to ask Renhuang Yi for a few pointers through actual combat to see the difference between us, Du Yuan explained. Yi Futian was the possessor of a flawless divine wheel and was considered the most outstanding figure of their generation. To be able to battle against Yi Futian was an opportunity that was extremely hard to come across. Of course, Du Yuan would certainly lose, but that was not important. Yi Futian's gaze landed on the white-robed swordsman. He smiled and said, Wuchen, after having proven your way, you have yet to have the chance to experience actual combat. How about you give it a try? It had not been long since Yi Wuchen had broken through to the next plane. He had always been in the academy and had yet to have the opportunity to experience his own abilities as a Renhuang. He did not have actual combat experience. All right. Yi Wuchen nodded his head and stood up. Yi Futian glanced sideways at Du Yuan and said, My friend has just broken through the next plane. Why don't you spar with him? All right. Du Yuan nodded his head. He did not underestimate his opponent at all. Just because Yi Futian had mentioned that his friend had just broken through to the next plane, Du Yuan knew about the battle with the Shin clan. Yi Futian's group of first-tier divine wheel cultivators had swept away the lower-level Renwangs of the Shin clan. They had utterly dominated their opponents. Since Yi Wuchen was a good friend of Yi Futian, he would certainly also be very powerful. Chapter 1729 Exposed. Yi Wuchen stepped forward and flew up into the air above the yellow spring. He stood across from Du Yuan. The yellow spring was very wide. However, if two Renhuang were to begin battling here, they would still affect the people on both shores of the yellow spring. Hence, a cultivator from the Heavenly Mandate Academy beside Yi Futian walked out, and an extremely powerful might of Wei emanated from him. In an instant, an independent spatial battlefield was forged above the yellow spring. It directly sealed off the two shores of the yellow spring. "You all do not need to hold back," the elder said. The might of Wei on Yu Wuchen and Du Yuan's bodies were also released at this moment. A dark storm swept up in the sky above the yellow spring. Endless black winds blew in and instantly flooded the sky above the yellow spring. It was as though the sky had become a one-dimensional dark world. Rumble. An area of fire appeared in the dark space. The black flames were like the fires of death from hell. The flames of the Wei immediately consumed Yu Wuchen. An illusory dark silhouette seemed to appear in the flames of the Wei. It was like an evil deity that was trying to consume Yu Wuchen. However, at the same time, dazzling blades of light suddenly lit up around Yu Wuchen's body. Blades of extremely devastating divine swords appeared around his figure. With his figure as the center, they radiated outwards and resonated with the world around them. In an instant, countless divine swords shot across the sky. The flames of the Wei closest to Yu Wuchen's body were immediately extinguished. Buzz! The dazzling divine sword halos shot straight towards Du Yuan and his evil deity illusion. It was instantly shattered into nothingness. Great path of destruction. Du Yuan looked at Yu Wuchen. He naturally sensed that his opponent's swordsmanship was laced with the great path of destruction. Under the influence of this will of the great path, Du Yuan's fires of death were constantly extinguished and disappeared without a trace. At that moment, divine swords were everywhere in the heavens above. Aura of the divine wheel of the great path swept out of Yu Wuchen's body. Divine signs appeared, and countless divine swords resonated with the divine wheel in his body. His divine will radiated brilliant light and destructive power. Du Yuan sensed an extremely powerful pressure. In such a situation, he naturally did not dare to hold back. He instantly unleashed his power. A dark, illusory figure of an evil deity appeared. It seemed to be formed from coalesced fire of death. The space was flooded by dark flames and became a sea of dark flames. Illusions of evil deities roared as they charged towards Yu Wuchen. Du Yuan's flames of the Wei contained the power of death and burning. As long as it invaded one's body, it could instantly consume the person and burn them to death. It was extremely overbearing. However, Du Yuan felt that his opponent's swordsmanship and great path of destruction was suppressing his own might of Wei. His terrifying fire of death could not invade Yu Wuchen's body. It could not even get close to him. Was this the suppression of the great path and the divine wheel? Du Yuan thought to himself. He had come to seek pointers from Futian because he wanted to experience a flawless divine wheel. Right now, he was experiencing it firsthand. This friend of Futian was also a possessor of a flawless divine wheel. Against such suppression of the great path, Du Yuan did not stand a chance at all. Right now, the divine swords floating in midair radiated blinding divine light. The light kept pushing back Du Yuan's way. The divine swords hummed and emitted frightening destructive winds that ripped towards Du Yuan's body. With the suppression of the great path, "You cannot harm me," Yu Wuchen concluded as he looked toward Du Yuan. He did not attack. Swordsmanship was extremely dangerous. If a sword was sent slashing out, it could not be drawn back. They were only sparring. He did not want to kill his opponent. "Thank you very much." The fire of death in the space receded like a tide and disappeared very quickly. Everything returned to normal. In the end, Du Yuan chose not to attack. It was as Yu Wuchen said. Yu Wuchen's divine wheel caused his great path to be suppressed. Under the suppression of the great path, Du Yuan did not stand a chance at all. However, he had managed to experience the power of a flawless divine wheel this time. The sword will on Yu Wuchen's body also dissipated. The two of them had not even truly exchanged blows. Everything had ended before that happened. "Thank you for the instruction," Du Yuan said as he bowed slightly at Yu Wuchen. His plane was actually higher than Yu Wuchen's plane. Du Yuan was a Runhuang with a second-tier divine wheel. However, in terms of ability, he could not put up a fight against Yu Wuchen. This round of sparring was indeed him receiving instruction from Yu Wuchen. Yu Wuchen nodded his head slightly and then walked back to the inn. Futian smiled bitterly when he saw this scene. Futian had wanted Yu Wuchen to experience a battle at the Renhuang Plain. However, he had overlooked the might of a flawless divine wheel. Although Yi Wuchen's opponent was famous in Joyo City, he could not be considered a member of a top force. For his second-tier Divine Wheel to go against Wuchen's flawless Divine Wheel, they were indeed not on the same level. This battle was not very meaningful for Yi Wuchen. He still had not experienced an actual battle. I apologize again for disturbing Renhuang Yi. Du Yuan saluted Yi Futian with his fists. His manners were impeccable. Before this, he had initially wanted to ask Yi Futian to give him some pointers. However, from the looks of it now, it was meaningless for him to do so. Even against Yi Wuchen, Du Yuan had been suppressed. If Yi Futian had been the one to enter the battlefield, what would the outcome of the match be like? You are too kind. Yi Futian nodded at Du Yuan. He did not mind that Du Yuan had come. After all, Du Yuan had carried himself with absolute respect. He was a Renhuang that had come with sincerity. Du Yuan turned to leave. However, this caused an uproar on the two shores of the Yellow Spring. He was a disciple of the evil emperor. He actually was not even qualified for Yi Futian to lift a finger against him. Just a mere friend of Yi Futian's could immediately suppress Du Yuan. However, the sword will just now was indeed frighteningly powerful. It was another flawless divine wheel. When the cultivators of some top forces saw this scene, they had different thoughts about it. They were not so concerned about the actual battle. Yi Wuchen's flawless divine wheel was far more astonishing than this battle. How many flawless divine wheel possessors did the Heavenly Mandate Academy have now? Before this, they did not even know about Yi Wuchen. It was as though any person that Yi Futian simply brought out had a flawless level divine wheel. This hurt the members of the top forces a lot. By looking at Heavenly Mandate Academy, one would have the misconception that obtaining a flawless divine wheel was very easy, and its value was not very high. However, in the battle just now, it was made very clear. Even if their plane was low, a flawless divine will possessor could still crush their opponent. When the cultivators of the Shen clan saw this scene, one could imagine how they felt. Even Nan Luoshan's heart wavered. Nan Luoshan was a proud person. In the past, even a talented figure like her had to put in an enormous amount of effort in order to forge a flawless divine wheel. However, right now, wielders of flawless divine wheels appeared one after another around Yi Futian. This made her feel slightly uneasy. Up until now, Yi Futian had been witnessing everything quietly. In the inn, Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen were chatting casually. The way the people, who were on both sides of the Yellow Spring, looked at Yi Futian changed subtly. Before this, they had only heard of his name. Now, they had seen him personally. Du Yuan, the disciple of evil emperor, was not even qualified to receive guidance from Yi Futian. A follower of Yi Futian was more than capable of putting up a fight. They felt as though Yi Futian was not of the same generation as them. His current status had long surpassed his level of cultivation. Rumor has it that in the 9 realms, many crowned Renhuang Yi as the top figure of the generation. You are standing head and shoulders above the rest of your generation. What does Renhuang Yi think of this title? Someone located in an inn at the opposite side of the Yellow Spring suddenly spoke up. The speaker was also a cultivator at the Renhuang Plain. As soon as he spoke, many people stared at him. He was a middle-level Renhuang from Joyo City. Yi Futian paused momentarily while holding his glass in his hand. His gaze shifted and glanced in the direction where the speaker was. They were very far apart from each other. However, for high-level cultivators like Yi Futian, this distance amounted to nothing. In front of me sits Goddess Changxi. Across the river, there is Princess Luoshan. Who was the one who said that I am the top figure of this generation? Yi Futian replied calmly, there are countless legendary figures in the 9 realms. I am but one out of the many of them. I am quite fortunate to have a few seniors willing to aid me in some matters. Hence, I have accumulated a little bit of fame. That's all. Renhuang Yi leads the members of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, and your academy dominates the battles wherever you go. Your achievements cannot be summarized with the phrase, a little bit of fame. The speaker continued to praise Yi Futian. I do not deny that others are exceptional as well, but I reckon there is hardly anyone who is on par with Renhuang Yi. When Yi Futian heard the speaker complimenting him, his expression turned indifferent. He put down his glass and looked at golden-winged giant Pongbird Demon Emperor. Yi Futian transmitted his voice to the latter, saying, Senior, Can you please help me to capture him? All right. The golden-winged giant Pongbird Demon Emperor nodded his head. He took a step forward and immediately headed out of the inn. The crowd was stunned. No one managed to react. The Runhuang had extended his praise to Yi Futian, but Yi Futian was subduing the other party instead. What was the meaning of this? Buzz. Golden-winged giant Pongbird Demon Emperor directly disappeared from his spot. In another inn, the Demon Emperor who praised Yi Futian put down his glass. The next moment, his silhouette vanished too. He merged into the shadows, as though he had never appeared before. This caused many people to reveal strange expressions. One by one, silhouettes of Renhuangs stood up. Many of them were Renhuangs from the top forces of the Nine Realms. Was the speaker a Renhuang from hell? Golden-winged giant Pongbird Demon Emperor appeared in the inn where the speaker was just now. He swept the surroundings with his will, but he couldn't locate the opponent. It was as though he had really vanished into thin air. Buzz. Golden divine light dazzled, and golden-winged giant Pongbird traversed the space, moving into the distance. There, a slight aura fluctuation could be detected. However, similarly, it disappeared without a trace in an instant. Yi Futian remained sitting with an indifferent expression. How did you know? Changshi asked while looking at Yi Futian. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. I didn't, Yi Futian responded. Changshi revealed a puzzled look. But, didn't we figure him out after we launched an attack? Yi Futian continued with a smile. He stood up and gazed into the distance, explaining, Hell lured us to come to the hidden land realm. Hence, surely there would be someone watching us from the shadows. Not only would they spy on us furtively, but they would also observe us openly. Just now, the speaker was a middle-level Runhuang. A strong cultivator at this level wouldn't possibly gossip in public. Moreover, saying that kind of praise in public towards me would only offend more people. It would cause me to become an eyesore among the forces. His words sounded like praise, but actually, they were ill-intended. So, I tried him out. I did not expect that my guess would be correct. Yi Futian's tone was calm. A cultivator from hell had been exposed. If the cultivator only had a normal ability, it was impossible for him to escape unscathed. He could only escape from the hands of golden-winged giant Pongbird Demon Emperor if he was proficient in concealment techniques. It would be significant if they could capture a middle-level Renhuang from hell. At the very least, they could obtain some information about hell from him. Changshi smiled as she looked at Yi Futian. His method was brilliant. Chapter 1730 Di Wu. Changshi clearly knew that, currently, Yi Futian indeed could be considered the top figure in this generation. It was just that knowing it was one thing. Proclaiming it out in public would undoubtedly draw the crowd's ire towards Yi Futian. In the 9 Supreme Realms, there were many top forces and countless prominent figures. If someone claimed themselves to be the first, they would instantly be targeted by everyone else. Currently, there were already enough gazes on Yi Futian. Many forces were certainly hoping to get rid of Yi Futian and be done with him. If Yi Futian actually claimed the title of first, the emotions of some parties would also be magnified. Hence, Yi Futian naturally would not claim to be the first. Currently, he also had the Heavenly Mandate Academy behind him. He would do all within his power to establish the Heavenly Mandate Academy as the top academy in the 9 realms and forge the future batch of prominent figures. For now, that would be his priority. In the distance, a terrifying wave spread over here. Many people looked towards the direction of the wave. After a long while, golden-winged giant Pongbird Demon Emperor returned to the inn. I could not catch him alive, so I killed him, he said to Yi Futian. His opponent was a middle-level Renhuang that was skilled in concealment techniques and would have escaped from him if he was ever so slightly careless. Golden-winged giant Pongbird Demon Emperor could only forcefully use the might of his way to destroy the other party's way and kill him in the process. Thanks for your troubles. Yi Futian nodded. It seemed that this hell force was more powerful than he had expected. They had infiltrated everywhere. A middle-level Renhuang from Joyo City was a member of hell. As for golden-winged giant Pongbird Demon Emperor killing the Renhuang off, Yi Futian was not sympathetic at all. Many people in the 9 realms had died to the members of hell. This debt of blood would certainly need to be paid. Yi Futian, and the others were still chatting in the inn. In the surrounding regions, people were descending one after another. The aura of the previous battle had radiated far and wide. In the regions along the shores of Juyo City's Yellow Spring, many people knew that Yi Futian's group had arrived. Hence, many people had rushed over here. Many people from various top forces of the 9 realms also came over consecutively. Soon, a group of extremely dazzling silhouettes appeared above an inn. The leader of the group was bathed in the divine light of the sun and seemed very arrogant. His gaze was extremely frightening. It was as though anyone who looked him in the eye would be scorched by the sun. The people beside him were all existences at the Renhuang Plain. Their auras were frightening. Who were these people? Many people in Juyo City looked over in the direction of the group. They secretly tried to guess the identities of the group. They should be members of Solar Divine Palace, someone said. The Solar Divine Palace was the top force in the Solar Realm. They were an overlord-level force. Other supreme forces in the 9 realms were all much weaker than the Solar Divine Palace. Since the Solar Divine Palace had arrived, the youth bathed in divine light was naturally the god of the Solar Divine Palace, Di-Wu. Rumor has it that the god of the Solar Divine Palace, Di-Wu, was the descendant of the Sun God. He was the top figure of this generation and the future successor of the Solar Divine Palace. He mastered the power of the divine fire of the sun. Be it in terms of talent or ability, he was outstanding. Now that they had seen him in person with their own eyes, he was as glorious as expected. Currently, Di-Wu was looking directly at where Yi Futian and Changxi were. He showed no signs of avoiding them. This caused the temperature in the inn where Yi Futian was to rise. It became extremely hot. Many people in the inn began to sweat. It was as though there was a sun beside them. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. However, knowing the identity of Di-Wu, the people did not dare to raise their objections. This person was too frightening. With one look, he could cause the temperature in the space to rise. Changxi released a chilly will over her body, which caused the small area where she was to remain cool. She smiled and said to Yi Futian, "He seems to have a bone to pick with you." "It might be the effects of the words spoken by the Renhuang from hell just now," Yi Futian replied half-jokingly. However, he clearly understood that there was another possible reason for this. He had heard from Feishue and Chuyu that during the Heavenly Mandate Academy assessment to choose their core disciples, a cultivator called Yan Huang, who was at the Renhuang Plain, was discovered to be a cultivator from the Solar Divine Palace by Shan Luoxue. Yan Huang's cultivation was crippled, and he was exiled from the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Clearly, the Solar Divine Palace knew of this incident. However, Yi Futian was not worried about this incident. Since the Solar Divine Palace dared to send spies to the Heavenly Mandate Academy, there was no issue for the Law Enforcement Hall of the Academy to cripple the other party's cultivation. The current Heavenly Mandate Academy did not need to give any face to any force in the 9 realms when doing things. They would act according to their own rules. However, from the perspective of the surrounding crowd, this scene was somewhat intriguing. Surely the god of the Solar Divine Palace, Di-Wu, would not consider himself lesser than Yi Futian? Far away in mid-air, other cultivators were heading over here. This group of people traversed through the air and appeared overbearing and authoritative. They were from the Central Emperor Realm's Celestial Worthy Temple. They swept a glance in Yi Futian's direction and then found an inn along the shore of the Yellow Spring to land. Various forces arrived one after another. The forces from the Central Emperor Realm, such as Celestial Worthy Temple, Martial God Clan, and Sky-Reaching School, descended upon the region one by one. Other forces from the 9 realms, such as Illusion Island, Fate World, School of the Emperor Star, and Golden Divine Nation, also appeared consecutively. This region was very big. They all chose their own corner to land in. The distances between all of them were rather far. However, before figures with their levels of cultivation, this could not be considered far. They are all arriving one after another. The people in Juyo City were somewhat excited. The cultivators of the top forces of the 9 realms had all gathered here. Things were getting interesting. The Gate of the Hell had yet to appear, and the various forces were already on the move. Many factions most likely intended to be diametrically opposed to each other. The members of the various factions naturally also noticed Di-Wu's unfriendly gaze. Today, there might be a good show from them to enjoy. Yi Futian initially ignored Diwu. However, being constantly stared at by someone would still be somewhat unnerving. Yi Futian shifted his gaze and looked towards Diwu's direction. The light of the divine fire in his opponent's eyes was aimed right at Yi Futian's eyes. Diwu had not intentionally released any of his power. However, his eyes seemed to contain the fire of the sun within them. This made Yi Futian feel very uncomfortable. "Do you have any business with me?" Yi Futian asked as he frowned. Diwu's attitude displeased him. When they were in Tianxin Academy, Diwu already disapproved of him. The Heavenly Mandate Academy is recruiting disciples of the 9 realms and teaching the way in the Heavenly Mandate realm. The existence of the academy is to teach the way, Diwu announced loudly. These were not his words. They were the words of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. "Yes," Yi Futian replied nonchalantly. "In that case, when a cultivator of my solar divine palace went to the academy to seek the way, why did you cripple his cultivation and expel him from the academy?" Diwu questioned. "The Heavenly Mandate Academy teaches the way to those in the 9 realms. Anyone who wants to train can come to participate in the assessment organized by the academy," Yi Futian explained. "However, this does not mean that the academy is a place to accumulate filth. The academy will personally purge those who enter the academy with ill intentions." The conclusion was announced one-sidedly by the Heavenly Mandate Academy. As for what the truth was, only the higher-ups of the Heavenly Mandate Academy know, Diwu retorted coldly. He meant to say that the Heavenly Mandate Academy was eradicating dissidents. It was easy to find a stick to beat a dog. Diwu only needed to find an excuse in order to slander Yi Futian. He was not familiar with Yin Huang. However, Yin Huang's clan had been members of the Solar Divine Palace for generations. Yin Huang had a cousin sister who was serving under Diwu. Diwu considered Yin Huang to be one of his own. Even if they were not familiar with each other, the family of Yin Huang had still been members of the Solar Divine Palace for generations. With just an order, Yin Huang had been crippled by the Heavenly Mandate Academy, and his life was now a living hell. Yi Futian did not know whether Diwu knew about the role that Yin Huang had played in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Diwu might have known, but he might also have not known, and only other members had participated in the matter. However, that was not important. The Heavenly Mandate Academy would naturally play by their own rules. "I do not need to report to you." Yi Futian swept a glance at Diwu in response to his strong stance. Yi Futian had just finished speaking when a powerful aura was released from Diwu's body. This caused the yin that Yi Futian was in to become even hotter. The aura from Diwu's body was frightening. He actually also had a second-tier divine wheel. Clearly, he had broken through to the next plane after emerging from the god's relic. Diwu's entire being had gone through a metamorphosis in terms of temperament. After returning to the Solar Divine Palace from Tianxin Academy, he had experienced another baptism in the Solar Divine Palace. His ability was much more powerful than when he was training in Tianxin Academy. Yi Futian frowned. However, behind Yi Futian, another silhouette had already walked forward. The silhouette's burly figure gave off an overbearing feeling. He stood there like a demon. Yu Sheng's gaze swept towards Diwu standing on the other side. An overbearing demonic might roared out. The yellow spring ran between the two parties. Above the yellow spring, their auras of the great path collided. Dark golden demonic winds crashed with golden winds of divine fire. The two powers eroded each other and were extremely frightening. Buzz. Golden light of the divine fire consumed the demonic winds and continued to charge towards Yu Sheng. Yi Futian did not even lift a finger. Yu Sheng, who had a first-tier divine wheel, actually dared to block in front of Yi Futian. Yu Sheng took a step forward. When the golden divine fire descended, it was actually consumed by him immediately. At that moment, it was as though Yu Sheng, who was enveloped in demonic light, was bathing in the divine fire. Diwu frowned. His way of divine fire was extremely powerful. Ordinarily, people of the same plane as him would perish at a mere touch of his divine fire. Yu Sheng had actually consumed the divine fire and had refined it. Yu Sheng's gaze swept towards Diwu. His ink-black eyes revealed an extremely overbearing intent to do battle. "You are still unqualified to be my opponent," Diwu said indifferently. He naturally felt the intent of battle from Yusheng's eyes. Yusheng was just a follower of Yi Futian. Even though his ability was powerful, Diwu would not lower his status to exchange blows with him. If Diwu did so, wouldn't he be solidifying Yi Futian's status as the top figure of their generation? It would be saying that he, Diwu, was only qualified to fight a follower beside Yi Futian. Such an arrogant tone. In the end, Dou Zhao revealed a bizarre expression when he heard Diwu's words. Was Diwu actually looking down on Yusheng? If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then just shut up and sit there quietly, Dou Zhao said mockingly. Who was Diwu showing off for? Wasn't he the god of the solar divine palace? So what if he was? Even Dou Zhao himself, a dignified descendant of fighting god, had yielded to Yusheng. Which member of their group in Tianshan Academy was not an outstanding figure? Why was Diwu acting so arrogant? Even the Shun clan was beaten to the ground, and their lower-level Renhuangs were wiped out. Diwu swept a glance at Dou Zhao and said, descendant of the Ziwei Realm's Dou tribe, have you already stooped so low as to flatter and follow behind in someone else's shadow? Dou Zhao actually had no comeback to what Diwu had said. Dou Zhao stood up, and his gaze swept towards Diwu as he said, the Solar Divine Palace is so pretentious as to sneakily send spies to steal teachings from Heavenly Mandate Academy? Are you not ashamed of yourself? Chapter 1731 Girl of Misfortune. When they were in the God's Relic, Diwu was one of the most monstrous figures among them. In the God's Relic, he forged a flawless divine wheel. He had walked below the heavenly palace and bathed in the Emperor's might. He was the god of Solar Divine Palace, the successor of the Emperor's family and descendant of Sun God. The bloodline of God flowed within his veins. Among the 9 supreme realms, the Central Emperor realm was the most powerful. Hence, many people believe that Jian Qingzhu, Shen Hao, and Nan Luotian were the 3 most powerful figures of their generation. However, Diwu never considered himself to be weaker than the 3 of them. The Solar Divine Palace was the absolute overlord of the solar realm. Their influence far surpassed that of the other top forces of the solar realm. As the successor of the Emperor family, Diwu could be considered to be the most prominent figure of this generation in the solar realm. No one else could claim that title. If he inherited the Solar Divine Palace in the future, he would become one of the giants at the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Diwu was a proud person. Even though Yi Futian had defeated Shen Hao before, Diwu would never consider himself weaker than Yi Futian. The one that Yi Futian had defeated was merely Shen Hao. Diwu did not refute Dou Zhao anymore. Divine light of the sun shot out from his body. The blinding light caused many people to be unable to open their eyes. On Dou Zhao's body, fighting god aura swept out. His battle intent filled the sky and was overbearing. On his body, he wore fighting god armor. Sunlight shone down on Dou Zhao's figure. He could not possibly block it. A terrifying high temperature smelted everything around. The armor on Dou Zhao's body also began to melt into flaming smoke and liquid fire. Dou Zhao's entire body was bathed in divine light. He activated the will of fighting god. An even more awe-inspiring armor coalesced on his body, blocking the incoming light of Sun God. Dou Zhao realized that Diwu, the god of Solar Divine Palace, was indeed very powerful. Despite Diwu's arrogance, he was crowned as the descendant of Sun God, the possessor of the Emperor family's bloodline. Moreover, after he had returned to the Solar Divine Palace, he had broken through to the second tier of the Divine Wheel. His ability was most likely above that of Dou Zhao. Since both of them were wielders of flawless divine wheels, then their combat abilities were directly dependent on the difference between their planes. Dou Zhao was at a disadvantage when faced with Diwu since the former had a lower plane. Even in such a case, Dou Zhao was not someone who retreated easily. Bam! The will of sevenfold fighting god was activated. Dou Zhao entered into a frenzied state as he transformed into a terrifying fighting god. All the cultivators from various top forces of the 9 realms stared at the 2 of them with great interest. Dou Zhao was most likely not a match for Diwu. Diwu challenged Yi Futian first. It would be fascinating if the crowd could witness a battle between Diwu and Yi Futian. After all, many of them had missed the battle between Yi Futian and Shen Hao. It was a pity that they couldn't witness it firsthand. If the crowd could witness a fight between Futian and Diwu, it would definitely make up for their loss. Diwu and Futian were both monstrous figures of the Nine Realms, but Futian had a glamorous fighting record of defeating Shun Hao from the Shin clan. Hence, if the two of them were to fight, Futian had a much higher chance of winning. On the other hand, the difference between them might not be as big as what the crowd had imagined. Futian's fame did not come entirely out of his ability. He was renowned because the scene where he led a group of cultivators to challenge the Shun clan was too shocking. It was unprecedented. Futian's name reached its zenith because of it. Under such circumstances, the crowd was undoubtedly excited about this fight. If you attack us, then the members of the Heavenly Mandate Academy will also test out the abilities of those who trained under the Solar Divine Palace. If anyone is injured or killed in the process, hopefully, the Solar Divine Palace can afford the loss, said Futian, who had been sitting quietly at the side all this while. If you are not prepared for such a fight, then let's not waste each other's time. Restrain your aura. Solar Divine Palace was a force that stood at the peak of the solar realm. In reality, both parties did not dare to touch each other. Futian was not interested in personal disputes. Even if Futian defeated Diwu, god of the Solar Divine Palace, what would that prove? Futian did not have to prove himself anymore. Hence, Futian merely sat there quietly and spoke casually. Opposite him, Goddess Chang Shi of Yue Divine Palace smiled at him and then looked at Diwu in the distance. Although the two of them had not exchanged blows, the victor had been determined. Diwu was still proud, but his pride was displayed for all to see. Compared to him, Futian, who appeared humble, was the one who was truly prideful. He did not even want to contend or defeat Diwu to prove anything. Maybe this white-haired youth was not concerned at all about the contest with Diwu. Diwu frowned. He naturally also felt this. It was as though he really yearned for a match with Futian. The brilliant light of Sun God dissipated. Do Zhao immediately felt relieved from the pressure which had been exerted on him. Diwu waved his sleeves, strode back to the tavern, and sat down. The commotion seemingly ended due to a line from Futian. Yushang cast a domineering glance at Diwu. Then, he returned to Futian's side quietly. "Let's go," Futian said as he got up. His gaze swept across to Chang Shi, who was sitting across from him. He said, "Goddess Chang Shi, we will take our leave first." "Ren Huangyi, where do you plan to go?" Chang Shi asked. "We will first find a place to settle in and rest," Futian replied. Although news of the Gate of the Hell had begun to circulate within Jiuyou City, the Gate of the Hell had yet to truly emerge. If it did appear, news of its appearance would cause an uproar. Futian was not anxious about this. "All right, we will meet again if we have the chance," Changshi replied as she nodded her head. She also got up and prepared to leave. "Let's go." Futian and his group left the inn and strolled into the ancient Jiuyou City. As a land of oppression, Jiuyou City appeared very chaotic. With a sweep of his will, Futian discovered that small fights due to friction between parties were erupting in many places. Most of these battles were also very heavy-handed. At this moment, in the sky in front of them, a large-scale battle had erupted. There was a group of people being surrounded by another party. Blades then immediately slashed down, killing them off. It was very tragic. Futian was not too affected when he saw this scene. The world of cultivation was like that. Such incidents occurred every day all around, not to mention that they were in the Hidden Land Realm's most notorious city known for oppression. There was nothing he could do about this situation. Right at the moment, Futian frowned. In a dark alley of Jiuyou City, dazzling silhouettes appeared one by one. They surrounded the dark alley and unleashed domineering auras, sealing off the entire space. Whoever that was in the alley would not be able to escape even if they had wings. The bypassers avoided the area. They seemed to know the identity of the silhouettes. A middle-aged man, who was the leader of the group, descended slowly from the sky. His level of cultivation was high. He was a Ranhuang. However, he stared at the alley with a cautious gaze. "Let's go in," the middle-aged man ordered. The group moved into the alley. The cultivators entered from various directions while the middle-aged man flew into the alley. Inside the alley, a little girl covered in dirt was curled up in a corner. She was hugging her knees with her arms while her emaciated body was shivering in fear. She did not even dare to look up. Yet when faced with a little girl like this, the group of cultivators was on high alert, and they were determined to capture her. Streaks of the might of the way pressured the girl, causing her to tremble even more violently. She hid her head in between her legs. She was extremely scared. "Take her away," the Runhuang, who was in midair, commanded. A cultivator immediately moved forward and extended his arms, ready to catch the girl. However, right at this moment, suddenly a streak of very powerful might of the way appeared in the alley. The might froze everything in the space. A group of cultivators emerged at the entrance of the alley. The leader of the group was a youth with white hair and white robes. He said, "Isn't it a little too much for so many people to gang up on a girl?" The middle-aged man who was standing above the alley looked at Futian and said, "Sir, please keep out of this." However, a silhouette beside Futian had moved towards the girl. It was Yaya. Step by step, Yaya came up to the girl and gently asked, "Why are they trying to capture you?" The girl shook her head. She didn't know. The little girl lifted her head slowly. Yaya revealed a strange look when she saw the girl's eyes. This little girl, who was in her early teens, had a pair of unfathomable eyes. Her eyes were like bottomless pits. Those who looked at her were engrossed by her eyes uncontrollably. "Elder sister," the girl whispered, "they said I am one who brings misfortune, but I have never voluntarily hurt anyone before." Gazing into the girl's eyes, Yaya extended her hand. She could sense something familiar about the girl. The girl also looked into Yaya's eyes. Then, she took her hand. "Come with me." Yaya held on to the girl's hand and pulled her up. Then, she turned around and walked towards Futian. "Sir." Suddenly, the man in midair released a very strong might of the Runhuang. He said, "This little girl is a deviant. May all of you show us some face and don't put us in a predicament." The middle-aged man could naturally sense that Futian and his party were not simple. Otherwise, he would not be so polite to them. "I will take her with me," Futian insisted. Yaya wanted the little girl to follow them. He would not stop her. Perhaps Yaya saw the shadow of herself in the little girl and took pity on her. The cultivators who surrounded the alley had ugly expressions. However, they merely stared at Futian and his group as they left. Nobody dared to stop them. Many people behind Futian had auras that were frighteningly powerful. "Let's go. We will return and make a report." The leading Renhuang instantly turned and left. He was afraid that he had invited trouble. Futian's group had already left with the girl. After they emerged from the alley, the girl lifted her head and looked at Futian. She softly said, "Thank you, elder brother." Futian lowered his head and looked at the girl's eyes. At that moment, his heart had actually trembled inadvertently inside. What were those eyes of hers? A mere glance from them had actually caused the life spirit in his body to stir. Chapter 1732 Yi Qingyao. The girl quickly retracted her gaze. She lowered her head and looked at her feet. "What is your name?" Futian asked. The girl shook her head and softly answered, "I have no name." "No name?" Futian was stunned. He asked, then, "What about your family?" The girl still shook her head. She fell silent and did not say anything. She also did not have a family. She did not know how she had come to this world, and also did not know how she had managed to survive until now. She only knew that she was a girl of misfortune. As long as anyone came in contact with her, things would not end well for them. "Let us bring you back," Yaya said softly. The girl instead shook her head in refusal. She pulled back her tiny little hand. "What's wrong?" Futian asked. "Elder brother and sister are good people. I do not wish to get you too involved," the little girl said with a timid voice. "Even though I do not wish to harm others, I know for a fact that I bring misfortune. Whoever stays close to me will be in trouble." "Oh, what a coincidence. It is the same for me," Futian said as he laughed. When the girl heard him laugh, she lifted her head and looked into his eyes. She thought to herself that he had the brightest eyes that she had ever seen. He was handsome and exceptionally warm. "Really?" the girl asked nervously. Futian nodded his head in affirmation and said, "If we live together, We are basically fighting fire with fire. The little girl didn't quite understand what Futian meant by that, but she could sense the friendliness from Futian's smile. A glimpse of an innocent smile appeared on her dirty face. Even though she was plain-looking, her smile was exceptionally warm. It was a genuine smile. Futian and Yaya extended their hands. The girl smiled and grabbed hold of both of their hands. "Why don't we let elder brother come up with a name for you?" Yaya asked softly as she looked at the girl. "Can you?" the girl asked as she turned to Futian. She looked somewhat timid, but she also had a look of anticipation. "Of course," Futian replied as he nodded his head. He pondered for a while and then asked, "What do you like?" "I don't know." The girl shook her head, somewhat crestfallen. Then, "Is there anything that you want to do?" Futian asked. The girl raised her head and looked at Futian. She timidly said, "I wish to become nicer to look at. That way, I do not need to hide every day and can be like normal girls." Futian was stunned. He felt a pang of melancholy inside. It was such a simple wish. However, for the girl, it was a lofty dream. When she saw the look in Futian's eyes, the girl lowered her head again. She thought that it could only be a dream of hers. Elder brother and sister had no relations with her whatsoever. How could they possibly bring her along? She would probably be alone again very soon. As she thought about this, her expression became depressed and sad. "You will be named Qingyao. How about it?" Futian said gently. The girl looked at Futian and giggled. "Qingyao. I like it. Thank you, elder brother." "Is it all right if her family name is Yi?" Beside her, Yaya looked at Futian in anticipation. Futian was stunned. He then smiled bitterly. Yaya must have felt compassion towards this girl. Back then, she had also experienced a gloomy time in her life. During those tough times, Futian was Yaya's pillar of support. Therefore, Yaya could most likely empathize well with the girl. Yaya was also at Qingyao's age at that time. "Of course it is," Futian replied as he nodded. He naturally would not deny Yaya's wish. The girl was not sure what the two of them were talking about. She lifted her head and looked at them curiously. She saw that many people around her were looking at her. There was kindness in their eyes that made her feel warm inside. "The family name of elder brother is Yi," Yaya explained to the girl. The girl was clearly stupefied. Looking at the kind smiles around her, she lowered her head slightly and shed a tear. However, she quickly regained control of her emotions. She was used to being alone and was much tougher than girls of the same age. Even though she was only slightly over 10 years old, she would not cry no matter what she faced. "Yi Qingyao." She carved the name into her heart. She did not say thank you, but today was the happiest day in her life so far. It was because she finally had a name. Moreover, the name was so beautiful. It was an even better name than all the names of the playmates she had met. The name was similar to those of the princesses and young mistresses. It had a good ring to it. Futian and the group found an inn to stay overnight. Yaya took Qingyao out for a shower. After she had been changed into some clean clothes, Yaya put her to bed. In the courtyard, Futian was sitting quietly. Yaya sat beside him and whispered, "She kept holding on to my hand and refused to sleep. She was afraid that we would be gone when she woke up. Even after she was asleep, she was still talking in her sleep. She kept saying the name Yi Qingyao with a smile on her face. She most likely has been repeating the name internally." Futian sighed. He had just met with the girl and did not have any attachment to her. Their encounter was purely a coincidence. It was just that Futian could not ignore it when he saw a group of cultivators bullying a little girl. However, he was well aware that the world of cultivation was too huge. Scenarios like this were happening daily. He could not do anything about it at all. But if it was just Qingyao, he could still afford to provide her a simple living environment without much hassle. "You will bring her back, right?" Yaya asked Futian. "Yaya, you have never cared so much for anyone else before," Futian said with a smile. Of course, he was an exception for her. Yaya had risked her life multiple times for him. Normally, Yaya had a very low sense of presence. She was always quiet. However, whenever Futian was in danger, she would definitely be one of those who were willing to give up their lives for him. Futian was very aware of this fact. Yaya said nothing and just stared at him. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. Since you like that girl, you should keep her with you. Yaya nodded her head in agreement. However, there is more to Qingyao than meets the eye, Yi Futian said. I also feel the same way. She said that she would bring misfortune. Can you make out anything? Yaya asked. I always thought that cultivating was like footprints. One can only take it one step at a time, and that it is impossible to skip past any step, Yi Futian said softly. I thought that people had to cultivate stable foundations. However, after meeting Qingyao, I feel that what I understood was wrong. Are you saying that Qingyao's cultivation is very high? Yaya asked. No. Yi Futian shook his head. She does not have any cultivation, but she has insights into the laws. Yaya was befuddled. Qingyao might be the legendary innate divine fetus of the Great Path, Yi Futian explained while staring at Yaya. Anything that could cause Yi Futian's life spirit to stir was a divine item. Qingyao's eyes actually managed to stir his life spirit. This was slightly terrifying. The pitiful little girl whom they had saved might be the most terrifying monstrous figure that Yi Futian had ever met before. Fei Xue had a divine item in her body. Hence, when she cultivated, her progress was speedy. It could even be regarded as Godspeed. However, Qingyao might not even need to train at all. He had never encountered such a condition before. Qingyao was the first. She subverted all that he understood. She was like what the legends said, a divine fetus, an innate instrument for the way. Even Zhang Yuan's and Yi Tianyu's bodies paled into insignificance when compared to hers. However, Yi Futian did not dwell upon his thoughts of Qingyao. For him, Qingyao was first and foremost a pitiful little girl. As for the rest, he would go with the flow of fate. Besides that, the force that appeared in the alley before this was most likely not simple. They should have noticed something about her too. Otherwise, they wouldn't have wanted to capture her. They were also cautious of her when they met her. It was hard to imagine that a few Renhuangs would actually be cautious of a little girl who had no cultivation. If the force were a top force in Jiuyou City, they would most likely not give up on her so easily. As Yi Futian had expected, the next day, a large group of people arrived at the inn. The visitors did not purposely emanate any might, but they still gave off a solemn vibe. Everyone in the inn avoided them. The entire inn was empty except for Yi Futian and his group. In the distance, another group of silhouettes appeared in the air. A middle-aged man walked out from the troop of visitors. He was wearing a long black robe and had a terrifying aura. The crowd observed all this from afar. They were shocked. Who was staying in the inn? The magnate of Jiuyou City, Hierophant Jiuyou, had actually come over personally. Jiuyou sect had been long rooted in Jiuyou City. The sect had experienced many generations rise and fall. They had been eradicated a few times, yet they rebuilt themselves very quickly after. However, through their rise and fall, the name Jiuyou sect had remained constant and had always been used. Hierophant Jiuyou was extremely frightening. Normally, he rarely made an appearance. Unless some shocking event had occurred in Jiuyou City, he would not appear. However, today, he was here. I heard that Ren Huangyi from Heavenly Mandate Academy had arrived in Jiuyou City. Jiuyou sect has come over to greet you, a voice cried out. The members of Jiuyou sect were all outside the inn and had not barged in. With Heavenly Mandate Academy's current standing, no force dared to act presumptuously before them. Although Jiuyou sect was the local gang of Jiuyou City, they still did not have the background of a supreme force. Rumor has it that Hierophant Jiuyou's current ability was at the 8th tier of the Divine Wheel. He was already an extremely powerful existence. Yi Qingyao seemed to know that these people had come for her. She kept hiding behind Yaya and grabbed hold of Yaya's clothes. She was very afraid. Hierophant Jiuyou, what business do you have with me for you to have come here? Yi Futian said from a distance. He did not invite the other party in. Ren Huangyi has come a long way. I have especially ordered people to send over some gifts, Hierophant Jiuyou said. Immediately, a number of maids holding gift baskets came forward. Each maid was extremely sexy and beautiful, and they were all rare beauties. They were also very thinly dressed, which accentuated their graceful figures even more vividly. Yi Qingyao pulled even harder on Yaya's sleeve. There is no gain without pain. Hierophant Joyo, I appreciate the gesture, but I cannot accept these gifts, Yi Futian said, rejecting the offer. Although the other party was very respectful, if they had come for Yi Qingyao, it was impossible for him to just hand her over like that. Hierophant Joyo was an understanding person. He waved his hand, and the women immediately stepped down. He did not force the gifts on Yi Futian. If figures like Yi Futian said that they would not accept the gifts, they would not accept them. I have long heard of Renhuang Yi. Initially, I would not have come forward to disturb you. Renhuang Yi, I am sure that you have noticed that there is more to the girl than meets the eye, Hierophant Joyo said. I have cultivated for so many years and have finally come across a good candidate to inherit my teachings. I hope Renhuang Yi can allow the girl to do so. He naturally had seen through that Yi Qingyao had grown attached to Yaya. Hence, he had not said that he wanted to capture her, but that he wanted to take her as a disciple. Qingyao, do you want to inherit his teachings? Yi Futian did not reject his offer. Instead, he turned and asked Yi Qingyao. Yi Qingyao shook her head and said, I want to follow elder brother and sister. All right, Yi Futian replied as he nodded his head. He revealed an apologetic expression to Hierophant Joyo. Chapter 1733 Violent Measures. Hierophant Joyo left very tactfully. This was a grand occasion, and he had shown his sincerity. Yi Futian had no intention of handing anyone over, so he left directly. For a time, everyone who learned that Yi Futian of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was staying in that and flocked to visit him. They wanted to see this legendary figure. Everyone discussed this matter. It was said that the powerful dragon could not crush a snake in its old haunts, but when the powerful dragon brought its full strength to bear, the snake could only lie upon its belly and grovel. Yi Futian was not going to hand anyone over, and so there was nothing that Hierophant Joyo could do. Joyo City was a violent place. Hierophant Joyo was not usually as friendly as he was that day. He usually dealt with things in a bloody manner, standing upon an increasingly large pile of corpses. There were no rules in this city, only power. So, it was only natural that Hierophant Joyo would bow his head. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was stronger than him. However, after he left, Yi Futian said, we should all be a little bit more careful. Don't go out alone. Do you think Hierophant Joyo would dare attack us? Said Do Zhao. Not necessarily, but in a violent city like this, the most powerful people are surely fierce and ambitious. Since he left so quietly, he has probably accepted us. But maybe, Yi Futian said no more. Everyone knew what he meant. Joyo City was Hierophant Joyo's realm, after all. In such a lawless place, it was a good idea to be careful. Sister, have I brought trouble to your brother? Qingyao did not understand the world of cultivation, nor did she understand who Yi Futian and Hierophant Joyo were. She only knew that someone wanted to take her away. But Yi Futian had still asked her opinion. This was a feeling that she had never had before. It's not a problem. Don't worry too much, Qingyao. Your brother will take you somewhere safe, said Yaya, patting Qingyao's head. This action might have been learned from Yi Futian. After all, her own head was often patted. All right. Although Qingyao had an ordinary appearance, she gave people a simple and refreshing feeling. Afterward, more people came to the inn to visit, all of them from Joyo City. Yi Futian left them all for others to deal with. He naturally had no time to meet with them. Otherwise, he'd have no time for himself at all. Yi Futian didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he was told that some people had come simply to pay a visit, some had come asking to be his disciple, and some had come to offer their precious daughters up to him as concubines. That was right, concubines. They did not even dare to imagine that he would take them as proper wives. As long as he accepted them, that was good enough. This left him speechless. Were there really people who would sell their own daughters like that? Of course, these women were all beautiful and talented. Otherwise, they would not have been brought. After all, Yi Futian was said to be the most brilliant figure in the 9 realms at the moment. But the others from the Heavenly Mandate Academy understood these methods. According to them, one could lose one's life at any time in a city as chaotic as Joyo City. There was no sense of safety. Many of the people with descendants did not want them to stay here in such a dangerous place. Now that Yi Futian was here, even being able to stand behind him was far better than staying in Joyo City. Moreover, Futian was incomparably talented and very handsome, with his head full of silver hair and strong features. It was said that Changxi, the goddess of Yue Divine Palace, desired him, so how much more would ordinary women? Of course, no one knew what Changxi would think if she heard this news. On that day, Futian was cultivating quietly. He had sent people to observe the happenings in the outside world, particularly watching for news from hell. There was now no trace of hell in the 9 realms. They were difficult to find, but their target was the gate of hell. Once the gate appeared, the people of hell would appear as well. At that moment, Futian frowned while he was cultivating. He seemed to feel that something was not right. A figure flashed over and descended beside him. It was Hua Jiangshan. "There is danger," he said. Futian's expression froze, and he said, "Remind everyone to stay safe." As he said this, Hua Jiangshan's aura had already surged out. Suddenly, a group of figures appeared. At that moment, it seemed like many divine consciousnesses were sweeping towards them, each one incredibly terrifying. The sky suddenly dimmed and became shrouded in darkness. Incomparably terrifying will covered the sky, blocking all the light. Black light covered the land. In just a second, it seemed like the end of days had come. Countless figures rose into the sky as they tried to fly away. Although they didn't know what was happening, the people of Joyo City felt a powerful sense of alarm. Death was all too common in this violent land. The first thing they would do in a situation like this was try to leave and not get caught in the storm. Whoosh! At that moment, endless hellfire descended from the sky, crashing down upon an area hundreds of miles wide. Everywhere this fire rained, everything died. Many plaintive cries rose up as people were engulfed in flames and burned away into nothingness. "Flee!" cried out many voices. This had become a place of death. The flames from hell covered the entire area, trying to bury it. A figure appeared in the fire, wearing a dark robe. He was powerful and overbearing. It was Hierophant Juyo. He unleashed his terrifying power, that of an 8th-tier divine wheel. The destructive hellfire transformed into streams of the great path of destruction that swept out across the land. Renhuang-level figures appeared all around him. Futian looked up into the sky. He had known that Hierophant Juyo would not give up easily but would resort to trickery. Thus, he had warned everyone to be careful. But he had not thought that Hierophant Juyo would resort to such overpowering and direct means. He was cutting off his own road of retreat. After today, he would become a bitter enemy of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. As a great figure with an 8th-tier divine wheel, he naturally knew what he was doing. He knew what it meant. But he was still getting directly involved. The power of Joyo City was truly just as intense as the legend said. Beams of brilliant celestial light bloomed, shooting towards the hellfire. At the same time, Hua Jiangshan stepped forward, the beams of light opening up a road of the great path for him. He suddenly rose up into the air and thrust a hand out towards Hierophant Juyo. But Hierophant Juyo was not the least bit afraid. He thrust his dark hands down. They were filled with endless destructive, deadly energy. Bang! Their hands collided, and devastating light swept out, transforming into a fearsome wave that shot out in all directions. At the same time, other cultivators were stepping out in other places. Their auras were terrible. Only a few of them were upper-level Renhuangs, but they had 7th or 8th-tier divine wheels. However, even such a formation was not that frightening, especially because they were only in Joyo City. Hierophant Juyo is not the only one getting involved. The people who had fled far away still felt their hearts tremble. Many of them were top figures of Joyo City. Now, they were all targeting the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Did the old snake want to swallow up the dragon of the Heavenly Mandate Academy? The Blood Demon Emperor! Someone cried after seeing a terrifying figure emerge. Blood-colored light shone all around him, sweeping out towards Futian below him. It was a horrifying sight. That's the Sky Sword Emperor. More figures from Joyo City appeared, shocking all the onlookers. Were they crazy? So many of Joyo City's greatest figures were coming out to attack the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Below them, many of the great figures of the Heavenly Mandate Academy acted, blocking off the area all around them. When war had broken out between the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Shin clan, they had flocked to the Hidden Land realm, and several top figures had been dispatched to ensure their safety. Although the Shin clan and the Golden Divine Nation would not necessarily attack them openly, who knew if they would attack them in secret? As Futian watched this apocalyptic battlefield, his expressions suddenly turned cold. Such a huge force had planned against him. They were openly declaring war. They no longer cared about the consequences. A young girl had been enough to make Hierophant Joyo and several other great figures act without regard for the consequences, even though the Heavenly Mandate Academy protected her. How much importance did they place upon her? Futian did not think that Hierophant Joyo was attacking because he had refused him earlier. Would he really go so far as to risk his life just to save face? Obviously not. There was only one reason. Yi Qingyao had the same name as him. Because he had some special power, he was able to see that Yi Qingyao was extraordinarily talented in both mind and body, but others always overlooked her. Yet his opponent clearly knew her secret as well. However, even though he knew, why would he risk his life to get her? What kind of secret could it be? Futian looked at Yi Qingyao, who just so happened to be looking back at him. She seemed very scared as she stood behind Yaya. When she saw the look in Futian's eyes, her face went white. She was thinking that she was imposing on her brother and sister too much. She really was an unlucky person. Everywhere she went, disaster followed. Someone like her did not deserve to have such wonderful friends. But although she was scared, she let go of Yaya's hand and strode forward. She looked up at the figure in the sky and called out, "I will go with you." She seemed so alone as she yelled this. It was as if she was no longer part of a group. But she had been so happy these past few days. She was happy to have had such wonderful friends. But even though she wanted to keep them, she did not want to keep using them. "Emperor Yi, I will take her away, and we will end the matter here, yes?" said Hierophant Juyo up in the sky when he heard Yi Qingyao's offer. If he was not forced to, he would not gamble the lives of his family on this. He knew that no matter what happened that day, there would no longer be a place for him in Joyo City after this. But if he could take her away peacefully, the Heavenly Mandate Academy's anger would not be as fierce. Thus, although it was only a narrow avenue of retreat, he was willing to take it. Of course, if Futian would not accept, he would use his most violent measures. He had to have her. Chapter 1734a Domain Suppressed. Futian looked up at Hierophant Joyo, his heart full of doubt. He could not help but ask, "Why would you bring such a force for a single girl?" Hierophant Joyo, the Blood Demon Emperor, the Sky Sword Emperor, and more had all gotten involved. There must be something more to this. "Do not worry, Emperor Yi, we will not hurt her," said Hierophant Joyo. "What does this have to do with the Gate of Hell?" asked Futian. There was no change in Hierophant Joyo's expression. The death current flowed out all around him. Whoosh! At that moment, a shocking aura bloomed. The Sky Sword Emperor slashed with his sword, cutting the great path apart. Lines of destructive death light shone through the sky, cutting through the air as they shot towards the people from the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He had acted without mercy. They had decided to act. They had not a road of retreat, and they would not leave any road of retreat. A violent storm whipped up as a Kuanping Demon Emperor flapped his wings, covering the sky for a vast distance. He lashed out with his wings, enveloping the oncoming light. Futian stood there without moving, still staring at Hierophant Joyo. The news about the Gate of Hell had come out of Joyo City. Perhaps it was at the Yellow Spring. So did the power of Joyo City have to do with the Gate of Hell? Previously, a middle-ranking Renhuang had appeared in the city. The terrible storm swept out as the Kuanping Demon Emperor flew up into the sky to battle with the Sky Sword Emperor. A cultivator of the Dou tribe strode through the air, descending like a god of war. His body grew hundreds of feet, covering the inn below him. He lashed out with a fist, splitting the ground, causing dark cracks to spread out. Endless dark flames shot out in all directions. Bang! There was a loud noise as he transformed into a beam of golden light. He lashed out with his fist yet again, this time towards the Blood Demon Emperor. Blood Chi rose up from the Blood Demon Emperor as he grew into a huge, blood-red form. He was terrifying in the extreme. When he saw his opponent coming, he lifted an arm. This made everyone for many miles feel the blood roiling in their veins until it felt like they would burst. When the two of them collided, blood-red light appeared upon the great figure from the Do tribe. But the fist cut through everyone like a knife through bamboo. Along the way, it transformed into brilliant divine light, smashing his opponent up into the sky. This battlefield was too small for people at their level. They needed to expand their fighting area so they wouldn't drag in people weaker than them. Yi Qingyao looked at Yi Futian. She had not thought that they would really fight for her. "If you want to stay, brother won't let them take you," said Yaya to her. Yi Qingyao was speechless. Although she was moved, she was also apprehensive. She was afraid she would bring them more bad luck. "Yaya, you take care of Qingyao," said Yi Futian. Up in the air, people were constantly trying to break through the defensive spells to get to them. "All right," said Yaya with a nod. A beam of brilliant light shot out from Yi Futian's forehead, which then transformed into many divine halls that covered Yaya and Yi Qingyao. Yaya was stunned. This was Yi Futian's defensive treasure, and he was giving it to them. Was he planning on going to fight himself? Everyone who had come to the Hidden Land realm was at the Runhuang level or above. There were no weaklings here. This truly was a trial for the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. "I'm going to help." As Yi Futian said this, he suddenly shot up into the sky. Many figures flew through the air around him, charging towards Hierophant Joyo and the other cultivators. Whoosh! The storm of death raged. A Renhuang with huge black wings charged towards Yi Futian. His divine will surged, and huge, dark vermilion birds appeared, filled with a destructive will. The images of vermilion birds shot towards Yi Futian, filling the air around him. This was a mid-level Renhuang. He was truly terrifying. A spear appeared in Yi Futian's hands. It was the one he had gotten in the God's Relic, and it was filled with fighting will. At that moment, his aura raged, and his figure flashed through the air. His divine will released its energy, which cut through space itself. Many of the dark vermilion birds were shattered. A beam of light appeared before his opponent. Crack! At the moment that his fighting will surged, his spear pierced through his opponent. Yi Futian went right through him, and the huge dark vermilion bird shattered into pieces. The people watching from far away trembled as they saw this. Although they lived in the Hidden Land realm, they had always heard of Yi Futian's strength. But those were just legends. The kind, silver-haired youth stood there in the air, bathed in divine light like a god of war. His spiritual will was so powerful that with a single spear thrust, he had slain a mid-level Renhuang. Moreover, he had broken through to the next level and already had a second-tier divine wheel, even though it had only been 4 or 5 years since he had created it in the God's Relic. The cultivation of geniuses like him could not be compared to ordinary people. And it was not just Yi Futian. They also realized that the other cultivators were terrifying as well. When the first-tier Heavenly Mandate Academy Renhuangs unleashed their divine wheels, their talent had been obvious and dazzling. They were all world-class heroes. All of them had crossed through many realms to fight here. When they had heard that Yi Futian had led a force of first-tier, lower-level Renhuangs to sweep away the Shin clan, and that their opponents had not had any power to resist, they had thought it was exaggerated. After all, that was the Shun clan they were talking about. But now, seeing this battle with their own eyes, they could clearly see how strong these people were. In the distance, more cultivators were arriving on the battlefield, including some top powers from other realms. A battle of this level had made great waves. Everyone in Jiyo City could feel it. Even far away, people looked up and could see what was happening. At that moment, Princess Nan Luoyue of the Nantian Divine Nation pierced through the air, watching the battlefield. Her gaze fell upon the white-haired figure. She had only heard about the battle at the Shin clan. She was very curious to see just how capable a combatant Yi Futian was. Yi Futian was truly just as many people in the outside world thought he was. Was he already the greatest figure of his generation in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path? Even her father had such high praise for him. He was an icon of their age. At that moment, she saw the sky around Yi Futian dim, as if was being swallowed by darkness. Yi Futian completely disappeared. Huh. Nan Luotian froze. "This hell," said Nan Luotian. After she said this, She strode forward, calling out, "Take them." Another force seemed to have appeared. Moreover, Hierophant Juyo, who had lived in Juyo City for many years, and some of the other great figures, seemed to have something to do with this. Had the vanished power known as Hell insinuated itself so deeply into the hidden land realm these past few years? The other cultivators realized that Hierophant Juyo had something to do with Hell. Suddenly, a group of figures strode forward towards the battlefield. Yi Futian had been plunged into shadow. The area he was in was completely covered in darkness. There was no sound, no air, no light, just absolute darkness. Cultivators had incredible eyesight, and the dark of night did not affect their vision. And moreover, they had their divine consciousness. But where he was not the darkness of night. It was the Great Path domain. Even his divine consciousness was cut off by the darkness. He had no way of sensing the outside world. Yi Futian unleashed his divine wheel, but the divine light could only light up a small area. The rest of the space was still filled by absolute darkness. This meant that his will was being suppressed. The one who was attacking him was a cultivator with a 6th-tier divine wheel, a mid-level emperor. They had come to take away Yi Qingyao, but Yi Futian had used his ritual implement to cut her off from them in the spatial sacred hall. Since they could not take her, they could only capture Yi Futian to make them trade him for her. This was their last chance. Suddenly, a powerful sense of threat descended. Yi Futian suddenly turned around. A spear of a god of death appeared in the darkness behind him, overpowering and fierce. A frightening figure was thrusting it towards him. A terrible spatial vortex appeared in the air, destroying everything within it. The spear coming from the darkness was extremely deadly and very fast. Roar! The divine elephants trumpeted, and the spear slammed into the body of a massive divine elephant, shattering it into pieces. The ferocious spatial vortex entered into Yi Futian, making lines of dark light appear all over him as his body cracked. Yi Futian was sent flying, letting out a groan of intense pain. His opponent stepped forward, trying to go further into the darkness. But he found that he could not. What is going on? He looked into the air. High above, stars whirled around, and powerful will spread out, covering his body. And he himself could not access the Great Path. It was as if he had been cut off from it. Had he been cut off from the Great Path domain? Yi Futian had pulled him into his own Great Path domain. But Yi Futian was far weaker than him. How could he do this? Only if his Great Path domain had cut off his opponents could this be possible. Was it because he had a perfect divine wheel? However, even with his perfect divine wheel, Yi Futian was still only at the 2nd tier. His opponent was at the 6th tier. Could even a perfect divine will make up such a huge difference and let him suppress his Great Path domain? This Great Path domain was a separate vast space that had the sun, the moon, and the stars. It looked just like a real world. The only thing unusual was that the cultivator in the divine will 6th order couldn't make contact with the outside world anymore. As one of the best cultivators in the middle-level Renhuang plane, he was extremely powerful with the body of the Great Path. Yet now, he seemed to have lost his power to communicate. What kind of a divine wheel is this? He glared at Yi Futian and asked in a cold voice. Bang! He sensed a terrifying burst of energy of the Great Path and a massive wave. Great Path rules flowed in the air while countless stars fell from the sky and shot at his body. This cultivator in the middle-level Renhuang plane felt like his whole world was collapsing at the moment. Buzz! His body became a shadow and rushed in the darkness. He was extremely fast. The incredible speed made it seem like his shadow was surrounding Yi Futian from all directions. However, he could not blend into the darkness like before to evade Yi Futian's detection. Right now, Yi Futian could sense his existence no matter how fast he managed to be. A frightening black storm took shape around Yi Futian's body. The dark whirlwind swallowed everything nearby as the man exerting strength from his divine wheel. Buzz! Yi Futian thrust a spear forward. The terrifying whirlwind of destruction pounced on Yi Futian's body. Even stars in the sky were devoured and annihilated by the whirlwind. Yi Futian jumped nimbly and appeared in the air high above. The spear in his hand vanished, and a long stick appeared. Bang! The stick extended dramatically to an astonishing length. Futian was like a war god who drew all the power of this world great path to his body. Bang! Bang! A starry storm was developing in the void, accompanied by spine-chilling noises. The stars hanging in this space spun frantically as though the void was about to crash into entropy. The Great Path domain was going on the rampage. Bang! An exceptionally violent storm of the Great Path emerged and blocked the cultivator in the Divine Wheel's sixth order, just when he was about to change location. His shadow flashed, yet the storm was everywhere. Futian bathed in the brilliant divine light. His silver, long hair was blowing in the wind. He raised the stick in his hand. The entire world was collapsing in horrifying thunder. The Renhuang in the Divine Wheel's sixth order had an illusion at the moment that Futian and this Great Path domain formed an integral whole. Futian's every move was magnified by the Great Path domain. As a master cultivator in the middle-level Renhuang plane, he was surprisingly threatened by Futian. The rampant starry storm kept swirling. He finally stopped moving after a violent crash and a loud bang. He stood high in the air. The Divine Wheel behind him seemed even scarier. The dark whirlwind of destruction slowly swallowed the great path of space and turned it to hell. The destructive energy wrapped around his body. He suddenly transformed into a bolt of black lightning and struck forward with great momentum. Bang bang! His spear crushed every star it touched. It was as if the sky was crumbling. The entire great path of space was about to perish as millions of stars exploding. Staring at the approaching spear, Futian brandished the long stick in his hand. The great path of space quaked as though all the energy in the world was connected with him. Every movement of the long stick was like a roar of the stars in the great path domain. The shadow of the stick blotted out the sun. Futian stepped forward and made a sweeping motion. The stick contained the energy of the entire world and bathed in the brilliant light of the stars surrounding the space. The man looked at the stick as if he saw millions of stars falling upon his head. Bang! After a thunderous sound, the great path of space collapsed and everything inside shattered into pieces. Futian was the only one standing on the battlefield when the shadow disappeared. Hierophant Joyo and the others realized that the other person was gone. Apparently, he was killed. Just now, the two of them entered a separate space to fight. It ended with one person dead. Much to their surprise, Futian won. Hierophant Joyo was still tangling with Hua Jiangshan high up in the air. An embarrassed look swept across his face. How did Futian kill a cultivator at peak middle-level Renhuang plane with a sixth-order divine wheel? There were 4 levels between them. Although Hierophant Joyo heard that Futian was exceedingly powerful, he never expected such results. Did they need someone in the high-level Renhuang plane to defeat a cultivator with a second-order divine wheel? Retreat, said Hierophant Joyo. The clash between Futian and the man didn't last long in reality. Everything happened in a short time. Cultivators from various other groups were marching toward them and might join the fight. They wouldn't be able to pull back if they didn't leave now. Where do you think you're going? There was no way the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy would let them go easily. Some people also rushed here from afar. They wanted to keep the enemy in place. Nevertheless, darkness suddenly engulfed the field. The entire world quieted down. Many people stopped moving at once as an overwhelming sense of crisis settled over them. Be careful, Hua Jiangshan reminded everyone. Several cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy surrounded Futian and sealed off the area with domineering force of the Great Path. They were worried that someone would catch them off guard. However, darkness slowly disappeared and nothing happened. Hierophant Joyo and his people already vanished when everything went back normal. What happened? Many people were astonished. What was it just now? Futian's eyebrows knitted tightly. Was it a magic tool, or did a powerful cultivator hiding in the dark help them? Cultivators from various supreme forces arrived one after the other. A look of concern and confusion furrowed their brows when they saw the enemies had left. They also sensed something peculiar a moment ago. Nan Luotian stood in the void, as gorgeous as usual. A frightening old man behind her said to her in a low voice, "A mysterious force is here. People from the hell probably infiltrated Juyo City already. Our trip might be more complicated than we expected." Nan Luotian nodded slightly. She realized it as well. The hell lured them here to look for the gate of the hell. They still didn't know what secrets they were hiding and what their objectives were. Nan Luotian didn't think for too long. She lowered her head and glanced at Futian. A strange look crossed her beautiful face. The man who fought with him seemed to be in the Divine Will Sixth Order. Nevertheless, Futian came out while his opponent was gone. The man had undoubtedly been killed by Futian. She also had a perfect Divine Wheel, and certainly understood that a Run Huang with a perfect Divine Will controlled the finest power of the Great Path. Even so, his ability was not limitless, and his opponent was also a Ren Huang after all. However, Futian killed someone 4 levels higher. How staggering and terrifying it was. Would he be able to defeat cultivators in the high-level Renhuang plane if he advanced to the Divine Wheel Third Order? High-level Renhuangs were master cultivators. How did Futian achieve this? Divine item. An idea suddenly popped in Nan Luotian's head. She obtained a divine item under the Heavenly Palace in God's Relic. The same thing probably happened to Futian as well. Perhaps he got more divine items in addition to the one he gave to Yaya. The divine item must be the reason why he had a chance to kill a middle-level Renhuang. Nan Luotian was not the only person looking at Futian. All the cultivators who just arrived stared at him as well. Although they didn't witness the fight with their own eyes, the ending was stirring enough. Renhuang Yi, what is the goal of the Juryo sect? Nan Luotian asked. Juryo sect was very likely to be connected to the hell. Futian looked at Nan Luotian and shook his head, replied, I don't know either. While speaking, he looked down at the figure of the girl covered by the spatial sacred hall. From what he could tell, Qingyao was not only wanted by the Juryo sect. The hell was probably after her as well. If that was the case, he had more reasons to protect Qingyao better. At first, he was only feeling compassionate and got involved simply because he couldn't watch a group of Renhuang bullying a kid. The situation became more complicated just now. Futian landed on the ground and put back the spatial sacred hall. Qingyao stared at Futian silently, then slightly lowered her head as if she did something wrong. I bring bad luck, she said in a quiet voice. Futian heard her and walked forward. He put his hands on Qingyao's shoulders and said, Qingyao, don't belittle yourself. Why would they go through such trouble if you bring bad luck? They are the top forces in Juryo City. Qingyao raised her head and looked at Futian. She didn't know why they were after her either. Nonetheless, this was the first time she felt protected by someone. Even though the world seems to be full of sadness and misfortunes, there are also many people and many things that are not as terrible as you imagined, right? Futian spoke softly, Qingyao, you're not ordinary. So don't ever underestimate yourself. Okay. Qingyao nodded. You need to remember to take care of yourself if the day comes when I can't protect you anymore, Futian said. Qingyao was dazed. She looked at Futian, eyes filled with sorrow. Then she lowered her head and didn't have the courage to meet Futian's eyes. Don't worry too much. I will do my best to protect you. I was only saying if. Do you understand? Futian knew she was an extremely sensitive girl the moment he saw her eyes. Although she didn't want to get other people into trouble, she cherished this warm feeling a great deal. Maybe it was because she never experienced it in the past. Looking into Futian's eyes, she nodded solemnly and tried to remember his words. Give me a smile. Futian rubbed her head and laughed. Qingyao gazed at him, blinked a few times, yet couldn't crack a smile. Aren't you silly? Futian said with a grin. Qingyao suddenly curled up her lips and beamed innocently. Futian looked at her smile and sighed silently. He had a vague feeling that Qingyao might be involved in an incredibly big secret, and he might not be able to protect her. Chapter 1736 Divine Fetus of the Great Path. More cultivators came to Juryo City. Right now, a line of people was standing above the yellow spring in Juryo City and looking down at the roaring water. Wearing monastic robes and radiating the light of Buddha from their bodies, they were all Buddhist cultivators who looked quite stately and solemn. They came from the mountain realm of the 9 supreme imperial realms. In addition, people from the mountain realm were usually strong cultivators. Master Guizong, one of the Renhuangs who built a perfect divine wheel in the God's Relic, was also among them. Uncle Master, It seems like you're not the only one who came. Several temples sent their masters here, Gue Zong said to a master standing next to him. The master was gaunt without a shred of strength in his limbs. His bony hands were holding a string of Buddhist prayer beads in front of his chest. He was intoning some Buddhist scripture that was too obscure for ordinary people to understand. Even Guizong didn't fully comprehend the meaning of the scripture. As the hell resurrected, it's only normal for them to come here, the feeble monk said. Many Buddhist monks from the mountain realm seemed to have noticed the master and walked toward him. They put their palms together in front of the chests and bowed to greet him. Good to see you, Master Pudu. Master Pudu of Tianxian Temple was an eminent and erudite monk. He had comprehensive knowledge about the unfathomable Buddhist doctrine and was a prominent figure respected by countless people in the mountain realm. Comparing with top forces in other supreme realms, people in the mountain realm rarely get involved in outside matters. They had been immersed themselves in Buddhist cultivation for over 300 years. However, some people of the older generation knew that the monks in the mountain realm once came out of their temples in concert 300 years ago. That was indeed a chaotic era. Nice to see you, Master Pudu. People greeted him one after the other. It was evident that Master Pudu enjoyed a particularly high status in the mountain realm. He still held the prayer beads and acknowledged everyone to show respect. Master Pudu, did you come down the mountain because you were worried? A distinguished monk asked. The mountain realm surely assembled a strong lineup this time. What does Master Pudu think will happen after the gate of the hell opened? Someone else asked. They all wanted to know Master Pudu's thoughts on the situation. Master Pudu slightly lowered his head. With a faint smile in his beady eyes, he put his palms together and said, "Whatever that is supposed to happen will happen. We only need to wait quietly." His response was meaningless, yet people still nodded approvingly, as if they were completely convinced by him. Many people on the banks of the Yellow Spring far away cast their eyes toward Master Pudu and whispered to each other. People in the mountain realm hardly ever go outside. However, they sent a group of high-powered cultivators here this time. Even Master Pudu of Tianxian Temple came to Jiryo City, someone said. Tianxian Temple was the greatest temple in the mountain realm, while Master Pudu was the supreme monk in Tianxian Temple. Plenty of people were familiar with his monastic name, even in Jiryo City. The man standing next to Master Pudu is Guizong. He has a perfect divine wheel and achieved his breakthrough in God's relic along with Shan Hao, Jin Qingzhu, Nanluotian, Di Wu, and others. Guizong is a low-key person, typical for a Buddhist monk. I suspect that he might even be stronger than Shan Hao. It seemed like people tended to use Shan Hao for comparison whenever they talked about top cultivators these days. Shan Hao lost his luster due to the debacle of the Shen clan. Therefore, many people liked to use him as a yardstick when they gauged a cultivator's ability. Shan Hao's reputation declined markedly. It was the price he had to pay for losing the battle. Shan Hao used to be considered as one of the top 3 cultivators of his generation. Nevertheless, the public now suspected that anyone who stood in front of the heavenly palace in God's relic back at that time might be a better cultivator than him. The cultivators from the mountain realm were not the only ones who came. Several other people also arrived at where Yi Futian was standing. Yi Futian was surprised to see that the leader of these people was Shen Luoxue. "Granny," Yi Futian called, "why do you come here yourself?" Based on seniority, he was supposed to refer to her as Grandma Master, which was too much of a mouthful. In addition, since Fei Xue called her Grandma, he wouldn't sound like a complete stranger by calling her Granny. Shen Luoxue didn't come across as an old woman despite how Yi Futian and Fei Xue addressed her. But she did have silver hair, same as Yi Futian. "Grandma was worried about you," Fei Xue, standing alongside, told Yi Futian with a smile. Yi Futian, of course, understood that Shen Luoxue truly cared about him, even though she might appear standoffish and indifferent. She also treated Ninyu very well. "Did someone attack you here in Jiryo City?" Shen Luoxue asked. "It's not a big deal. I already took care of it. Those people wouldn't dare to show their faces again," Yi Futian said. "Granny, you didn't need to come specifically for this." "I didn't come just for this," Shen Luoxue said. "All the forces in the 9 realms have sent reinforcement after hearing what happened here in the Hidden Land realm. This thing with the hell is not as simple as you expected." Yi Futian looked at Shen Luoxue and asked, "What kind of group is the hell?" Shen Luoxue, a cultivator of the older generation and was born many years ago. She lived through the turbulent times and surely knew more about the hell. The hell? Shen Luoxue gazed into the distance and cast her mind back to the past. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path at that time were crowded with powerful cultivators who were much more aggressive and forceful than the current ones. Countless people perished in turmoil, and the chaos might never end if not for Donghuang the Great Emperor and Emperor Yi Qing. Donghuang the Great Emperor and Emperor Yi Qing were indeed the most remarkable leaders. This is something that goes beyond the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, Shenluo muttered. Eyes narrowed, Yi Futian concentrated to listen. Anyway, the hell had a horrific influence in the Hidden Land realm back in the days. Even though they disappeared many years ago, I'm afraid that the remaining evildoers of the hell have always been hiding in the Hidden Land realm, and they are exposed now only because of the mayhem they caused. This thing is not that simple anymore. Shen Luoxue spoke to Yi Futian. Cultivators from other forces should arrive soon. Granny, I met a girl in Jiuyou City. Yi Futian turned around and shouted, Qingyao, come here. Yi Qingyao walked to them and stared at Shen Luoxue curiously, said, Nice to meet you, Granny. Shen Luoxue looked at Yi Qingyao, and the divine eye in her brow chakra stared directly at her. Scared, Yi Qingyao felt a little sick and backed to hide behind Yi Futian. Granny, wait a second. Yi Futian crouched down. He gazed at Yi Qingyao and said in a soft voice, Qingyao, Granny wants to take a closer look at you in order to better help you. But I will ask Granny to stop if you don't want it. Yi Qingyao looked into Yi Futian's eyes. She certainly could feel the kindness Yi Futian had been showing her since the beginning. She nodded and said, I will you whatever you say. Yi Futian smiled and pinched her cheek gently, said, Good girl. He then turned to signal Shen Luoxue. Yi Qingyao didn't hide this time. She clenched her teeth and endured the uncomfortable process while clutching Yi Futian tightly with her hand. Yi Futian could feel the sweat in her palm. For a girl who grew up in darkness, she displayed absolute trust by opening herself up. Because of Qingyao's life experience, she naturally kept her guard up when confronting most people. She would be particularly hostile this time. If not for Yi Futian, Shen Luoxue glanced through many things. Before long, the divine light disappeared, and she stared solemnly at Yi Qingyao. She was apparently in shock. You? Follow me, Shen Luoxue turned her eyes to Yi Futian and said. She looked quite serious. Although Yi Futian already knew Yi Qingyao was not an ordinary girl, he didn't expect Granny to be so astonished. He looked at Qingyao and realized the girl was also looking at him with her chin up. She grasped his hand firmly. It's all right. Yi Futian smiled. Qingyao nodded and let his hand go. Shen Luoxue and Yi Futian stepped aside. Yi Futian asked, Granny, what's wrong? Take a look for yourself. A beam of light shot from Shen Luoxue's brow chakra to Yi Futian's. Yi Futian didn't resist. Soon, he saw an extremely appalling scene. A group of cultivators with menacing energy surrounded a small house in Jiuyou City. The floor was littered with several dead bodies. A girl stood alone next to the corpses with blood on her clothes. Even her face was smeared with blood. The cultivators walked straight to her and wanted to take her away. However, the girl's eyes suddenly became completely black. The sky grew dim, and the terrifying darkness engulfed the area and swallowed the cultivators who were coming for her. Their eyes, faces, and every inch of their bodies withered and died as the life being sucked out of them. The girl's body hovered in the air. She only descended and lay on the ground in silence after the darkness devoured every person there. The scene left Yi Futian aghast. He finally understood why Qingyao said she brought bad luck to people and why a team of cultivators in the Renhuang Plain would be so afraid to go to capture a little girl. Despite knowing that Qingyao was a natural-born divine fetus of the Great Path, Yi Futian was still surprised that Qingyao could unleash such frightening energy involuntarily and effortlessly. She might have an astounding background, Shen Luoxue said to Yi Futian. She could have something to do with the core of the hell. Yi Futian looked at her with a somber expression. He already had similar speculations prior to this. Does she know this herself? Yi Futian asked. Shen Luoxue shook her head and said, she knows nothing about her situation. Yi Futian sighed silently. He was saddened by Qingyao's fate. She was only a little girl, and this was too heavy a burden for a young girl to shoulder. The thing that happened last time will keep happening if you plan on keeping her around. Perhaps the entire Heavenly Mandate Academy will never experience peace from now on. Shin Luoshua's face was grave. Several master cultivators in Juryo City already fought over Qingyao. Based on what Shin Luoshua saw with her divine eye, Qingyao would definitely cause a violent storm in the future. Chapter 1737, Yellow Spring Flows Backwards. Yi Futian didn't know how to respond to Shin Luoshua's words. He noticed before that Qingyao was an unusual girl. What Granny just saw further confirmed his speculation. No one knew where Yi Qingyao came from. She didn't even remember. Even so, her background was, beyond a doubt, extraordinary. Yi Futian had met countless exceptional cultivators in his years. But Yi Qingyao was the only person whose power was so tremendous that it blew Yi Futian's mind. To be exact, it shouldn't be called power. It was more like her innate ability. Because of that, a girl who had never cultivated for a day in her life somehow killed cultivators in the Renhuang Plain. What did it mean? Yi Futian himself didn't even know what it meant. It contradicted common sense in the world of cultivators and was at odds with his own understanding of cultivation. He always had a high opinion of himself and once asserted that he was born to be a king. Even though it might only be a boastful claim, he was confident that his divine body of the Great Path and life spirit could complete the Great Path. Despite all that, he still couldn't do what Qingyao did. Master cultivators such as Hierophant Joyo were willing to put their lives in jeopardy to snatch Yi Qingyao, who was under the protection of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They chose to do it in spite of the extremely high risk. So, who on earth was behind them? The extent of influence and infiltration the Hell achieved in the Hidden Land realm might be far beyond everyone's imagination, Shin Luoshua continued to say. The forces in the 9 realms sent reinforcement to the Hidden Land realm because they started to realize that. It was also the reason Shin Luoshua came to Juryo City in person. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. He looked at Shin Luoshua and said with a smile, "Let's take one step at a time. But I don't have the heart to abandon the girl like this." "I knew you would choose this way. Let's go back," said Shin Luoshua. She then turned around and walked back. It was why Shin Luoshua was fond of Yi Futian. As a newcomer to the Renhuang Plain, Yi Futian dared to risk his life and led an army to attack the Shen clan for the sake of his master. He was a young man with tremendous courage and determination. She would be disappointed if he was willing to give the young girl up easily. Yi Qingyao was standing in place and waiting for Yi Futian and Shin Luoshua to come back. She raised her head slightly when she saw Yi Futian walking toward her. She stared at him intently and silently the whole time. Her eyes made Yi Futian's heart ache. He was probably the only hope the girl had left. However, she was destined to have an unusual life and might have to face many challenges and dangers in the future. Just as he expected, he might be able to protect her forever. Yi Futian walked to Yi Qingyao. He rubbed her head and cracked a warm smile. Yi Qingyao raised her chin and gazed at Yi Futian, then said in a soft voice, "Brother, you can let me go if I will bring misfortune to you." "Who told you that?" Yi Futian said while smiling, "Qingyao, your last name is Yi now. Of course, I will protect you. Besides, you won't bring bad luck to anyone. The bad things in the past only happened because you are bound to have an extraordinary life. That's why you have to stay strong and optimistic, no matter what happens to you in the future. Do you understand?" Yi Qingyao didn't fully grasp what Yi Futian said, but she still nodded earnestly and remembered his words. "Don't think too much of it. Perhaps you're the child of destiny," Yi Futian grinned and said. Yaya also came forward and held Qingyao's hand, said, "Don't worry about it." "Okay." Qingyao nodded and beamed with joy and innocence. Several days later, near the Yellow Spring in Juryo City, the banks were crowded with people at the moment. A succession of cultivators arrived and stared at the Yellow Spring below. The Yellow Spring was gushing and roaring. The most shocking thing was that the water was flowing from the lower to the higher place. The river of Yellow Spring surged and rolled up high. Several terraces on the wall of the cliff were flooded and obliterated by water. The Yellow Spring in Juryo City was known as the River of Death and was extremely destructive. It could destroy all the lives it touched. It was even more terrifying that the water in the yellow spring seemed to have formed a gate. No matter how hard the dark and thunderous current dashed against it, the gate of the yellow spring remained standing steady. Could the gate of the hell be in the yellow spring? Some people muttered. It was indeed plausible that the yellow spring was the entrance to the hell. Nevertheless, no one dared to act recklessly. Yellow Spring, also known as the Juyo River, was the river of death in Juyo City. Even a cultivator in the Renhuang Plain would be swallowed by Yellow Spring immediately if he fell into the water. One might well imagine how scary the river was. Flowing through Juyo City, Yellow Spring nurtured countless cultivators and filled Juyo City with the will of death. Therefore, many cultivators in the city comprehended the great path of death. In addition, the banks of the Yellow Spring were usually the most lively and vibrant places in Juyo City because of its effect on cultivation. A lot of talented cultivators sat on the banks of the Yellow Spring to comprehend the great path. Cultivators from various supreme forces arrived one after the other. The gate of Yellow Spring hanging in the air was hundreds of meters high, like a divine gate from the ancient times. However, there was still no one brave enough to step in. Anyone who went inside would be putting his life at risk. What does Master Pudu think? Someone turned to an old monk and asked at the moment. The old monk was Master Pudu from the mountain realm. He was a remarkable cultivator who had a deep understanding of the Buddhist doctrine. Moreover, he led the Buddhist cultivators from the mountain realm and found the gate of Yellow Spring in Juyo City. It was also him who activated the gate and made it appear. Therefore, Master Pudu's opinion mattered a great deal. Buddhist cultivators from the mountain realm emitted brilliant light of Buddha from their bodies. Master Pudu held the prayer beads in his hand and said, "This is the entrance to the gate of the hell." Many people narrowed their eyes upon hearing his words. They didn't expect him to be this straightforward. On top of that, Master Pudu seemed to be very confident that it was the right place. "Why are you so sure?" someone asked. "My gut feeling," Master Pudu replied. People instantly felt a little discouraged and disappointed. Could they really rely on his instinct? But some people had complete trust in Master Pudu. The gate of the hell might truly be in the Yellow Spring if he said so. Master Pudu is one of the best cultivators and an expert on Buddhist doctrine. It's probably the case if he thinks the entrance to the gate of the hell is in the Yellow Spring, said Gai Qixing, a prince of the Golden Divine Nation. "Can Master Pudu bring us in and show us what hell looks like?" someone else in another direction asked. It was Diwu from the Solar Divine Palace who was asking the monks from the Tianxian Temple of the Mountain Realm to lead the way. They were at the Yellow Spring, after all. Even cultivators from Supreme Forces didn't dare to underestimate the situation. No one knew what was inside of the gate formed by the Yellow Spring. "Can't you walk on your own?" a voice answered Diwu's request. It sounded very calm without a shred of sarcasm, as if the person was simply asking a plain question. The man who spoke was Guizong from Tianxian Temple. All the supreme forces in the 9 realms had sent cultivators to Juyo City. The several geniuses who developed perfect divine wheels in God's relic were also here. After all, they represented the future of the world of cultivators and should seize every opportunity to improve themselves. Moreover, they were strong enough to shoulder responsibilities alone now. They were definitely capable enough to take control of their own territories if they left the supreme forces. It was Master Pudu who found this gate. Besides, what's wrong with us following someone as extraordinary as Master Pudu? Diwu replied calmly. He didn't think there was anything wrong with his request. "I guess you have a point," Guizong said expressionlessly. He didn't know how to counter such an argument. Another group of people walked toward the gate from far away. Many people turned to gaze at them. The divine beams of flame gleamed in Diwu's eyes after he recognized the people coming. The silver-haired lady next to Yi Futian was probably that distinguished woman from the Shin clan. What a pity. Shin Luoxue was such a prominent figure back in the days. She might even be the successor to Shunji if she stayed in the Shin clan instead of getting mixed up with the Sky River Great Elder. Yet now she was in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. What a steal for the academy. Yi Futian walked closer and stared at the gate of Yellow Spring. He was astounded by how the water flowed backward and transformed into a gate hundreds of meters high. It seemed like something mysterious was going on inside of the Yellow Spring. They heard that people from Tianxian Temple found the gate. It's been a long time since I last saw you, Master Guizong. Yi Futian turned his head and said to Guizong with a smile. Nice to see you too, benefactor Yi. Guizong put his palms together in front of the chest and said, I had a deep admiration for you in the God's relic. It took me by surprise that even people in the mountain realm have long heard about your great name. It's undeserved fame, Yi Futian smiled and replied. You're such a humble person, Guizong laughed. Brother Yi enjoys a stellar reputation in the 9 realms nowadays. You surely don't need to be too modest, someone in another direction said. Yi Futian saw the cultivators from the Tianxian Academy and recognized that the man who spoke was Jian Qingzhu. Nice to meet the seniors from Tianxian Academy. Yi Futian greeted the men standing beside Jian Qingzhu. He felt grateful to them even though it was merely a deal back then. People from Tianxian Academy nodded slightly. The celebrities who shone in God's relic were having a reunion this day in Jiuyou City. Nan Luotian, Qingni, and Yunshang were here as well. On the other hand, Shun Hao is much more restrained now, contrary to his high profile in God's relic. Yi Futian rose to fame by standing on Shun Hao's shoulders. How is the situation, Granny? Yi Futian said to Shun Luoxue at his side. A lot of people, Shun Luoxue replied, even some cultivators in the high-level Renhuang Plain, showed up. Her divine consciousness spread out and covered a large area. They were not the only ones who were attracted by the Gate of Yellow Spring. Chapter 1738, Ancient Battlefield. The presence of Shun Luoxue attracted the attention of many cultivators, especially those from the Shin clan. The person who headed the Shin clan was a middle-aged man. Just standing there, he exuded an air of authority, as if he had been accustomed to being in charge for a long time. He was wearing a purple robe, and there was a hint of majesty between his brows. Upon close scrutiny, he and Shun Luoxue bore some resemblance to one another. Shin clan, Shun Luochuan. Shun Luoxue's elder brother and Shun Hao's grandfather. Shun Hao was the same generation as Fei Xue. Shun Luochuan's gaze focused on Shun Luoxue, and he asked, How have you been at the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Shun Luoxue glanced at him casually, her expression indifferent. She did not respond. No one was on her side for what happened back in the days. Everyone had followed the will of the Shin clan, acting based on the interests of the Shin clan, including her own brother, who had even participated in the battle. Therefore, for Shun Luoxue, this familial relationship had long been terminated as far as she was concerned. At the moment when her own daughter died, that cruel and cold-blooded family was already erased from her heart. Therefore, she paid absolutely no attention to Shun Luochuan. At her level of cultivation, she was extremely grounded in every way. Once she had determined her view on certain things, nothing could change her mind at all. People from other principalities watched the two with great interest. These two characters from the Shin clan were once peerless, commanding figures of their times, and they both figured prominently in the Shin clan. If none of those things happened in the past, and the Shun clan had not interfered with Shun Luoxue and the Sky River Great Elder, perhaps the Shun clan would be extremely prosperous now. However, there was no if. The aggression of the Shin clan determined what happened in the past as well as the situation today. Master Pudu. Shun Luoxue looked at the eminent monk from Tianxian Temple, who returned her look by clasping his hands together in greeting. Benefactor Luoxue. The eminent monks of the mountain realm should be one of the forces that know hell the best. What does the master make of hell's intention of bringing all of us here? Shun Luoxue asked. Master Pudu smiled and understood what Shun Luoxue meant. There must be a purpose for hell to draw the forces of the 9 realms to the hidden land realm. Now, finding the entrance to the gate of hell may just be what the other side wanted and could be used by the remnants of hell. Before I came down the mountain, the abbot told me that everything has its own time and what must happen cannot be stopped, Master Pudu said with a smile. Shun Luoxue looked slightly alarmed. The abbot of Tianxian Temple was a great Buddha who had obtained the true way. His power was boundless, and he could see many things that others could not. However, if the abbot of Tianxian Temple also held this opinion, then it looked like that some things were indeed impossible to stop. Perhaps the peaceful 9 realms may experience a period of turmoil. I understand what you meant, but if you don't intervene, and I don't intervene, it doesn't mean that we can persuade the others in the world of cultivation to do the same. Master Pudu continued, instead, it is much better to face it head-on. There were many top forces in the 9 supreme imperial realms. Even if they did not participate, could they stop the others? The master is right. Shinluoxue didn't say much more. There was only one force that could prevent all this from happening, and that was the empty imperial palace. The empty imperial palace was under the command of the great emperor. Although he did not make a habit of inquiring about the external affairs of day-to-day, he still had the responsibility of monitoring everything. Now, even the empty imperial palace hadn't made its appearance. Did this mean that empty imperial palace had quietly acquiesced everything that was happening? Let's go in. Master Pudu said nothing more, but simply clasped his hands together as he stepped forward. Suddenly, the radiant light of Buddha flowed all over his body. At this moment, his frail body turned into an ancient Buddha, walking steadily toward the gate of Yellow Spring. Wherever the light of Buddha touched the gate of Yellow Spring, the great destructive power of the spring was unable to corrode it. With its golden body dharma and a sublime and solemn appearance, Master Pudu stepped inside and gradually disappeared from sight. Although, previously, there were those who had incited Master Pudu to enter first, thus caused the displeasure of the people from Tianxian Temple. But in the end, Master Pudu was the first one to enter the Yellow Spring anyhow. Sonorous sounds of Buddha rang out. They turned into an all-encompassing light of Buddha. All the masters from Tianxian Temple moved forward, watching their own steps. Even Guizong had no one to escort him, but must walk alone by himself, shuttled inside the gate of Yellow Spring. Soon, all the cultivators from Tianxian Temple disappeared from sight. Let's go. Since someone took the lead, everyone else suddenly became bolder. Everything behind the gate of Yellow Spring was unknown, but with the eminent monk of Mountain Realm in the lead, they felt it was safe enough to follow behind. Therefore, there were many people rushed forward this time. Futian was in no hurry when he saw the action taken by the others. All the cultivators from the Tianshan Academy waited quietly. At this moment, there was a scream, and the blazing flame of a cultivator from the solar realm dimmed, and then turned into a black fire, consuming him little by little. Soon, his body was swallowed by the Yellow Spring. Careful. Everyone became much more alert when they saw this. They had been too careless. Some had begun to release the might of the way to protect those around them. Yaya, take care of Qingyao, Futian said to Yaya, who was beside him, and she nodded. Yaya of Ranhuang cultivation had also cast a perfect divine wheel of swordsmanship. She would have no trouble passing through the gate of Yellow Spring, but Qingyao needed to be protected at all times. Let's go. Futian spoke, and suddenly, the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy started to move. Futian did not release the might of the way to shield himself, but walked into the Yellow Spring directly. In an instant, the terrifying Yellow Spring swallowed up his body. Its destructive power corroded it, even trying to enter his body to corrupt and destroy his vitality. However, the cultivators of Ranhuang Realm possessed the bodies of the Great Path, and every part of their bodies had been baptized by the Great Path. Futian's body seemed to be filled with natural defense, so that the Yellow Spring was unable to corrode his physical body. He moved steadily forward and walked inside. Yaya wrapped both Qingyao and her with a halo of swordsmanship and entered inside the Yellow Spring. What a boss! Numerous people on both sides of the Yellow Spring and in the void had witnessed this incredible scene. The way that Futian entered the Yellow Spring was truly unprecedented. No one else in the same realm of him had dared to do so before. Only those with great power would dare to be so audacious. This was the person who had slain the middle Renhuang of the Divine Will Sixth Order, someone said. The battle at Juyo Sect had already spread all throughout Juyo City. No matter how Futian was able to achieve that, it was a good indication that he must have already reached the peak level of middle Renhuang. Indeed, he had the right to be arrogant. However, his actual realm served to deceive those who took him at face value. Anyone who treated him as a divine wheel of the second order would face a nasty surprise. Changshi smiled when she saw what Futian did. She stepped forward and walked straight ahead. Goddess! Those around her were a little worried when they saw her action. Changxi ignored them. She, who possessed the perfect divine wheel, was also the goddess of Yue Divine Palace. If Yi Futian could do it, why couldn't she? Under everyone's gaze, Changxi also walked inside. After that, many people followed Yi Futian's example and walked inside the gate of Yellow Spring. Soon, forces from all parts of the realms had entered inside. But there were still many cultivators remaining from Joyo City, and they were now moving forward one after another. Every one of them was Renhuang level existence. Anyone less than Renhuang level was not qualified to enter because they would require protection. Therefore, it made no sense for them to come along. Qingyao had to be inside because Yi Futian couldn't leave her alone outside because of the danger. When they saw that all these people had stepped inside, the onlookers in the distance were surprised. When did Joyo City have so many cultivators? Moreover, many of them exuded a very strong aura. This time, it would certainly be extremely lively inside, and they wanted to go in and watch too. However, most people didn't qualify, so they could only wait on the outside. After Yi Futian and the others entered the gate of Yellow Spring, they came upon another space, an independent space. What is this place? Everyone was more cautious now. After all, it was an unknown area. Within Yellow Spring, there was another hidden space. This space was vast and boundless. The light inside was dim, as if flowing with endless gloom of the underworld, with wisps of death permeating the air. Underneath their feet, there was a black flame of destruction, and there were already some Renhuang who had been burned accidentally. Are we in the real hell? Next to Yi Futian, Dozhao mumbled. This space was way too creepy. There are mountains ahead. Yi Futian looked into the distance. Many also looked up there. There were indeed mountain ranges, but black fire of death was spewing forth from them. Many people felt extremely ill at ease because this place was not suitable for most people to cultivate. But there were a few cultivators from the hidden land realm who felt extremely at home. To them, this place was simply the most ideal place for cultivation. At this moment, a group of people had been moving toward the distance, and they were already somewhat further ahead than the people who came in later. Everyone looked over there and saw the eminent monks of the mountain realm marched forward. Master Pudu, who was in the lead, looked solemn and grave. Go! The others hurried to catch up to them. Did the master detect what place this is? A cultivator asked the master of Tianxian Temple. Battlefield, Master Pudu responded without hesitation, which startled the person who asked the question. All the surrounding cultivators wore a grim look on their faces and asked, What battlefield? The battlefield where the hell was destroyed, Master Pudu continued. Finally, his footsteps stopped momentarily as his gaze aimed in one direction. Following his sight, everyone looked at one place and saw that there was a corpse. It had long lost its life, and no one knew how long ago it had fallen. At this moment, the air became a little heavy. The space within Yellow Spring turned out to have been a battlefield once. Many older folks from the previous generations remembered the battle of the years past, but they did not participate in the battle of the Hell's destruction. Rumor had it that some principalities within the mountain realm had gotten involved in that battle, so the mountain realm probably had the most understanding about Hell. The gate of Hell could very well appear here. Chapter 1739, The Giant Buddha. All the cultivators looked grim. Exactly what kind of battle broke out on this battlefield of the past? And how many people fell among them? Now, this dusty space had reappeared, and a piece of history was buried within it. Ahead, the Buddhist cultivators from Tianxian Temple of the mountain realm stopped. Rays of light of Buddha burst out from them, illuminating the space. This terrible light of Buddha lit up the front, and an infinitely boundless figure of an evil demon was seen. Behind that great demon, countless other demons gnashed their teeth and flung their claws. It was as if those who had fallen into hell had now come back to life once again. Beneath the light of Buddha, those elusive shadows continued to be destroyed and shattered madly. Obviously, these were not real physical bodies, but the remnant will of the fallen that still remained behind in this world, which were now being purified into nothingness under the light of Buddha. Seeing this, many people seemed to realize something at the same time, and the cultivators from all sides began accelerating their movement forward and rushed toward the direction of the monks from Tianxian Temple who were leading the way. Witnessing this, Futian became contemplative. Before, everyone was counting on the masters of Tianxian Temple to lead the way. Now, it seemed that they had other ideas. Let's go too. Futian spoke up as he, too, was speeding forward. After a while, they were not far behind the cultivators from Tianxian Temple. All the major forces had caught up to them now and were spread out in different directions. Under the light of Buddha, the evil demon retreated. However, straight ahead, there was a skeleton sitting cross-legged. This skeleton had not decayed for hundreds of years, just sitting there quietly, but there was no longer any breath of life that could be detected from it, only the air of death. The will of death surrounded this withered skeleton, someone who had fallen long ago. However, what was really terrifying was that those dried bones radiated an unusually bright light, the light of darkness. This dark light was extremely horrific, like a dark ancient tome that had melted into his body. This ancient tome seemed to have many pages, and between the pages, one could faintly detect terrifying loneliness permeating from them. The immortal divine wheel. Some people marched toward it. This divine wheel of the great path, even with the destruction of its owner, still had not decayed. More terrifying than the flesh, it had now turned into a strange treasure. A hint of greed flashed across the eyes of many, especially those latecomers who were from Joyo City. Every one of them walking forward, getting very close. Clearly, even if they had no ability to compete with the supreme powers, it did not mean that they would easily give it up. This thing is more suitable for the cultivators of our hidden land realm. Those of you who came from afar, it is useless to you even if you get it. It is better to let the hidden land realm have it. At this moment, someone spoke. It was a cultivator from the clan of the god of Ghost. Not only him, but all the supreme forces from the hidden land realm were clearly extremely enticed. The fallen figure that was sitting here was definitely someone of great power. Everyone was very quiet when they heard his words, and no one made a response. In the face of treasure, who would easily hand over to the others? What's more, there were so many principalities in attendance today. Almost all the forces of the 9 realms were present. Even if one force would be willing to acquiesce, what about the others? Let's say we will let the hidden land realm have it. Later, when we encounter other treasures, can the forces from the hidden land realm guarantee not to fight us for them? At this time, someone spoke up, and it was the cultivator from the Solar Divine Palace. Just like that, these words silenced several major forces from the hidden land realm. Could they guarantee that? No one would dare to make such a guarantee. They had just entered this hellish battlefield. Who knew what would happen next? If they encountered a better, more powerful treasure, could they promise not to fight for it? Obviously not. If none of you can make such a promise, then let's forget about bounds and realms. It belongs to whoever that can take it, the cultivator of the Solar Divine Palace said indifferently. If the hidden land realm wanted to claim this area, could they really allow everything that appeared here to be possessed by the hidden land realm alone? Buzz. A figure flickered rapidly and slaughtered directly toward the seated skeleton, like a black, faded shadow, fast to the limit. The person who made a move was a cultivator of the clan of the god of Ghost. If it had to be taken by force, he would be the first one to make a move. Rumble. A terrifying suppression of the great path descended, and the speed of the cultivator from the clan of the god of Ghost came to an abrupt halt. The cultivator of Prison Fort clan stepped forward, whose every step was incredibly heavy, suppressing the void. The forces from the hidden land realm, as expected, took the lead in fighting for the treasure. Master Pudu glanced at them, then folded his hands together, chanting the sound of Buddha and stepping forward. He continued walking from above the sky, ignoring the situation below. One after another, cultivators took action. In an instant, with the desiccated skeleton as the center, many with great power began to compete, and all the supreme-level principalities in the hidden land realm had entered the arena. They had a very good idea who this fallen figure was. A terrifying existence with great power had once come from the hidden land realm. Their strength was so powerful that it struck fear in the hearts of many. His divine wheel was extremely dominant and was once famous throughout the hidden land realm. If so, how could they miss this chance? Shin Luoxue glanced at Futian, who was beside her. Grandma, let's continue on our journey. Yi Futian's demeanor was very calm as he took a look at the cultivators from Tianxian Temple, who kept marching forward. Xin Luoxue nodded, and everyone followed their lead and bypassed the battlefield. Gradually, there were some forces that decided to get involved in this battle, but there were also others that decided to give up. Clearly, in their opinion, it was not worth fighting here. Perhaps there would be something else they wanted more as they continued onward. Yi Futian and the others continued forward. A horrible breath came from behind them. It was a storm of the great path. But the group continued on as if nothing was happening behind them. But there were still many ghostly evil shadows present in this space, all of which were annihilated under the light of Buddha, which seemed to have been released by the Buddha. The crowd stepped into a mountainous area, and in a gorge, a bloody demon sword appeared. Its horrific bloody light filled the sky, staining the sky crimson as blood. This sword was buried in the ground. It seemed to be broken, but there was still an astonishing aura that permeated from it. Within hundreds of meters around the magic sword, a terrifying area of destruction had formed. Anyone who approached would be wiped out by its sword will. There were more cultivators now plunging forward. This time, no one even bothered saying anything before lunging into the raid. Yi Futian looked at them without much interest. In the god's relic, he had gotten himself an entire treasure trove of ritual implements. After that, ordinary ritual implements did not interest him at all. Even if he had them, they would not mean much to him. That was unless it was a very special ritual implement or an implement above the Renhuang realm. Technically, it then could no longer be considered a ritual implement, but a divine item, and its power would go far beyond something like ritual implement. Yi Futian's group continued onward. Except for some who chose to fight over the implements that appeared, people from most other forces chose to avoid the conflict and kept moving. This ancient battlefield, it seemed, could bring them some surprises. And not just the gate of hell. This space, long since been sealed, was amazingly boundless, and even their divine spirits could only reach a limited distance and were extremely affected. At this moment, the speed of the cultivators at the mountain realm suddenly increased. This realization alarmed many, but they followed along on the journey. In the front, there was a very solemn breath, and even though they were still very far away, they could vaguely perceive the tyranny of this breath. What is that? Yi Futian secretly remarked to himself. Not only did he feel it, but Xin Luoxue and the other cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy had also sensed it. There were other principalities. Shen Luochuan of the Shen clan showed a curious look in his eyes. It seemed as if he could see through the endless void. Unconsciously, their speed was still accelerating, almost turning them into light streamers that shuttled in this space. The majestic and solemn aura became even stronger, and gigantic buildings could be made out vaguely in the front. That terrifying aura originated from there. These majestic giant buildings obscured the sky. The closer they got, the more they realized just how gigantic these buildings really were, which was tens of thousands feet high. As they were approaching, a horrible aura made it difficult for everyone to move forward. Finally, they were able to see clearly what those objects were. This? Yi Futian looked shocked. His eyes were fixed on the sight in front of him. Those giant objects were not buildings but statues. They were statues that were once cultivators. Two majestic statues stood opposite to one another. One was a Buddha, and the other a demon. One statue shone with the endless light of Buddha. Its entirety was composed of a golden body. The other statue was of an evil demon. Its whole body was pitch black. These two boundless and majestic figures seemed to have died in a seated posture, and around them, there were giant statues, all of which released an extremely tyrannical aura. But there was no aura of life, as they had fallen many years ago. The cultivators of Tianxian Temple walked up to the Buddha statue. All of them sat cross-legged, reciting the sound of Buddha in extreme piety, as if they were paying respect to their ancestor. Here, the fallen cultivator was indeed their ancestor, the ancient Buddha. Chapter 1740 The Ancients. Yi Futian looked at the cultivators from the mountain realm, the sound of Buddha lingering in the air. Seeing their pious demeanor, Yi Futian knew that this ancient Buddha must have had some connection with the mountain realm. Vajra Buddha, Shinluoxue said in a low voice. She then clasped her hands and bowed to the Buddha statue. Clearly, this ancient Buddha was an ancestor whom she respected. It's the senior brother of the current abbot of Tianxian Temple, the granduncle of Master Pudu. Next to him, Hua Jiangshan from the celestial gate of vast heaven made the presentation to Yi Futian. I heard that it was he should have been the abbot of Tianxian Temple, but the Vajra Buddha gave that position to his junior brother, while he chose to cast out and to slay the demons. It was said that the Vajra Buddha was known as the premier ancient fighting Buddha of the mountain realm, whose fighting skill was incomparable amongst his peers. Discussion arose among the people who had gathered around, especially those from the older generations who knew much more about the people and things back then. Once, the Vajra Buddha was a powerful figure. As he did not desire to be an abbot, he chose to wander through the land alone. It was said that he liked to go around bare feet and wore a tattered robe, subsisted on alms. He made peace in the world and cast out the demons and ghosts. He was a maverick, and unlike many Buddhist cultivators, he hated evil. There was a Buddhist saying that the Buddha was made at the moment when the sword was put down, but he was different. When he encountered a demon, there was only one thing that he did, and it was to release the demon to the afterworld. Here must have been his final stand. However, he stayed here forever as well. Many people looked toward the statue opposite the Vajra Buddha. Although this one had fallen for many years, there was still a terrifying breath hanging about him, which prohibited others from approaching. Those eyes seemed to hold a terrible demonic light even now. Once upon a time, the king of hell in the hidden land realm was hailed as the strongest existence in hell. When he was alive, many from the older generations who were present now would tremble when they saw him. For several major forces in the hidden land realm, this king of hell was also a most legendary figure. At the peak of his power, he was the king of the entire hidden land realm, and other supreme forces dared not disobey his will outright. He had wanted to launch a war of conquest that would turn the 3,000 realms of the Great Path into a world of hell. And now, his body was also found sealed here. Many prominent figures from the hidden land realm had a burning looking in their eyes. This was the king of hell. These two statues that lay in front of them, connected with the other statues, were like a mountain range, turning into a continuous mountain cliffs. They shielded the sky and the sun, separating it from the rest of the world as if this were the end of this space. What was revealed before them caused many cultivators to be concerned. The previous rumors were that the gate of hell had appeared, but now they had seen two legends. So, where was the gate of hell? Unless it was sealed here by all these statues? What was behind the statues? Was here the end of this hellish battlefield? Furthermore, endless Buddhist writings appeared on the statue of the Vajra Buddha. Under the chanting of the sound of Buddha by the cultivators from Tianxian Temple, the light of Buddha on his body became extremely fervent, illuminating this dark space. It seemed that a magical and overbearing strength was beginning to awaken. Many looked surprised. Could they really have woken up the Vajra Buddha? Underneath the sound of Buddha, they could vaguely make out an elusive shadow of an ancient Buddha, appeared upon the statue of the Vajra Buddha. It was not real, but it was getting bigger. It was as if it had been separated out from the statue. A mighty breath enveloped the sky, and everyone seemed to be able to feel an unbearable pressure of might. That ancient Buddha had anger in his eyes, and an incredibly brazen light of Buddha fell from the statue. All the Buddhist cultivators from the mountain realm looked there. Afterward, many of them clasped their hands together and closed their eyes to comprehend. When Yi Futian saw this, he had a look of curiosity. It wasn't just the Vajra Buddha, but all the statues of the ancient Buddha behind him were also blooming with a blazing light of Buddha. It was as if it were being awakened. In this instant, the light of Buddha suppressed the darkness, and the endless brilliance spread toward the battlefield of hell. The power of destruction seemed to be expelled and purified, and many remaining wills were supremely purified. The world on this side seemed to be brightened, and endless Buddha now appeared. It was all Buddha returning to the source. Many people turned their heads to behold the awesome, earth-shaking sight. However, at this time, many turned their attention to the dark statue, the king of hell. Cultivators from the hidden land realm had rushed from behind, including the people of the Supreme Forces and the cultivators of Juyo City. They looked at the gigantic and boundless dark shadow, that of the King of Hell, as if they felt a terrifying power from it. As all this was playing out, the dark figure of the King of Hell, likewise, released a terrifying light of darkness and destruction. Darkness enveloped the land, and shadows covered the light of Buddha. For a moment, this dark light and the flaming light of Buddha met and collided in the air, entangled. Don't aid the evildoers. The sound of Buddha rang throughout the void, loud and clear. It was as if spoken by the ancient Buddha in the void. However, the speaker, in fact, was Master Pudu. His figure appeared beneath the statue of the ancient Buddha, hands clasped, standing there quietly with his head bowed. His countenance was dignified and solemn. Bathing in the light of Buddha, he seemed to be incarnated as a Buddha. However, no one from the other party paid any attention to him. From the two statues, everyone was able to feel their power. These Buddhist cultivators from Tianxian Temple were able to perceive the Buddhist doctrine from their ancestor, the Vajrabuddha. The others cultivated differently. They could perceive great power from the statue of the King of Hell. When darkness enveloped the earth, the destructive power of the entire hellish battlefield converged toward them. This power was horrific and gave them a taste of the power from the King of Hell. If they were allowed to continue, they could get strength from it. Under such circumstances, there was no way they could give up and allow these Buddhist cultivators to inherit the power of the ancient Buddha. Seeing the altercation between the two sides, many had an uncertain look on their faces, but most of the principalities decided to maintain their neutral stance. They stood aside and looked on quietly. "This is very possibly the key to the gate of hell," Futian said in a low voice. The forces of hell had lured the cultivators from the 9 realms to here. Its purpose could very well be to reopen the gate of hell. Judging from the sight before him, the gate of hell may very well be related to these two statues. However, the question at hand was, should they let the Buddha suppress the evil, or just let them do whatever they wanted? Futian looked in the front. The battle between this ancient Vajrabuddha and the King of Hell, even many years after their fall, seemed to be continuing. In such a case, perhaps most people would choose to stay out of it. Just as he thought, all the principalities just watched on the side quietly, let the two sides confronting each other, curious to see what change would happen here. Rumble, the vast and endless space trembled. Many raised their heads to look up at the sky above. There seemed to be a gigantic Buddha standing in the middle of the light of Buddha. This sight ignited much interest among the people. It was Master Pudu. Futian also revealed a look of surprise. He lowered his head and looked down. Master Pudu's physical body was still sitting under the ancient Buddha, quietly chanting. His eyes were closed tightly, as the light of Buddha dazzled around him as if he was a Buddha suspended in time. However, his spirit was still traveling beyond the sky, having inherited the will of the Vajrabuddha. The power of the infinite way of the Buddha gathered upon him. In the void, Master Pudu was getting stronger, as if he was incarnated as the Vajrabuddha of yore. Peace is only possible if hell is suppressed here forever, a voice uttered from the ancient Buddha in the void. They had arrived to awaken the Vajrabuddha, to call upon him to suppress the evil spirits once again, sealing this battlefield or purify it with Buddhist doctrine. But at this moment, the destructive power of the entire hellish battlefield roared toward this side. In the void, there were several figures that condensed and appeared. Several top figures had awakened the power of the King of Hell, but there were really 3 major cultivators. Each one of them seemed to represent a kind of power. Hell has been sealed already, and only its power was left. The so-called legend is nothing more than an elusive idea. Even so, each may cultivate without interference with one other. A voice was heard, and the speaker was a cultivator from the fate world. He seemed to have turned into a god of destruction, standing in the void. The power of endless destruction gathered upon his body, extremely terrifying. Was this a competition of the Great Path? Many people stared at the magnificent sight in front of them. The entire hellish battlefield was in turmoil. In this battlefield, the power of destruction and other powers of the Great Path was already stronger than they were elsewhere. When they were awakened, They actually suppressed the blazing light of Buddha that had previously shrouded the sky above. Master Pudu puts his hands together, and a dazzling light of Buddha bloomed upon that giant and boundless ancient Buddha. The light of purification could purify all the powers of evil in the world. Wherever the light of Buddha passed through, the way of destruction was purified into nothingness, as the light rushed toward the three phantasmal figures that had appeared. However, at this time, the space suddenly turned into absolute darkness. The light of purification descended, but the darkness was not dispersed. At the same time, the light of Buddha seemed to be corroded bit by bit, decaying as it was being penetrated. At this moment, the light of Buddha on a figure that stood under the statue of the ancient Buddha became ever more radiant. It was Guizong. The countless light of Buddha enveloped his body. He seemed to be wandering beyond the sky, as if he had been called upon by the ancestors. When the power of the Buddhist clan resonated together, he appeared high above the sky, as if he had turned into a Buddha himself. These two are truly frightful. They have long been sealed here, but their power could still be felt by us today, someone whispered. Many people were looking that way, and every cultivator had more or less perceived a strong resonance. Futian had a peculiar look in his eyes. He could perceive a majestic might of way from both statues. Chapter 1741 Mysterious Person. Rumble. Frightening rumbles could be heard across the entire hell battlefield. The vast space trembled. The countless statues trembled even more intensely. In the blazing light of Buddha, a sphere of light appeared. The light sphere was extremely frightening. It appeared to be a lamp. What was that? The cultivators revealed strange looks. They could sense that it contained frightening power. The light of the Buddhist lamp did not seem too bright as it shone out. In an instant, the endless evil and destructive power was immediately dissipated by the light of the lamp. Everywhere the light of the lamp shone upon, the darkness was banished. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators all changed. They felt an intense will. This will was one of the great paths of Buddha. Releasing souls from purgatory was one of the strongest powers of Vajra Buddha back in the day. The Buddhist lamp was probably a Buddhist treasure. Vajra Buddha used his unparalleled power to refine a Buddhist lamp. He even merged the power of his own soul into it. After many years, the Buddhist lamp was once again lit. It still had the unparalleled power to release souls from purgatory. It was especially effective at countering the dark and destructive powers of the Great Path. A treasure. Strange looks flashed past in the eyes of many people. This same idea emerged within their minds, especially for the cultivators of the mountain realm. The strongest forces in the mountain realm were all Buddhist cultivators. Upon encountering a Buddhist treasure, how could they not want it? For instance, the members of Shenxing clan, who were known as false Buddhas, had greedy looks flashing in their eyes right now. It was actually a Buddhist treasure. At that moment, someone looked at the light of Buddha that grew brighter and brighter. It was activated by the power of Buddha. The slumbering power was also awakened. The crowd also saw a Buddhist pagoda. The pagoda was carved with many patterns. Each illustration was that of an ancient Buddha. When these patterns all lit up at the same time, the various Buddhas awakened. In the heavens above, countless illusions of Buddhas gradually appeared. Futian raised his head and looked into the sky. The activated power grew stronger. It was as though they were returning to the ancient battlefield, to that frightening war. An even more frightening explosion occurred. The seals on the statues kept shattering. The ends of this region of space seemed to have been shattered. Aside from the appearance of a Buddhist treasure, a ritual implement of the King of Hell also appeared and released frightening power. A god of ghost banner appeared in the sky above. On it, there were silhouettes of endless ghosts and demons. It was as though Yaksa and Ashura had awakened to withstand the Buddhas in the sky. This caused the mighty figures of clan of the god of ghost to tremble intensely inside. They recognized this god of ghost banner. Back in the day, it was feared by all. After that, they saw another ritual implement. It was a huge trident that was similarly a frightening weapon many years ago. Something is going to happen, Hua Jiangshan said in a low voice when he saw this scene. It was not just him. All the cultivators were staring straight ahead. Behind the shattered stone wall, the sealed-off space was gradually revealed. It was a towering dark palace. However, right now, it was in ruins. Inside, it was hell that had disappeared. An unparalleled frightening aura emanated from within. If one looked further in, there was a space that resembled the depths of hell. It was a deep chasm with no bottom, seemingly forming a frightening hell swirl. It was like a door that led straight to hell. However, right in front of the door, there was a sword that stood stabbed into the ground. It was an emerald sword. Around it, there were Sarira beads circling it. When Nan Luotian saw this divine sword, a strange look flashed past in her eyes. The expressions of the cultivators of Nantion Divine Kingdom also changed. There were even quite a number of mighty figures that turned around and looked towards the direction where the members of Nantion Divine Kingdom stood. What is it? Nan Luotian looked at the elder beside her. She had seen this divine sword in the records of the clan's ancient manuscripts. Qinghe. The cultivators beside the elder said, "It is the sword of His Highness." The appearance of this sword meant that Emperor Nan had participated in the battle to eradicate hell back then. The gate of hell. Everyone's gazes were staring straight ahead. That door should be the gate of hell. What was beyond the gate of hell? Rumor has it that the sealing and unsealing of the gate of hell would involve Emperor-level forces. Rumble at that moment, another silhouette appeared from within the 10,000 zhang tall light of Buddha. The eyes of this silhouette contained an evil aura. Although his body was permeated with the light of Buddha, he walked directly towards the Buddhist lamp. "Vermin!" a cold voice cried out. In the direction of Tianxian Temple, a monk walked towards him. The light of Buddha burned even brighter. The monk actually became a towering Vajra Buddha. Many people revealed bizarre looks when they witnessed this scene. There was an inheritor of Vajra Buddha. The eyes of this monk were like an angry Vajra. An ancient Buddha appeared behind him. He raised his hand and charged in the direction where the cultivators from the Xinxing clan of the mountain realm were. This giant palm of Vajra was indestructible. It shattered the space and descended downwards. The silhouette that invaded the light of Buddha was a cultivator of the Xinxing clan. They wanted to seize the opportunity to steal the Buddhist treasure. Bang! A loud bang could be heard. A huge giant palm of Vajra immediately appeared on the ground. A handprint was clearly marked there. The members of the Xinxing clan retreated far away. Beneath their feet, a divine light shone. Their speed was unbelievably fast. Among the members of the Xinxing clan, one cultivator was still resting with his eyes closed and communicating with an ancient Buddha. On top of a Buddha statue, a huge foot stomped down. It actually descended upon Master Pudu. Right now, Master Pudu was still countering the awakened power of the King of Hell. A huge Buddha immediately appeared beside Master Pudu. The cultivators of Tianxian Temple immediately attacked, their figures stepping onto the Buddha statues. "Let's go," the cultivators of the Xinxing clan said. Cultivators of the Xinxing clan immediately stepped into mid-air. They instantly disappeared from their positions and charged towards the Buddha statues. Elsewhere, the various forces of the Hidden Land realm also attacked. Aside from activating the power of the King of Hell, they also began to pillage the treasures of the King of Hell. They also had their eyes set on Hell Palace. Hell was previously the most prosperous force in the Hidden Land realm. How could they possibly let this chance slip past them? What are your thoughts, everyone? Shen Luochuan from the Shen clan asked the various cultivators. Right now, various cultivators were scattered across different regions. However, their gazes were all staring at the Buddha statues before them. Everyone has not forgotten the age of turmoil back then, right? A cultivator of the mountain realm said. This was clearly a reminder for everyone. However, the expression in the eyes of the cultivators did not change at all. The age of turmoil? Many cultivators had fallen during the age of turmoil. However, it also gave birth to many heroes. A good number of top figures displayed their talents in battles during that era. Some of them had even left the confinement of this sky. In comparison, the current age had fewer changes. It was as though everything had been set. Donghuang the Great hoped for the world of cultivation to be strong and stable, but wasn't it in itself a form of imprisonment? In the end, this place was still not the real world. Besides, nobody knew what they would activate. Donghuang the Great did not order anyone to stop today's occurrence too. Did it mean that everything that was happening now was fated too? Buzz. With a flash, a group of top figures dashed across the space and pounced on the Buddha statues in front of them. They were none other than cultivators of the solar divine palace. They emanated unparalleled divine light of the sun, and, step by step, they walked towards the Buddhist lamp. Clearly, greed had gotten hold of them, and they also wanted to snatch this Buddhist treasure. As Hua Jiangshan had expected, this was spiraling into something terribly grave. Yi Futian thought to himself when he saw the scene. Who should we help? Yi Futian muttered. Under such circumstances, who should the Heavenly Mandate Academy help? Which side should they be on? Moreover, there were more than two standpoints now. Each force had its own point of view. Just when Yi Futian was still considering who he should help, a group of cultivators closed in on his party. Many of the cultivators who were observing the battle in the distance besieged them. Among these cultivators, Yi Futian saw a few familiar faces. It was Hierophant Jiuyo and his party. Obviously, they were here for Yaya, so they targeted Yi Futian's group. However, the leader this time was not Hierophant Jiuyo. Instead, it was a very young-looking man. His pupils emanated terrifying dark light. He seemed cold and demonic. He looked like he was at a similar age with Yi Futian, but his actual age could not be determined. Yi Futian could clearly sense that this youth was extremely dangerous. Be careful, Xin Luoxue warned Yi Futian through a secret sound transmission. She also felt threatened by this demonic and handsome youth. This youth was strong, very strong. However, no one from the crowd actually recognized this youth. It was as though he had never appeared before. In fact, this was also his first time appearing in public. Up until now, he had always been in the shadows. Hand her over to me, and you can live, the youth demanded while sweeping a glance at Qingyao, who was standing beside Yaya. His voice was sinister. A domineering aura permeated through his indifferent tone. His gaze was emotionless, but it contained absolute confidence. By handing Qingyao over to him, they could live. What if they didn't want to hand her over? Who are you? Yi Futian asked. Why was this mysterious person so determined to seize Qingyao? Which force did this demonic youth come from? If he was from one of the forces in the Hidden Land realm, his tone would at least be a little less presumptuous. Currently, none of the forces in the Hidden Land realm would dare to threaten the Heavenly Mandate Academy like this. The demonic youth glanced at Yi Futian. His gaze was indifferent. He extended both his hands, and suddenly, myriads of dark light surged into his body from all corners of the hell battlefield. The youth raised his head, and streaks of dark lines appeared on his face. His body transformed into a terrifying swirl and was frenziedly engulfing all the energy around him. Chapter 1742 Activation. Around the youth, a terrifying swirl formed. The great path of destruction seeped into his body. When Xin Luoxue, as well as Hua Jiangshan, saw this scene, they both stepped out in front of Yi Futian and the others. Xin Luoxue's body released a frightening divine spatial halo. Be careful. He is most likely an ancient monster, Hua Jiangshan said in a low voice. Although this demonic youth did not appear old, it was highly likely that he was an ancient monster that had cultivated for eons. From the other party's figure, they could all sense a very powerful threat. Rumble. Countless destructive flows of darkness rampaged around them. Each flow of darkness contained frightening will. This will swept across the space like a destructive river. The entire world seemed to have been covered by this power. The demonic youth pointed a finger in the direction of Yi Futian's group. Endless destructive flows of darkness immediately bellowed and charged in their direction. The cultivators of the other forces around Yi Futian's group retreated from them and did not dare to get close. This destructive power was too terrifying. It was as though they would instantly die if they touched it. At the same time, Xin Luoxue stepped forward, her white hair dancing in the wind. With her figure as the center, the peerless divine spatial halo radiated outwards. This divine spatial halo stretched up into the sky. It could eliminate all great paths simultaneously. Again, with her as the center, the spatial storm in this region seemed to close in and became a divine wall. It sealed off the space with the absolute great path of space. A cold gaze flashed past in the eyes of the demonic youth. His body floated high in the sky, as though he was an evil god here to end the world. He waved both of his hands, and the endless will of the great path became bolts of dark lightning that descended from the heavens. His figure stepped forward, and his entire being was bathed in the dark lightning. This dark lightning seemed to come from the abyss of hell. It was like an endless chain that directly linked heaven and earth. Bang, bang, bang. In the distance, some Renhuangs from Joyo City were hit by the dark lightning. The lightning penetrated straight through their bodies, and they were immediately turned into puddles of black blood and water. Nothing was left behind. They had died extremely tragically. This scene caused the people in the distance to continue frenziedly escaping. When they looked over at this battlefield, the entire space was dark. The power of the great path of destruction in the entire hell battlefield seemed to have been consumed and used by the youth. The power of the great path in the area seemed to be his auxiliary power source. This scene was too frightening. It was as though it was a scene from the actual end of hell. Dark lightning covered the sky and blocked out the sun. When the lightning descended, it seemed as though it would destroy the world and everything in it. The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy had extremely serious expressions. Even Hua Jiangshan felt an intensely terrifying threat from the demonic youth. So powerful. The great path of destruction was truly terrifying. Protect the juniors. I will lead him away, Shen Luoxue said. There was a somewhat stern gaze in her eyes. It was obvious that the demonic youth that had appeared had caused her to feel threatened. All right. The rest nodded in reply. They all had serious expressions. If this demonic youth was not led away, it would indeed be very dangerous. Shen Luoxue flew up into the sky alone. The spatial storm enveloped the vast and endless space and covered the land. When the divine spatial halo was released, the storm enveloped the entire sky. Rumble, the will of the demonic youth shifted, and the destructive river of the great path swept down from the sky. The dark lightning seemed to have the power of judgment and wanted to destroy everything in the world. In the instance that the power erupted, the divine spatial halo was completely unleashed. Beams of spatial light traversed the space. The divine spatial halo that burst forth from Shen Luoxue's figure held up this part of the sky. The dark lightning and the golden divine light collided in mid-air. The next moment, endless strands of spatial light were woven into a spatial road. Under the destructive power, the silhouettes of the demonic youth and Shen Luoxue immediately disappeared from their spots. Many people raised their heads and looked up into the air. In the instant that the two of them disappeared, the dark, destructive power and the golden strands of spatial light frenziedly collided in mid-air. Even though the two of them had disappeared, frightening bolts of dark lightning were still rampaging. After both of them disappeared, Hierophant Joyo and the others once again charged towards Futian's group. Last time, the cultivators from various forces came and were prepared to stand against them. Hence, Hierophant Joyo and the others could only retreat. However, in this hell battlefield, no one would help Futian's group. As expected, even if the other forces knew that Hierophant Joyo and the others might be related to hell, this time, the cultivators of various forces did not interfere. They merely observed from the sidelines or focused on pillaging treasures. The Vajra Buddha statue, the King of Hell statue, the Hell Palace, and the Gate of Hell. In such a chaotic situation, who would bother to help Futian's group? Futian's figure turned, and his gaze shifted towards the two statues. His gaze became extremely scary. These two statues were once two giant figures, peerless, frightening existences. Even though they had fallen in battle here, their wills still lingered until now. Even being able to activate a portion of their power was already extremely terrifying. An illusory silhouette suddenly appeared on the Buddha statue. The illusory silhouette that formed was Futian's silhouette. This scene caused the people beside him to be stunned. Some of them looked at Futian's illusory silhouette with strange looks. Futian was not a cultivator of Buddha. Could he also actually communicate with the will of the ancient Buddha? Futian's silhouette quietly stood there, sensing its surroundings. Right now, on Futian's actual body, the glorious light of Buddha actually also radiated. It was as though he was watching an ancient scene. It was the scene of the two pinnacle figures battling. Suddenly, a Buddha statue seemed to light up. It appeared in the sky above, followed by a second Buddha statue. Above the Vajra Buddha, illusions of Buddhas appeared and resonated with the Buddha statue on the pagoda. On top of the pagoda, the light of Buddha shone in all directions. The Buddha statues all lit up. It was as though the various Buddhas had awakened. Terrifying will of Buddha burst forth. It actually caused the people who wanted to pillage the pagoda to be sent flying backward from the shockwave. What was happening? Many people revealed strange looks. They could not help but look at Futian's silhouette. The person who was activating the will of Vajra Buddha was actually him. Master Guizong, please bless me, Futian cried out. Master Guizong also activated the will of Buddha. The Buddhist lamp seemed to light up and grow brighter. After hearing Futian's request, Master Guizong placed his hands together. The light of Buddha shone brightly on Futian's illusory silhouette. With the support of Master Guizong, Futian's will became powerful once again. Rumble. An intense rumbling sound could be heard. More and more Buddha statues appeared in midair. It was all Buddhas returning to the source. Astonished, Master Pudu glanced at Futian. The light of the pagoda shone at its brightest. In the sky, all Buddhas appeared. Futian shut his eyes tightly. This was not his own power. It was the will of Vajra Buddha. Even though Vajra Buddha had long passed away, his will did not dissipate. His will lingered in every corner of this space. Not only was the will of Vajra Buddha lingering here, but the will of the King of Hell also remained in this space. Hence, the cultivators could borrow the will of these two mighty figures to fight. Everyone could sense the will of Vajra Buddha and the will of the King of Hell. They were two distinct powers. The more similar the cultivation of a cultivator with one of the wills, the easier it was for the cultivator to sense and activate the will. Futian could sense the wills left behind by both mighty figures. Both wills were extremely terrifying. Through the will of Vajra Buddha, Futian could see various deities and all Buddhas in the heavens. They were in the battlefield of hell, but the appearance of various Buddhas gradually suppressed the destructive power. All Buddhas had emerged. It was no doubt the technique all Buddhas returning to the source. Rumble, a vigorous rumbling sound reverberated. The enormous Buddha statue started moving, accompanied by thunderous sounds. The 10,000 zhang tall Buddha statue lifted up his arm slowly. The dust accumulated on his arm was shaken off. The arm turned golden in color. The entire body of the Buddha statue was shining brilliantly. This arm was raised up to the sky. The light of Buddha radiated, and its power merged into the arm. The power even circled around it. The pagoda also released endless divine light that complemented it. All the cultivators, regardless of which force they were from, were shocked when they witnessed this scene. This was all Buddha's Vajramadra, the greatest attack of Vajra Buddha. This attack shook the world in the past. Once all Buddha's Vajramadra was activated, it would kill all the evils in the world. Right now, this technique was actually reenacted in this space. Moreover, the cultivator that activated it was actually Futian instead of the cultivators of Tianxian Temple. At this moment, many cultivators recalled what Futian said when they were at the God's Relic. He received the teachings of Donghuang the Great and was blessed by all the deities. Hell initiated the chaos of the 9 realms. Everyone, are you going to perpetuate this evil deed? Futian said loudly, all of you, please back off. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful rumble sounded. All Buddha's Vajramadra slashed forward at the statue of the King of Hell. All the deities stood high in the sky, unleashing their finishing moves all at once. The heavens and earth resonated with their attacks. Many of the evil illusory figures activated by cultivators were directly crushed by the light of Buddha Madra. Some illusory figures turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace even before they were hit. Countless cultivators frantically retreated. Under the attack of all Buddha's Vajramadra, the statue of the King of Hell shook violently. Then, the statue was pierced by streaks of golden lightning. One by one, a lot of the statues behind the King of Hell were blasted into pieces. Rumble. A loud thud sounded. The war seemed to have ended. The will remaining in the statue of the king of hell scattered. Cracks appeared on the towering statue. The formidable ritual implement hung loosely at the side, as though it was about to drop to the ground at any minute. Vajra Buddha and the king of hell fought each other when they were still alive, and their fight continued even after their death. However, their last battle just now was completed by the younger generations. Rumble. The Buddha statue was also disintegrating. It shattered bit by bit, and its will was also dissipating. However, Futian did not stop there. The arm of Vajra Buddha rose up once again. It seemed to be an illusory arm. "Make way," Futian cried out. A terrifying resonating sound followed. All Buddha's Vajra Mudra crashed down towards another battlefield. The members of the Heavenly Mandate Academy naturally understood Futian's intentions. Their figures instantly retreated. Hua Jiangshan's speed was extremely fast. He immediately withdrew from the battle with Hierophant Jiuyo. The next moment, all Buddha's Mudra descended. Hierophant Jiuyo turned around and became a beam of black light that wanted to escape. The light of Buddha enveloped the endless space. Under the light of Buddha, nothing could escape. The flowing light that Hierophant Jiuyo turned into instantly disappeared far into the distance. However, the sound of Buddha still struck him from a distance. An astonishingly loud rumble followed. Hierophant Jiuyo was struck by all Buddha's Mudra. Chapter 1743 Upheaval. Qinghe Divine Sword, as well as the Sarira beads, guarded the gate of hell, forming a large matrix around it. Qinghe Divine Sword and the Sarira beads seemed to serve as the cores of the matrix, sealing the terrifying gate of hell. At the moment, there were still countless cultivators gushing towards this area. All of them intended to snatch Qinghe Divine Sword and the Sarira beads. However, as soon as they approached the treasures, they were crushed into pieces by streaks of light. A few Renhuangs had lost their lives. The gate of hell was unapproachable. Right now, there was a group of powerful cultivators of Buddha descending towards them. One of them had a terrifying aura. He was the deputy clan leader of the Xinxing clan. His ability was monstrous. His figure became that of a huge Buddha. Then, with a stomp of his foot, a huge footprint stomped towards Qinghe Divine Sword and the Sarira beads. The Sarira beads circled around Qinghe Divine Sword. Qinghe Divine Sword released beams of divine emerald blades of light. The huge footprint disintegrated under the emerald blades of light. It was turned into countless fragments and then disappeared without a trace. The cultivators of the major forces of the hidden land realm were also all here. However, they could not approach at all. The power was too strong. As expected of Emperor Nan, who was one of the top existences in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. He was already so powerful so many years ago. After settling down in recent years, he had focused his attention onto his daughter, Nan Luotian. This caused many people to forget how terrifying he had once been. However, at that moment, the hell battlefield suddenly lit up with endless brilliant divine light. The light of Buddha lit up the sky. It was not the light of Buddha released by the ancient Buddha statues. Rumbling sounds could be heard. A gigantic Buddha figure walked towards them. Every step that he took caused the ground to tremble. Many people stopped in their tracks and looked towards the direction of the incoming Buddha. A tall, slender, ancient Buddha with bare feet approached the cultivators. He was 100 zhang tall. As he strode forwards, he left behind enormous footprints on the ground. He was the clan leader of the Xinxing clan. The facial expressions of many cultivators of the mountain realm changed. Even this old freak was drawn towards here. The happenings at this hell battlefield were getting more and more alarming. Huge figures started to make their entrances. Futian's illusion borrowed the power of Vajra Buddha to immediately kill off Hierophant Jiuyo. Right now, Futian was also looking in that direction. Rumbling sounds followed. The slim Buddha appeared before him. The Buddha was smiling until his eyes were but slits. When he saw the huge silhouette before him, Futian sensed that even if he borrowed the power of the ancient Buddhas, he would not be a match for this clan leader at all. He was a giant-level existence. "Little friend, this treasure is an item of Buddha. I will now take it away," the silhouette said with a smile. Then, he stretched out a huge palm and held the Buddhist lamp and pagoda in his palm. He took a look at the people around. He narrowed his eyes when he saw Master Pudu and Master Guizong. He lamented, "The monks of Tianxian Temple are indeed stronger than monks of my Xinxing clan." As he was speaking, he continued to move forward in the direction of the gate of hell. Xinxing. At the same time, a sonorous voice of Buddha sounded. The Xinxing clan leader looked up. In the sky, a golden Buddha appeared. Upon seeing the golden Buddha, monks from Tianxian Temple of the Mountain Realm put their palms together, bowed slightly, and chanted the sound of Buddha. The golden Buddha was their abbot. "You should know the consequences of your actions," the Buddha said to the leader of the Xinxing clan. "I know, but the great emperor is not interfering with our actions either, isn't he?" The leader of the Xinxing clan challenged. "In this case, what we are doing now is acceptable. Old monk, don't you want to have a look at the outside world?" "When the time comes, I will naturally go," the abbot replied. "That's right. You are the proper heir of Buddha. You are different from me. I still want to have a look at the real world," the leader of the Xinxing clan said. "What you see now is the truth," the abbot of Tianxian Temple said. "Why must you lie to yourself?" The leader of the Xinxing clan narrowed his eyes slightly while smiling. "For many people, this is indeed the truth. However, when they reach the level you and I are at now, they will know that this is not real." "This place is a sanctuary," the abbot of Tianxian Temple added. "This is your sanctuary." The leader of the Xinxing clan smiled. His eyes narrowed. Then, he didn't look at the abbot anymore. He continued moving forward towards the Dark Hell Palace. He went up against Qinghe Divine Sword and the Saraira beads. When he moved close to the treasures, both the light of Buddha emanated by the Saraira beads and the sword light of Qinghe Divine Sword landed on him. Sizzling sounds could be heard. His golden body of Buddha was actually shredding off bit by bit. It seemed to be hard for him to endure through it. The leader of the Xinxing clan glanced at himself. He muttered, "This is indeed the swordsmanship of spatial destruction. Emperor Nan is more powerful than me." His indestructible body was chipping off slowly. However, he continued pressing forward. He shouted, "Come out to help me now." As soon as he finished speaking, a few terrifying auras descended, and darkness loomed over the hell battlefield. More huge figures were coming. Cultivators of some forces of the hidden land realm had solemn expressions. Some of them bowed to salute the huge figures. Rumble. In the air, the loud sound of collisions could be heard. Xin Luoxue landed on the ground. She was forced to retreat due to the collision. In the sky, the demonic youth stood, and he glanced in the direction of Futian. His gaze was full of disdain. He gazed at Futian as though the latter was already dead in his eyes. The demonic youth shifted his gaze and looked at the gate of hell. A glint of joy flashed past in his dark eyes. It had been a few hundred years since the gate of hell had appeared. He believed that many would be tempted to challenge their fate. He really missed the old times. One by one, the mighty figures arrived. Futian returned to being himself. His heart quivered. The current situation was no longer something his party could meddle in. Initially, he thought someone was after the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He had not expected that the opponent's intention was grimmer and was at a level that far surpassed his own. The opponents had their eyes fixed on the mighty figures of the 9 supreme realms. Futian heard the conversation between the two Buddhas. Prior to this, he had heard similar words before. What did they mean exactly? The heavenly path collapsed, and the great path was flawed. What kind of world were they in now? Why did some say this was not the real world? Buzz. Another formidable aura descended. A silhouette landed beside Futian. Lord Taixian, Futian greeted when he saw the person. Lord Taixian had personally come over. Other than Lord Taixian, almost all the giant figures of the 9 supreme realms came here one by one. Lord Taixian stared straight ahead. He felt uneasy. He naturally could sense that something was about to take place. 300 years ago, his plane was still far away from where he was currently. After all, he had only broken the shackles not long ago. He broke through while Futian was training on Taishin Mountain. Back in the day, he could not even be considered as one of the top figures. Hence, he only knew a tiny fraction of what happened in the past. Many old freaks knew much more than he did. Those cultivators, who had been standing at the peak of the top forces of the 9 supreme realms since many years ago, would naturally know more than Lord Taixian. Their knowledge would cover the battle of hell that happened in the past. However, 300 years ago, the powers that existed in the 9 realms were at an entirely higher level than that of the current age. During that era, many terrifying figures existed. Moreover, there were many different factions. For example, there was Hell. Rumor had it that it was supported by an extremely formidable force. The Mountain Realm was also involved with many strong forces. Despite that, in the end, Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing conquered and united the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. They put an end to the chaotic era. For the next 300 years, the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were peaceful. Now, this gate of hell appeared again. Lord Taixian had no idea what kind of troubles would result because of it. Bang! Right at the moment, a Saraira bead was under attack. The leader of the Shinxing clan held onto it forcefully. A shocking power destroyed his palm, causing his palm to dry up and transform into bones gradually. Despite that, he was still hanging on to the Saraira bead tightly. Other cultivators seized the opportunity and launched their attacks at the same time. Some targeted the Saraira beads, while some tried to grab Qinghe Divine Sword. Green divine light covered the sky. Lord Taixian took a big step forward, and suddenly, a terrifying light shroud surrounded the cultivators. A destructive storm swept out and blew past everyone. The top figures who stood at the center of the storm were injured. However, the matrix was dismantled too. The Saraira beads were blasted everywhere while Qinghe Divine Sword was shaking. Buzz! Green divine light shot up to the sky. The next moment, Qinghe Divine Sword traversed through space and went straight in the direction of the cultivators of Nantian Divine Kingdom. It plunged into the ground and transformed into a sword shroud, which enveloped the cultivators in it. Nan Luotian was right in front of the sword. The sword knew its master. Luotian, hold on to it. A voice was transmitted from the sword. Father. Nan Luotian extended her hand and held Qinghe Divine Sword. Green light surged into her body. The sword will refine her body and caused her already beautiful figure to appear even more divine. Rumble. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Without Qinghe Divine Sword and the Saraira beads as the seal, the terrifying storm stirred up by the gate of hell directly broke through the matrix. In an instant, the storm was about to engulf the entire space. It was charging towards the hell battlefield. Here it comes. A glint of joy flashed past in the eyes of the demonic youth. He then laughed presumptuously. After a few hundred years, it was finally here. Retreat! Someone shouted. The darkness consumed the sky. Many cultivators began to evacuate. Let's get out of here, Lord Taixian ordered. A powerful aura enveloped everyone in it. In the blink of an eye, everyone disappeared from their original spots. At Jiuyou City, in the sky above Yellow Spring, groups of silhouettes appeared gradually. The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy also appeared in the sky. The water of the Yellow Spring churned as though it was boiling. The water was splashed everywhere. Countless people stood in the sky above the 2 shores of the Yellow Spring. When they saw this scene, they were greatly shocked. Don't watch. Let's go, Lord Taixian cried out loudly. His voice was transmitted throughout the sky. Many people still had not made sense of what was happening. Then, they saw the water of the Yellow Spring flowing upstream and gushing out from the river to the sky. Right away, some people were flooded by the Yellow Spring. They let out a miserable cry before disappearing completely. Cultivators with strong cultivation tried to escape frenziedly. Amidst the water of the Yellow Spring, which was flowing upwards into the sky, countless dark currents were flushed upwards and shot up into the clouds. Many people focused their attention in that direction. There, a horrifying swirl of hell seemed to have appeared. It looked like a door. Dark light permeated the surrounding sky. The sky above Jiuyou City darkened gradually. It was as though doomsday had arrived. Death will envelop the entire city. Something bad is going to happen. Staring at the gradually darkening sky, many people had an ominous premonition about it. Chapter 1744, The Void Realm. Everyone in Jiuyou City raised their heads and looked at the sky. Darkness enveloped the city. The gate of the hell became visible in the sky. It cast a shadow over all of Joyo City and completely blotted out the sky. The sky changed. Everybody in Joyo City understood that something big was about to happen. Futian also looked above. He heard in the past that the gate of the hell was related to the hell and showed the way to the real hell. But it was only a rumor. The real gate of the hell couldn't possibly be leading to the so-called hell in the folk tales. It didn't look like a grand matrix of space either. Then, what was the gate of the hell? Does Lord Taishian know what this is? Futian asked. Coordinates, Lord Taishian replied. Futian's eyes narrowed in concentration. Coordinates. Lord Taishian said the gate of the hell was a set of coordinates. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path in the present day were different before the twin great emperors unified the world. So were the forces that occupied the realms. The current 3,000 realms of the Great Path, especially the 9 supreme imperial realms, were formed after the unification. Some forces that were active in the past were destroyed just like the hell. Many more simply disappeared. Lord Taishian spoke slowly. Futian felt unsettled. What did Lord Tianquan's words mean? It meant that the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were not the only world. There were other realms as well. If that was the case, where were the other realms? If the gate of the hell was a set of coordinates, was it guiding the way for cultivators in other realms to come to the 3,000 realms of the Great Path? What did the real world look like? Luoxue should know more than I do. Lord Taishian looked at Xin Luoxue and said. Xin Luoxue was from the Xin clan, one of the most powerful forces in the 9 supreme imperial realms. She usually had much better information than ordinary folks. As a daughter of the clan lord of the Xin clan, she must have knowledge of some secrets. There are many different theories about what happened, but I indeed know a little bit more than other people. Xin Luoxue gazed at the stretch of the sky and replied. She was feeling quite emotional too. She never thought that she would witness this. To come back to the 9 realms was the true plan the hell had been plotting. At this time, no one was fussing about the dead and missing cultivators in the 9 realms anymore as if they were already forgotten. It seemed to be such a trivial matter, comparing with what was happening in front of their eyes right now. Do you want to know? Xin Luoxue looked at Futian. Yes, Futian nodded and said. I heard that the empty imperial palace already made contact with you. I guess you will know about this sooner or later. The empty imperial palace has been preparing for this for a long time, and you're the one they chose. Even so, this storm apparently moved everything up. You should be aware of some things ahead of their time. I will tell you everything I know. Xin Luoxue looked at Futian and said. Futian nodded silently. He was increasingly intrigued by this world. Step by step, he grew up and became stronger. He thought he was getting on the center of the stage, yet only discovered that he still didn't know the truth about this world. It was like he only saw a small fraction of the world. Even the entire 3,000 realms of the Great Path were not a full picture. The heavenly path crumbled, and the Great Path was incomplete. Countless people standing elsewhere also raised their heads and exchanged their views about what was happening. Many of them were powerful cultivators from various forces in the 9 realms. Futian spotted Shanji, for instance, who came here in person from the Xin clan. Master cultivators from around the world all arrived at this city of barbarity. The devilish young man who served as a guide for Hierophant Joyo before stood high up in the air. His chin lifted, and his eyes sparkled over a wicked smile. He stared at the dark sky as though he was expecting something. He had waited here for hundreds of years. He hid in the dark for centuries and did all the work in secret. He bore patiently for several hundred years for this day to arrive. The day was finally here. A number of big wheels in the Hidden Land realm were present as well. They raised their heads and looked at the space with an exceptionally solemn expression. Was what happened right now a blessing or a curse? No one really knew. Nonetheless, they had to face the situation first. Bang! A scary storm turned up in the sky above with a terrifying dark whirlwind. The waves of the space will of the way rolled and surged as layers of space twisted and distorted. A line of people suddenly came into view before the storm started. With a surprised look, they scanned the field below them. However, they soon started to smile. The Void Realm. A cultivator grinned and said, "The Void Realm is open again after hundreds of years. How exciting." The Void Realm? Numerous people in Joyo City were bewildered by his words. What did it mean? The Void Realm? They were in Joyo City. How was it the Void Realm? Futian obviously heard what the man said as well. These people who came out of nowhere carried intimidating energy with them. Certainly, he was more unsettled by the name Void Realm. It brought another place to his mind. The empty Imperial Palace. The sacred hall in the Central Emperor Realm, left by Donghuang the Great Emperor, was called the Empty Imperial Palace. Why was it called the Empty Imperial Palace rather than the Imperial Palace? He never fully understood the reason and reckoned that it was because the empty Imperial Palace was not the real Imperial Palace, but only a temporary lodging for the great emperor. Yet now, he suddenly realized something as he heard the name Void Realm. Did the empty Imperial Palace correspond to the Void Realm? The 3,000 realms of the Great Path constituted a vast world that contained innumerable living things and countless cultivators. It was a complete world. Yet they named it the Void Realm. Are they waiting there to greet us? Someone glanced at the field below and the crowd in Joyo City. An arrogant look flashed across his face. Welcome to the Void Realm. The devilish young man took in a deep breath. His eyes were filled with eagerness and desire. He made it. Were they finally coming? They're coming so fast, some people thought to themselves. Futian's eyes firmly fixed on the people appeared in the air. Much to his surprise, these people used the coordinates to get here right after the gate of the hell emerged. Based on their words, these people came from someplace outside of the Void Realm, also known as the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. He always understood that the universe was boundless, and the 3,000 realms of the Great Path weren't necessarily the end. However, he had no idea what kind of place it was outside of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. These newcomers didn't do anything. They stepped forward and downward, descending straight to Joyo City right after their arrival. The crowd in the city hadn't figured out the situation yet. Let's go back, Lord Taishian said at the moment. Joyo City was about to become the center of all the troubles. They needed to go back and prepare for the possible turbulence in the future. Yes, let's go. Futian nodded and glanced at Qingyao, who was standing next to him. Qingyao seemed to have sensed something. She raised her face slightly to look at him and called in a low voice, "Brother." "Let's go." Futian held her hand and said. They left at once. The cultivators from the Shen clan watched Futian and the others from a distance. Shen Luochuan gazed at Shen Luoxue and Futian while Shan Hao was standing farther away with an indifferent look. Several other formidable cultivators came through the sky. The leader of the group was especially intimidating. Joyo City flinched at his presence. More cultivators arrived at Joyo City in succession. However, Futian and the others already left. So did the cultivators from other forces. They all planned to go back to make preparations for the upcoming changes. Of course, Joyo City would be most severely impacted by the changes. Even the social order might be reshuffled altogether. Futian and the others returned to the Heavenly Mandate Realm straight away. Inside of a palace in the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Futian felt somewhat disheartened. They went on the trip with the initial intention to find out who attacked the disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. And now they knew the assailants were the remaining evildoers of the Hell, a group that disappeared a long time ago. However, it didn't seem like they were able to do anything even after they discovered the truth through an investigation. They didn't accomplish anything on this trip. Shen Luoxue, Lord Taishian, Futian, and Fei Xue were all here. Futian looked at Shen Luoxue. He waited quietly and restrained from asking her anything on their way back until they returned to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Shen Luoxue said to him that she would tell him everything she knew. What do you want to know the most? Shen Luoxue looked at Futian and asked, Granny, is this real? Futian asked. Those people who appeared in the sky called it the Void Realm. Could the 3,000 realms of the Great Path be a fake and empty world? Of course, it's real. It can't be more tangible than this. Countless creatures are living in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. How can it be fake and empty? Shen Luoxue replied. Then, why do they make up names like the Void Realm and the Empty Imperial Palace? Futian asked. When the Lord was breaking through, he said that the heavenly path was incomplete. What is missing? Also, Granny, the 3,000 realms of the Great Path are vast and boundless. Even Lord Tianxian couldn't reach the end of the world. Maybe there is no end at all. So how did those get here? Where did they come from? Why did they arrive so quickly? Futian fired a series of questions. There were so many things he didn't understand. It is because of the relativity. From the perspective of another space and time, their world is real, while ours may be the void realm. But the contrary is true for us. People who live in this place, Shinluoshu, looked intently at Futian and said, I read some historical documents of the Shin clan in the past. The story goes that the 3,000 realms of the Great Path are in a separate space world and may be overlapping with another space world. They didn't travel through space to get here since there is no distance between us. Chapter 1745, The Original Realm. A separate space that was overlapping with the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Futian was astounded. No wonder the 3,000 realms of the Great Path only had the empty imperial palace, and that Donghuang the Great Emperor was not present. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path were also called the Void Realm by the other world. The Heavenly Path is not complete because the Heavenly Path fell apart. According to the legend, the world of cultivators was extremely prosperous in the era of the ancient emperor. The ancient books called it the Age of Gods. At that time, the gods transformed into the Great Path, yet they later had a huge fight because they were all too powerful to subdue each other. The Heavenly Path was broken during the war, Shinluoxue continued to say. It was broken? Futian could feel his heart pounding in the chest. The Age of the Gods and the War of the Heavenly Path sounded very much like a fable. That is how the legend goes, but we don't know what really happened. Allegedly, that is how time was divided into the Age of the Gods and the End of the Gods. The world changed dramatically after the Heavenly Path fell apart. The world of cultivators never managed to revive to what it used to be. I don't know what the world really looks like nowadays. I have never out there. Shinluoxue continued. But at least I can say for sure that the real world is much more powerful than the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Countless cultivators fought in the war over 300 years ago. Many of them didn't come from the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. The current forces in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path might only represent a small fraction of the true cultivators. For example, the Shun clan is rumored to be the descendants of the gods. The Great Emperor truly existed in history, and he truly was the ancestor of the Shin clan. The Shin clan in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path is only a branch of the real one. I met them hundreds of years ago. Shinluoxue kept talking. The Shin clan is not the only one. So are many other supreme forces in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, such as the Celestial Worthy Temple and the Solar Divine Palace. I heard that the current mountain realm is also a branch of the Buddhist Great Path. There are many more potent Buddhist cultivators in the outside world. The same thing goes for the hidden land realm where you just came back from in Hell, which disappeared years ago. Maybe the Hell was not the only one. Many powerful forces in the hidden land realm could be from the outside world. Donghuang the Great Emperor closed the passage after he unified the world. Only the Great Emperor's delegates who are following his orders could come to our world. Similarly, one may only travel to the other side with the Great Emperor's permission. This is why I told you before that the empty Imperial Palace would make contact with you sooner or later. It was moved up because of this incident. Shinluoxue's words came as a bombshell to Futian. It seemed like the empty Imperial Palace was set up by the Great Emperor as a place to monitor this world and nothing else. In reality, nothing happened in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path was out of the Great Emperor's control. If that's the case, there are people in the outside world who are in the Imperial realm, the same level as Donghuang the Great Emperor. The twin Great Emperors prevailed in the war over 300 years ago and subsequently ruled the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, said Futian. He was surprised by what he learned about Hell and the bloody warfare in the past. It meant that cultivators in the Imperial realm once fought over the control of this world. Donghuang the Great Emperor defeated the opposition and therefore reigned over the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Yes. Shinluoxue nodded. She had no way of knowing the details of what happened. Nevertheless, the passage between the two worlds seemed to be reactivated since the gate of the Hell is open now. Cultivators from the outside world already arrived at the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. I suppose many changes will happen in the near future. The Great Emperor may also open the entrance to the 3,000 realms of the Great Path altogether, Shenlua asked. Like what it was 300 years ago? Yi Futian muttered. Perhaps. But time is different now after all, Lord Taishian commented on the side. That being said, we still need to prepare ourselves. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path probably will go through some turbulence. Yi Futian nodded. He cultivated in seclusion most of the time in the past 4 peaceful years. He never expected that the trouble didn't come from the Xin clan or the Golden Divine Nation. It was a prologue to a new era. No one could predict what kind of consequences this would bring. He didn't know what would happen in the future either. About that girl Yi Qingyao, Shenluoxua looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's expression was grave. Everything the devilish young man and the Hierophant Joyo did was an indication. Qingyao probably would be the cause of some trouble. Yi Futian left the conversation and went to the room he lived in. 2 girls, Ninyu and Qingyao, were chatting over there. The 2 were about the same age. Ninyu, almost 10 years ago, was a little bit younger than Qingyao. Brother. Ninyu noticed Yi Futian and ran to him. She giggled while holding his legs. Qingyao, on the contrary, stood there quietly. She looked less lively than Ninyu. Have you been listening to Sister Lulan recently? Yi Futian rubbed Ninyu's head and asked with affection. Yes, I have been a good girl, Ninyu nodded and said, but I miss you all the time. Yi Futian smiled. The young girl surely knew what to say. Qingyao, do you like your sister? Yi Futian walked forward and asked Yi Qingyao. I do. Qingyao nodded slightly. She raised her head and smiled at Yi Futian and said, Sister Ninyu is so pretty. In Qingyao's eyes, Ninyu was beautiful, outgoing, and adored by everyone, just like the princesses she used to envy. She couldn't help but feel inferior to Qingyao. Qingyao is also pretty, Yi Futian said in a soft voice. Brother, I was just asking Sister Qingyao if she will stay here with me all the time. She said I need to ask you. You will let her stay, right? Ninyu raised her head and looked at Yi Futian with her puppy eyes, said, I finally have a sister to play with me. Qingyao heard Ninyu and also looked at Yi Futian. Her eyes were filled with both nervousness and eagerness. Of course, Yi Futian saw Qingyao's expression and replied with a smile. Brother, you're the best. Ninyu giggled. You're more familiar with our home. Shouldn't you look after your sister? Yi Futian asked. I will. Ninyu nodded. She stepped forward and picked up Qingyao's hand. I will take care of Sister Qingyao. Sister, let's go to pull Grandpa Xian's beard. Grandpa Xian is so funny. Yi Futian was at a loss for words. Lord Taishian was a legendary cultivator. To pull his beard? She thought that was funny? Only this little rascal dared to do it. Qingyao grinned and raised her head to look at Yi Futian. She was older and maturer than Ninyu. Besides, unlike Ninyu, she was not at home and couldn't behave with no scruples. She was worried that she might spoil the kindness that didn't come easily for her. Go ahead. Ask Sister Lulan if you want anything. She will take care of Ninyu and you, Yi Futian smiled and reassured her. Okay. Qingyao finally nodded. The 2 girls left, holding hands. Yi Futian went to see Hua Jieyu after the girls left. Hua Jieyu caught sight of Yi Futian and stopped cultivating. She looked at him and said, You're back. Yes. Yi Futian walked closer to her and gently caressed her cheeks with both hands. The intimate move made Hua Jieyu's eyebrows twitch involuntarily. However, she enjoyed the intimacy. She was never repelled by Yi Futian. On the contrary, she felt close to him. In fact, Yi Futian had been slowly developing their relationship for the past few years. This was the real Jieyu in his eyes. Have you made any progress recently? Yi Futian asked. Yes. She nodded slightly. Yi Futian held her hand and sat down with her. They leaned on each other like passionate lovers. I heard that something big happened outside? Hua Jieyu said softly. Some things will happen, but we don't know how it will turn out yet, Yi Futian replied in a quiet voice. Hua Jieyu nodded in understanding and looked at him, said, You should be careful out there. Yi Futian was surprised. He looked into Hua Jieyu's eyes and saw that she was gazing at him as well. She asked gently, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Futian beamed with joy. Maybe she hadn't realized how she changed slowly and unobtrusively. "I will be careful just for your sake," Futian said to her with tender. Then he gently put his arms around Hua Jieyu's waist. Hua Jieyu's body was stiff for a moment while an odd look flashed across her face. She stared at Futian with her gorgeous eyes. Futian looked at her as well. "You said I am your wife?" Hua Jieyu asked Futian. "Yes," Futian nodded. "Many people know about this." "Do husbands and wives act like this?" Hua Jieyu asked innocently. Futian felt that she was wide-eyed like a blank piece of paper ever since she came back from the Brahma's pure sky. She didn't understand anything besides cultivation. Futian looked awkward, but he still nodded earnestly, said, "Not only this. Husbands and wives do something that's even more intimate." "More intimate?" Hua Jieyu gazed at him and asked, "Do they sleep together?" Why are you blushing?" Hua Jieyu looked at Futian and said, "It's very hot here." Futian was embarrassed. He never expected that a powerful Renhuang like him would get stuck in such a cringe-worthy conversation. "Oh." Hua Jieyu nodded even though she didn't fully understand. Futian took a good look at her face and smiled affectionately. Hua Jieyu also looked at him and wondered why his eyes were sparkling so strangely. Besides, he hadn't answered her yet. Plenty of things happened outside when Futian was enjoying the affection and closeness. More and more cultivators popped up in Joyo City, all with intimidating power. Joyo City was a completely different place now. The arriving cultivators were even heading to the Hidden Land realm. Beyond that, mysterious cultivators also showed up in other realms one by one. Right now, a horrifying whirlwind took shape in the Central Emperor realm. Some people appeared out of thin air as if they arrived at this world through a direct space pathway. These people took a deep breath upon their arrival. One person said, "The Void Realm. The Great Path here is even more fragmented. It's just as we expected. What a shame. The Void Realm has been exploited for hundreds of years." Another person laughed. "Regardless, it's still a worthy trip. After all, this is the original realm." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.